what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes and change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes and change your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can take. do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the king. And blow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the king.
Come true.
What you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can't give your radio back.
Weasel.
Open your heart.
Oh, I am. Oh, nice. I'm muted. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. What is going on with Twitch? You know what? It might be like as simple as... Serious lack of cat jam. Yeah, I'm just wondering why. Oh my gosh. That is not what I'm trying to look at right now. Oh my gosh, everything changed. Okay. Let's try this. Hi. Okay, so for some reason, we're not showing up on Twitch, and I'm trying to figure out what it might be. Offline. It says I'm offline. Okay, so like obviously like the worst possibility is that like I'm banned from Twitch for some Twitch type reason. I don't think it's that. I don't think that's the one. I hate having to take care of stuff at the beginning of stream. It's the worst, right? Because like, you know, really I need to stream less long. I said that yesterday, and then I proceeded to do like the longest stream that I've done in a long time. And you know, it's just like a unfortunate set of events, I guess. Edit destinations. Okay, so Twitch says offline. One possibility might be that like on Twitch you need to like log in every like you need to re-update your login information every so often. This is not something I want to be taking care of on stream. This sucks. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to remove the destination. And then I think we're going to add back the destination. And we've got a... That is not the sound I want to hear. Here, can we make that, like... Turn off notifications for that. Okay, authorization. Authorize Twitch. It's, yeah, it's like that you have to reauthorize it. Redirecting you automatically. Click here if it does not... Oh, there we go. We're getting... Yes, yes. Okay. Oh, I can just find it here. There it is. All right, hopefully that works. If not, I don't know what to do. We might have to do the stream without Twitch. That would suck. That is not my intention, and especially considering that I pay for this software. Okay. Check my email. We're gonna get to JD Vance. See, like every single time I'm like, okay, so yeah, go on. Here. Okay, I'm not seeing anything there. Let's try the other email. Yeah, it's not showing up. could also just be that something's wrong with Twitch today. Yeah, I don't have any emails regarding Twitch. I'm not banned from Twitch. Let's try once again. All right, I'm not going to worry about it for now. Is it XSplit? No, it's not XSplit. I use Restream. I'm not going to worry about it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to not worry about it. I'm going to act like a regular stream and just give you my all. So thanks for being here. I appreciate you. All 10 of you. I realize there's a lot of other events going on right now, so I'm glad you chose to spend your time with me. I've tried to get an early start on things. I've tried to make it so that there's less of a... Because at the beginning of the stream always feels like a clusterfuck. It always feels like I've got... Oh, okay, I got to set this up. You know, I got to set the short stream up, and then I'm also trying to do the poll, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that, and it's like... It's not great. But this time I got everything ready to go, and then I get an extra little not great thing. Hi, chat. This is your chance to probably most likely get the interaction that you so crave, that I don't normally give you, because there's less of you in chat right now than there normally would be. And so a great thing to do at this time would be to talk to chat, and I'm perfectly open to that. The question is, will chat talk back? Or is there some kind of mystical, spooky curse that, like, when I want to talk to chat, chat is somehow not... I don't know. I'm adding... Oh my gosh. Yeah, so JD Vance is actually a deeper rabbit hole than I anticipated, right? I thought that this was just some... I've heard his name for a long time, actually. Like, I've heard people mentioning his name, but I haven't really cared who he is. He's a senator from Ohio. He just seems like some random Republican. Trump, RFK. Anti-vax call leaked. Yeah, the whole idea is to get the stream started a little bit earlier, to hopefully get the sub goal attained earlier, and then to be able to do a slightly shorter and more entertaining altogether stream with less interruptions and more fun. So that's my idea. I don't know if it's going to work out, but I don't have a lot of other options here. I finally got my cross-country bike trip planned. That's wild, Rotten Mouse. Are you talking about... So this is the kind of biking where you put... you got pannier bags, right? And you got like any bag that you could imagine on a bike. I'm thinking Rotten Mouse has on their bag, on their bike. Like any sort of bag, any sort of way of carrying things on your bike, right? You know, so your bike is just like covered in like stuff, right? You got a sleeping bag, you got pannier bags, you got, you know, your food, you got your everything. And this is the whole thing where you ride across the country, usually maybe not on highways, I'm thinking, right? Because that's what everybody thinks about cross-country trips is you. But in actuality, I think usually you try to find a non-highway. You try to find like a less traveled road, a sort of a back road to be able to travel on. And then either you've got a tent on your bike in the pannier bags with everything, or you're staying in motels, right? Because I've heard of people doing both ways. But this is kind of a cool thing. I have never done anything like this myself, right? I've never even done like a bike camp out, although I know people who do bike camp outs, right? Where you put everything on your bike and then you go to some sort of more rural place and you have a cool time and you don't even have your car with you. You're just on your bike and it's really cool. And it's actually very freeing. I was more the kind of person that was getting groceries on their bike, commuting to work and school on my bike, that sort of thing. But I never really pushed it as far as what Rotten Mouse is talking about with a cross-country trip, which sounds really cool. The next time anyone feels like a failure, at least remember you're not Destiny. Losing a debate to Dave Rubin, that was pathetic. Yeah, if you missed that, that's yesterday's VOD. I'm trying to travel light, so I'll be in a hammock. Oh, yeah, okay, so you're not even doing the motel thing. Yeah, I've seen people do it both ways, right? Either where you stay in a motel, because that's another thing, is like you don't necessarily have to be camping. Like, I don't know, my vision when I heard about people doing cross-country trips is that you're on the freaking highway, with 8 lanes of traffic whizzing by you, breathing the fumes, and then at night you were just putting up your little pup tent by the side of the road, again with the highway right there, right? That was my vision of how cross-country trips work. But after, getting into biking and knowing some cyclists, I don't know, some people call them self-cyclists, some people don't. It's a weird thing. It's a weird distinction. Like, for instance, a commuter cyclist sometimes is not called a cyclist. Generally, like the cyclists are the people with spandex and really nice bikes, and they kind of keep to themselves, right? You're not going to hang out with them if you're not. They know if you are a working class bike rider as opposed to a cyclist. But yeah, it's a whole culture. It's a whole culture if you don't know, and it's kind of a cool culture actually. You'll be in a hammock. That is pretty cool. Peter Thiel is the most likely literal blackmailed butt buddy. Wait, JD most likely literally blackmailed his butt buddy JD. I mean, there's some weird theories about this guy, right? Because he was sort of famous, and I mean NPR famous. That's the real famous. When my mom's listening to you on Fresh Air with Terry Gross, right? That's how you know you've really made it. That's how you know you've really made it. When my mom is bumping you in her car, right? Along with Terry Gross, who's interviewing you. That's how you know you've really made it. How can he recuperate? Fake Elon was the worst. I mean, that was pretty bad. Yeah, how can Destiny recuperate? Well, I don't know. He lost his... okay, so here's an update on Destiny, right? It's only like a week-long ban. It's only... Sorry, week-long. 2 week long. Yeah, it's till the end of July. Destiny is banned on Kick, much like any other Kick ban that gets enacted. Destiny's Kick ban is like performative. It is Kick saying, we don't like this. This is bad press. That's what Kick does. Every single time that they ban somebody, it's not because they are like, this is not right for our platform. It's because they are like, this is a bad look. We're getting in the press. People are talking about us in the press, right? Ban them, just ban them. And then as soon as nobody's looking, it's like, all right, come on back in. Especially if you're making money for Kick. If you're making money for Kick, you're good. You're going to get back on. So yeah, they just have to show that like, we don't like Destiny saying bad things about MAGA supporters being, it's funny when they are, when they lose their lives, right? That's all Kick has to do. And then all the MAGA people say like, that's right, Kick, cool beans. And they don't look any further. Because remember when we first looked at Destiny's ban on Kick, we thought it was like a full scale ban. We thought he was off Kick. I was thinking, wow, Twitch is down, Kick is down. For me, only my Twitch is down right now, and I'm not even sure. Does anybody know? Actually, this is like the worst people to ask, right? People that are watching me on YouTube, you're probably the worst people to ask about things on Twitch, but it may very well be that there is an issue with Twitch right now. Yo, what the fuck? Shit looks weird. YouTube is fine. YouTube is fine. Twitch is not. Twitch is not fine. Twitch is not okay. And I don't appear to be banned, so it's not that. So yeah, the only other thing would be to like find out, okay, here's one thing I can do. You know what? This wouldn't even tell me necessarily. Like I can click on another Twitch link and take a look and see who's streaming. Yeah, other people are streaming, but this doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility that other people are, that it's like a regional outage or something like that. Yeah, it could very well be that it's like the server that I stream. So, oh yeah, I showed you that whole chart yesterday. I showed you like kind of how I stream. Like I showed you like how it all works, right? Like the chain of data that goes on. Yeah, he's currently researching an anti-Trump manifesto, which I love for him. I love the fact that Destiny, after getting banned from another one of his platforms, is now writing something called a manifesto about the former president. I am sure that will work out super well for him. I am sure that is a very smart thing for him to do, Shakespeare. I can stream on Twitch. Most people I am sub to are there also. Yeah, that's what I noticed too. It might be something that I have to take care of after liking my channel. Thank you so much, Digital K. I'm glad you like my channel. Serious lack of cat jam in chat today. Serious lack of weasels. Can you change the RTMP server that you use? That's doubtful. Oh my god, I don't want to get... We gotta go on with content, chat. We gotta fucking go on with content here. Can I change the RTMP? Here's the deal, right? So normally, you know, if you're streaming without a restreaming service, then yeah, it's really easy to change stuff like RTMP. It's really easy to put another, like, you know, another stream. What is it called? A stream thing? A stream token or something like that? Look, I'm gonna look right here. Stream key, yeah. It's really easy to put another stream key in. But when you're doing it on a restreaming service, it's kind of like that's on their end. It's like, chat, imagine this, okay? The difference between if you live in a house where you get your internet, you pay for your internet, and you get your Wi-Fi router, you know, yourself, and you plug it in, and you can log into it, and you can change things around with it, right? If you have a problem with internet that involves your router, that's really fucking easy. But imagine another scenario that some of you might be dealing with it right now. Imagine if the Wi-Fi is included with your rent, with your apartment, like you live in an apartment complex that is like, yeah, Wi-Fi, we got that covered, right? And so they have it covered, but what they have is they have Wi-Fi routers somewhere like locked away that like 4 or 5 people are using. So like these 5 apartments use this Wi-Fi, these 5 apartments use this Wi-Fi, but it's like you can't get to it. You can't get to it, you can't change it. Maybe you can talk to your landlord and be like, hey, I'm having a little problem, could you reset the router? But the landlord may be on vacation. The landlord may not get back to you, right? So it's kind of like, it's a different thing. This is sort of what I'm dealing with, except instead of that, it's the restream service that, you know, the little things like changing stream keys and RTMP servers and shit like that is like, it's on their end. So, you know, it's not something that I can get to. And it's not something that I want to waste a bunch of time. I'll be totally honest with you. Twitch is not the mainstay of my stream at the moment. So, as such, it's you know, my priority is towards YouTube. My priority is speaking of which, my priority is towards starting that short stream, because that's the one way that we are gonna get over on everyone else that's streaming right now. Is very few of them are able to use very few of them are able to use YouTube Shorts at the same time as they stream, because it's a little bit tricky. So that's an advantage that I have. So I'm off Twitch today. We're gonna try to make up for it with YouTube Shorts. Why is it news and politics though? Oh my God, chat. I've been told that I shouldn't stream in YouTube in news and politics. That it's like literally anything but news and politics is what you know what, maybe we'll try it today. We'll leave it in news and politics on shorts. That sounds good. All right, so like I said, it looks like we got the polls already going. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, we're gonna do a deep dive into JD Vance, and I'm gonna tell you, this is a rabbit hole I am not completely finished exploring, right? So there's more to JD Vance than meets the eye. What you may already know, so we'll do that like the iceberg. Let me show you the tip of the iceberg, the stuff that you already know. JD Vance used to be a never Trumper. JD Vance text messaged his roommate saying that he thought that Trump might be the next Hitler. JD Vance has been on record saying some very bad things about Donald Trump, and not that long ago. So you probably already know that. You probably also already know about JD Vance's extremely conservative takes right now, that even though he was trying to be a centrist Republican when he started out, he has very much changed, and he's very much flipped over to the other side. Instead of being like a moderate Republican, which was his angle, he's talking now about full-on bans on abortion. He's talking right now about ending no-fault divorce, right? He says things like that, it might be great for the parents to be able to get rid of a marriage that's not working out for them when they're not getting along, especially if there's violence, but it's not great for the kids. So he gets around the, like, you want no-fault divorce should not be a thing. What about domestic abuse? And he's like, what about the kids? Maybe you should tough it out. Maybe you should get thicker skin. Maybe you should enjoy, being subject to something like that. I don't know what the fuck is like, but he's basically like, think of the children, and somehow that means like, okay, so now you can't get out of an abusive situation. Now you're stuck. Sorry, we got to think about the kids. And he's also like, think about the kids, think about the kid, think about the baby when it comes to bodily autonomy. You think that there's an issue with forcing someone to bear the child of, that's the result of an unconsensual, act that was forced upon them. What about the baby though? We should really be thinking about the baby. Other possibly, and is the life of the pregnant person in danger? What about the kid? Like everything he's got an answer for, and it's not a good one, and it's a way to soften up some very hardline positions. He's also, got a lot of positions that line up with Project 2025, including, getting rid of all the public servants and replacing them with literal Trump minions. Despicable Me, imagine instead of Gru, it's Trump. And instead of minions, there's little MAGA hat minions. And it's really scary. So you probably already know this stuff, right? I know my audience. I watch the same stuff that you watch, and I sort of know what you know, and I know what you might not know, and I know what you might not have watched or not have watched in a long time, right? Because some people have been onto this guy for a very long time. He runs in a very particular circle. These are not your parents' Republicans. These are not even your aunt and uncle's Republicans or your cousin's Republicans. These are different Republicans. The Republican Party that I generally talk about, the Republican Party that we all know and love, is a Republican Party that has based itself on anti-intellectualism, that has cultivated an anti-intellectual base, right? JD Vance comes from a completely different school of Republicans. You're talking about people that have graduate degrees. You're talking about people that have gone to like Yale and that are in Silicon Valley. You're talking about a very different group of Republicans. And yes, Silicon Valley is key. This guy is going to pretend that his roots are in Appalachia, and he is so full of it. This little spoiled dude, I'm trying not to say any bad words, okay? This spoiled little JD Vance, right, grew up in a suburb of Cincinnati, okay? He did not grow up in Appalachia. He did not say hi to Meemaw and Peepaw. All right, he's not. There's no fuck that hillbilly elegy is the biggest load of shit, and it's actually kind of I would say bigoted against rural the rural poor in places like Appalachia, right? He talks about Mountain Dew mouth. He talks about, and they just keep on, these fucking hillbillies, they keep on drinking their Mountain Dew. That's why their teeth suck. No, their teeth suck because they can't get to a dentist, because they don't have access to that kind of stuff, right? Is Twitch just late to start? Great question, Moe Nope. Twitch, we do not know. Twitch is dead. Twitch is not working, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why Twitch is not working. But I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna look at it, and I don't know. I don't know. I can't figure it out actually. But what I can figure out is the fact that once again I have neglected to go live on YouTube Shorts after saying that it was my intention to do so. There we go. Let's fix that. Let's fix that, because Shorts is gonna be. Shorts is going to be my saving grace today. This is going to be a tough day. Yeah, because nothing's working. Do you know what else is not working? I have a pressure cooker. All right. I have a pressure cooker. I should say I had a pressure cooker. And it is a great thing, because one of the cheapest forms of protein is a pot of beans. And I eat that all the time. I eat a pot of beans all the time. I cook some rice. I make some beans. I mix them together. It's delicious. Okay. It's delicious. It's fairly cheap compared to everything else that you're going to find at the grocery store. And that's what I do. It no longer works. It stopped working. A while ago, one of my roommates decided to throw away the gasket that goes in my pressure cooker, right? The thing that makes it actually pressure cook. And so I was just using it without the pressure. I was just, putting it on there. And, if you cook red lentils, you don't really need that pressure that much. You can just cook the red lentils cook up really nicely no matter what. So I was just dealing with it, and I haven't even complained, the person that did this, but I think that because I was running it without a gasket, it finally broke. So I don't have that anymore. Everything is breaking, and this is the worst possible month it could break. I'm in a situation, chat, where July is going to be July and the beginning of August are going to be the toughest month. I actually do not know how I'm going to pay rent this month. Like I'm kind of in a bad situation. So I'm trying to work that out. Now, I've looked at my, YouTube numbers, and as of like August 21st, I'm fine. All right. I am doing better already this month. It's the 17th of the month, and I'm going to do better this month than I did for the entire month of June. June is the problem, and I get paid like a month after. Anybody get paid a month after? Anybody, like 3 weeks after, 3 to 4 weeks after is when I get paid. So I'm dealing with that. I'm dealing with a lot of stuff. And this Twitch thing on top of everything is really bad, because that's another, I keep Twitch around because people like to watch me on Twitch. And, I don't want to like abandon them, but also, people are subbing on Twitch. So, part of my income comes from Twitch. So, this is a really bad set of circumstances for me. I'm going to try not to freak out, and I'm going to try not to talk too much about myself right now, because we got a lot to talk about with JD Vance, but that's what I'm dealing with. That's what I'm going through right now. So yeah, any sort of support during this month at this time is really helpful, particularly the kind of support that comes through things like PayPal or CashApp, which are the links down in the description, right? This is one way that you can donate to me, where it gets to me immediately, and it doesn't go through YouTube, it doesn't go through Twitch, it doesn't go through anything. It does get a processing fee. It does get a processing fee. That's true. But yeah, this is gonna be a tough month. Anyway, I'm not gonna concentrate to put a pressure cooker on throne. Look, so far, other than when I'm in desperate need of money, I haven't really put anything on Twitch that's not stream related. In fact, yeah, I guess everything everything is in service of me being able to stream. So putting a pressure cooker on there would feel kind of weird, but I don't know. I'll think about it. Anyway, let's get into JD Vance. Let's get into his stolen holler, which I hope, does everybody know what a holler is? One in chat if you know what a holler is. Have you heard of the holler? Do you know anybody who lives in the holler, a holler, any kind of hollers? Any hollers in chat? I'm waiting. Look, I don't expect necessarily for you to know this, but But yeah, it's like a thing. One, okay, so somebody in chat knows what a holler is. Two, hey, it's okay, it's okay. I feel like most people don't know, but I felt like it worked anyway. Zara actually came up with this with this thumbnail, so thank you, Zara, for the awesome thumbnail. Zara Xerox, by the way, who you should all follow on Twitch and YouTube. A holler is, yeah, Shaxby, know what a holler is. We're talking about, like, the sort of the passes between mountainous areas in Appalachia where there's roads that go and people live along those roads. And people, when you talk about people from Appalachia, you're usually talking about people that live in one holler or another. It's kind of it's like a long stretch of road. It's a long stretch of road where people live, and I wouldn't expect for JD Vance necessarily. I mean, he might know this because, like I said, his suburban ass vacationed in Appalachia as a child, right? But I'm guessing, look, the Appalachia you get to know as a vacationing, child, is very different than the Appalachia you get to know by living there. And this is stolen holler here. Each holler is totally different. Yeah, it's like a different community, like it's almost like a neighborhood. It's a very long, stretched out neighborhood. But I mean, that's what we're really talking about when we're talking about Appalachia. Now, why do I say Appalachia? This guy, JD Vance, okay, so we're still on the top of the iceberg. I'm still on stuff that you probably already know, right? Another thing you probably already know is that JD Vance is the author. Is that right? Or is he the author, or is it based on his life? Hillbilly Elegy is somehow his baby. Let's look this up and make sure that I know what I'm talking about. And this is the film that I'm talking. Yeah, JD Vance. It's a memoir of a family and a culture in crisis. Best-selling 2016 memoir by JD Vance about the Appalachian values of his Kentucky. Again, fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, dude. You look. If you don't know, Cincinnati, Ohio, okay, is in the corner where Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana meet. Right, the Ohio River goes over the top of Kentucky, right, and it separates Kentucky from Indiana, and it separates Kentucky from Ohio. Right, that's the area where he lived, and his Kentucky family, okay, I don't know. He's from Middleton, Ohio. Where his parents. So he's saying his family is from Kentucky. Anyway, it's just directed by Ron Howard with Glenn Close and Amy Adams. The movie received mixed reviews. Being nominated for the Golden Raspberries. I actually didn't know this. It got nominated for the Golden Raspberries and the Oscars. That's kind of amazing. But anyway, it's stolen valor is what I'm trying to get across. That's why it says stolen holler. We're really talking about stolen valor. Because, in the area of Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, West Virginia, yeah, there is a lot of poverty. There is a lot of poverty, and it's been for a long ass time too. There were maybe coal mines in the town. Not a great place to work. You definitely get like used up like a cog in the machine and ground down in that kind of work. But obviously, coal mining is not what it once was. A lot of the mines are depleted, and also, the world is moving away from coal. So yeah, these are areas that don't have a lot going for them economically. Did not traditionally have a lot going for them economically. Were helped out by programs during the in the New Deal era, but have not show up in the Moynihan report. Like, right, there's a lot of there's a lot to this, and it is an area that not get talked about that much, but it's also because of who he actually is, which is a suburban kid from the Cincinnati the greater Cincinnati area. And what I was trying to say before is like Cincinnati's right on the tri-state area, I guess they call it, right? Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky. And, people that live in the suburbs of Cincinnati, sometimes those suburbs are in Kentucky. Sometimes I guess they wouldn't be in Indiana. Indiana's a little bit like, Indiana's a little like, what is it like? There's like Columbus, Ohio, and then I'm trying to remember, chat. I've driven some of these roads before, right? It's been a while, but I am somewhat familiar with the tri-state area. And yeah, I don't think JD Vance is sort of trying to retcon his roots, right? So I said that his roots are in the suburban Cincinnati area. But like, where else are his roots? Yale. He went to Yale, and then he met Peter Thiel, and then he's in Silicon Valley, and that's really who he is. He's a Silicon Valley guy. And if you really want to understand who the vice presidential nominee actually is, you got to understand Silicon Valley, and you got to also understand the way that Silicon Valley has radicalized over time. You've got to understand how it went from a place which was kind of known as being somewhat progressive to a place that's known as being like strangely and disturbingly conservative, and not in a way that we're used to thinking of, not in the traditional sort of MAGA way. Like JD Vance represents like a new strain of conservatism, and it's really concerning. It has something to do with the Anna-Kasparian effect that I sometimes talk about in terms of, coastal elites, coastal people, not always, venture capitalists like JD Vance, but, sometimes people with kind of decent jobs and kind of decent lives and that are able to afford, sort of an urban lifestyle like that in places like LA and places like San Francisco and et cetera, who look out on the street and they see homeless people, and instead of saying, oh shit, I'm a progressive, this is against my values for people to be fucking treated like this, maybe we should do something about housing, they say, why are these fuckers allowed to live in my city? I want this to be my urban playground. I want this place to be nice. We need to sweep the trash out. That's the Anna-Kasparian effect. And this motherfucker has a lot more to do with that than his forged working class credentials. He will talk about the working class. He will talk about working people, but I don't think he knows them. I don't think he understands what that actually means. I don't think this guy has had to think about like where his next meal is coming from in his whole life, right? For somebody who is literally thinking about that question right now is a little bit hard to take, all right? But I'm going to deal with it. Southern Indiana, Northern Kentucky along the Ohio River, very Roman Catholic. Well, we're going to talk about Roman Catholicism too, Shakespeare, because that is... my understanding, though, of JD Vance is he did not grow up in the Catholic Church, but he is a convert. And look, I don't want to paint with too broad a brush because, religion, much like diet, is a very personal thing. And, I don't like try to, I know Christians that are good people. I know Christians that for them Christianity is like Jesus fed the poor, and so should I. And like I don't really have a problem with that. I don't have a lot of smoke for those people necessarily. I don't like break down my like cultural like judgment along the lines of yeah, Scott Weber says, isn't it like a valley in the mountains? Yep. And a lot of times that's where the road goes, and that's where the road goes, that's where the houses are. And these houses did not get electricity for a long time. These houses did not get phone for a long time. These houses did not get internet for a long time. And some of them are still like missing that, right? So, yeah, there is really very real deprivation in these rural areas of Appalachia that doesn't get talked about. It's not the stereotypical economically, depressed area, but it very much does exist. And and think about it too, because like, it's not just economic privation, right? It is a white coded economic privation. That is why Appalachia becomes part of JD Vance's, I keep on wanting to say JD Salinger, JD Vance's his fictitious biography, right? That's why that's there. That's why that's inserted, right? It's much like the Hillary Clinton, white working class, when she's running against Obama. Like she don't want to just out and out be. I mean, she was pretty racist, like that. You know that picture? That's like, is it photoshopped or something? No, it's a real picture of like Obama, like I think visiting some country in Africa, and he's wearing like he's wearing like the clothes of that area, and then like Hillary Clinton shopped that around to get it in people's minds that he's not one of us. He's different. He's an outside. He's not one of right. So yeah. I mean, like that was a very racist campaign. The white working class was used as a kind of dog whistle by Hillary Clinton in order to kind of engender resentment against like a black dude that's like doing all right. Right. Severely hurt by the opioid crisis. Yeah, and before that, the I shouldn't say this word, but the Breaking Bad. The stuff from Breaking Bad. That crisis as well, right? It's been hit by a lot of crises. They didn't get electricity, until the Tennessee River Valley. Yeah, this is the Tennessee Valley Authority, is what Shakespeare is talking about there. That was part of the New Deal that somewhat changed the lives of. He's a wannabe MAGA communist. Damn, Chad is high value. Chad is high yield today. He was visiting his family in Kenya. That's right. So we're talking about Obama there. JD is a wannabe MAGA communist. Yeah, I mean, kind of. So yeah. It's a lot like that. Stolen hillbilly valor. Hillbilly was a term to describe people in the Ozarks. Yeah, so we're talking about like Arkansas, Missouri. Yep. Indiana state line is like, yeah, I was just remembering that, Half Black Reefer. I was about to say that some of the suburbs were in Indiana, but I kind of don't think that's true. Like I always think of Columbus, Ohio. Wait, Columbus. Wait, what? I'm getting mixed up. I gotta look at a map here. It's been too long. Oh, I am wrong about that. I'm not thinking of Columbus. What city am I thinking of that's like closer to Cincinnati? I'm looking at a map of Cincinnati right now. Am I actually thinking of Indianapolis? The suburbs: Lawrenceburg, Florence, Amelia, Batavia, Milford. They said he was Milford. So yeah, that is a suburb of Cincinnati on the Ohio side of things. There's the Ohio River. What city am I remembering that's like? I'm gonna have to zoom out a little bit more. There's Louisville. Columbus, Indiana is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, okay, sorry. I was like thinking, wait, is that in Ohio? No, that's on the Indiana side of things, but it's definitely not a suburb. It's a anyway, Chad, I'm getting lost in the past here, but Vance wants to take away null fault divorce. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Yale historically is a very anti-Semitic school, says Shakespeare. Get out of that and get back into, and hello, what's up? Calico Jack, Sandusky, Ohio. It's where the Callahan auto parts are made. Calico Jack, you're talking about kind of like the other side. Like so I'm talking about like southwestern Ohio, and I think you're thinking Sandusky, Ohio is, wait, isn't it like north, it's northwestern Ohio is where Sandusky is? There's like a theme park there, like an amusement park there. It's kind of famous for roller coasters. It's roller coaster country up there. But yeah. So I mean, there is like economic privation in the area, much like a lot of the Midwest. This area, there were like auto parts that, I mean, so Detroit is, I mean, kind of far from Cincinnati, but the whole area of Cincinnati is, or the whole, Indiana, Ohio, states like this, a lot of industry that supported the auto industry. So in other words, like the parts, the windows, the this, the that was made in other places in the Midwest, right? So there is some. I don't want to paint it with a broad brush and say that like there aren't poor people in the vicinity, right? But yeah, I just want to say that the Cincinnati, Ohio suburbs are very different than the, heart of Appalachia. They're very different than, the holler, right? So that's what we're talking about. You didn't add context. Well, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to catch up with chat here. I might have missed the context even if you did add it. My grandmother died without ever having running water. Yeah, so like, yeah, this is the whole thing. It's stolen valor. It is somebody's life, but it's not JD Vance's life. And he is, the media and the Republican Party is going to try to portray it as this. He's going to try to make him into this working class hero, which he's not, which he's ever been. He's never been. He's a Silicon Valley venture capitalist, right? He is a fucking Yale social networked in kind of person. He's very different than the JD Vance that they're going to try to portray tonight at the Republican convention, which he's speaking at. Speaking of which, chat, I got to keep track of time because right now it is 2:16. Wow, I spent a lot of time. How can I talk that much? Vance wants to take away no fault divorce. Let's see. Oh my God. It's so hard. I'm trying to keep up with chat here. JD Vance was, Shakespeare says, a public affairs spokesman in the unit. Oh, yeah. So there's part of his background: U.S. Marine Corps, double major at Ohio State, Yale Law School graduate. That's where he met Peter Thiel, corporate lawyer and venture capitalist. Oh, yeah. What I was trying to get to when I got distracted, right? Because I'm talking about, I'm talking about Catholicism, and I'm talking about converts specifically to Catholicism rather than people that grew up in the Catholic Church, right? There is and saying I don't want to paint too broad a brush. So like, look, are there like Catholic converts that are probably good people that aren't some kind of, reactionary gargoyles? Yeah, most likely, right? But a lot of the people and a lot of the wave of conversion into Catholicism is evangelical or like mainline Christian people that are, have become so socially conservative that they're like looking for a church to sort of represent that. And in the Catholic Church, and more specifically, the more traditional branches of the Catholic Church have become, their refuge, right? Of wanting to, Shakespeare talks about this a lot. In terms of, a lot of the traditional Catholics are converts. They aren't, didn't grow, their family's not, Catholic, but they convert into it later for these reasons. Same thing with the Ortho Bros, the new wave of Orthodox converts. Candace Owens converted to Catholicism. That's right. So anyway, yeah, that's what we're talking about with JD Vance. We're going to be getting into it today with him. I am keeping my eye, like I said, on the clock, because at 2:45 and 26 minutes, the day 3 of the Republican National Convention is going to be underway. Oh yeah, that like brings me to the next thing, which is, So oh my God, everything's broken, isn't it? I'm going to fix these things in the background. Should be pointing at this. There we go. That's much better. All right, so yeah, RNC Milwaukee, day 3. This is the day when JD Vance speaks. Ostensibly, this day is going to be all about introducing the vice president, trying to build up his mythology and trying to retcon who this guy actually is and portray him as a hero of the working class. We got a little taste of this on Monday, right, with Make America Work Again, the first day of the Republican National Convention, and we're going to get a little bit more of a taste of it today with the with the introduction of JD Vance, and like this is like, I mean, Trump's been always a populist, right, in that he can relate to people more than a Hillary Clinton or a Barack Obama or a like the party insiders, right, are a little bit disconnected, and this is what kind of gave Trump his opening. But he's obviously not like us, and also in the Drake way as well. If you look into his visits to Little St. James Island, his his trips on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, yeah, he's very much not like us. But no, I mean, he's not like us in terms of, that shitty hat is not going to cover up the silver spoon coming out of his mouth that was jammed all the way up his ass since the day he was fucking born. Like, Donald Trump is comes from wealth, comes from money, was gifted his money by his racist ass dad, back in the day, and was bailed out whenever his ventures went south, right? People think that Trump is a great businessman who built his empire from nothing. Bullshit. If you got the money that Trump inherited, I'm not going to belabor this point too much because I've said it before, but if you or I had that money and we made very conservative investments with it, we would have more money than Trump. We would be legit billionaires, not like, struggling billionaires that can't pay their court fees, that can't pay their court settlements, right? He's not a good businessman. He's a bad businessman. He's failed at a number of different businesses. And the one business you could say that he didn't fail at is reality star show. But his reality show is based on more retconning, more forgery of his background in terms of portraying him as successful, which I guess, like, yeah, you got enough wealth and you can be a successful real estate magnate until it goes south. You can buy a casino and, be successful at that until you fuck that up, which is a very difficult bag to fuck up. It's a very difficult, the house always wins. Ask Mr. House, right? In New Vegas, right? Ask Mr. House if the house always wins, but it doesn't win with Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a fucking loser. He's a phenomenal loser. He is the epitome of a fucking fail son, to the point where his dad literally had to come to his casino with a suitcase full of money, trade that money for chips, and then walk out with the chips in the suitcase. Because that wasn't Mr. Trump wanting to gamble at Trump's casino. That was Mr. Trump bailing his fail son out once again. So, I mean, that's who he is. Everything about this guy's fake. And so, I guess in a way, JD Vance is the perfect vice president for him. JD Vance is the only person he could find that's as fake as Donald. There's not a lot of people out there that are as fake as Donald Trump. Can you spare $1 billion for a small mansion? They are not like us. That is true. That is true. Charles Martini. They are Trump especially. Trump especially definitely fits that Drake bill. So so let's and we'll get back to that more. We'll talk about more about Trump and Epstein when we're done with this is kind of like a drinking out of a fire hose kind of week. There's a lot going on. I want to get it all covered. Obviously, what happened on Saturday, the way that the media just mishandled that, like going on along with the line of like they did this to Trump, right? No, he this person, this, possibly disturbed, very conservative Republican person did this to Trump. It is not he was not sent by George Soros. All right. It's not a secret plan by the BlackRock group or whatever the hell, Republicans want to say it is. But what the media is doing is they're just kind of like, I don't know, registered Republican might have donated to Act Blue. I guess we'll never know. Media, you're fucking gutless, fucking worthless, and you fucking suck. Okay. And I'm not having it today or any other day. All right. We're going hard today. Speaking of going hard, this is going to be a little bit hard. This is what I was talking about, chat. I don't know why Twitch isn't up. I'm going to work on that. I'm going to figure that out. I'm going to try to see if I can somehow get Twitch to come up. But, it may not happen today. So that means that it's just you in the YouTube chat. It's just you in the Shorts chat. You're my only hope to getting us to the dono goal. What does the dono goal get us? Well, anything you fucking want, right? I've got a buffet of extra content laid out for you. And that is a buffet that will be closed up and refrigerated for another day if we don't hit the dono goal, right? And, it didn't happen yesterday, so I'm kind of hoping for this day, and I'm trying to really emphasize, if you want this to happen, it needs to happen early, because otherwise it might be a much shorter stream than you're used to. Anyway, we got Trump goes anti-vax in leaked RFK call. You may know about this, right? But Donald Trump, in trying to get RFK Jr. to leave the race when he thought, and this is something that they go back and forth on, what is the RFK Jr. effect? It may actually be different in different states. It's wild. Like, right? He's a spoiler candidate. He's got that name Kennedy. He's got that profile. He's got a little bit of, kind of fame and media training, right? He's maybe taken more of a percentage than your average third-party candidate, your average independent candidate. So he's going to have some effect. But does he pull more from the Biden people because we got that Kennedy name, or does he pull more from the Trump people because he's anti-vax and he's a fucking reactionary weirdo? Well, Trump was afraid that it was this, right? At first, people thought it was this, and Trump got the feeling that we got to get this guy out of the race. We got to get this guy to endorse me. Why is he not endorsing me? I should be the candidate that he. So he calls up Bobby, his good friend Bobby. Bobby, you gotta understand. I'm with you on the vax stuff. They take all this giant vax. They pack up like 1 million vaccinations into this giant ass needle, and they shove it in a baby, and the baby's never the same again, right? So that's one option is that we take a look at the phone call that we have thanks to a relative. I think, is it the son of RFK Jr. that put this to that released this, right? Yeah, he got called by Trump with Trump making an overture to try to say, like, hey, buddy, I'm with you. I'm with you on this fact shit. And Trump usually doesn't do that. He wants to ride the fence, right? In terms of like, well, I don't like the closing down of the country and the masks and all that shit. But at the same time, I'm the one who got the vaccine going. I rode their ass at the FDA. I busted up all that bureaucracy to get a vaccine out way faster than they usually get it, right? He wants to get credit for the fucking warp speed, but he also wants to get credit with the anti-vaxxers. He's trying to have it both ways. He's being, chat, I would say, just a bit of a weasel. And not in a good way either. Not in the cool kind of way where, like, you where you weasel the fuck up and get yourself a membership, and then I say, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Or you pass on the weasel to other people by gifting memberships, and I say to them, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And you hear all this kind of stuff, right? I'm not talking about that kind of weasel, right? That's a cool weasel. That's a good weasel. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about a very different, in fact, we should take his weasel card, honestly. Because, like, weasels get a bad name, and it's because of fuckers like Donald Trump. He is an absolute weasel, and not in a good way. But yeah, so like I'm saying, we've also got Chaya Rychek cancels grandma. That's right. Chaya Rychek is out there getting grandma fired from Home Depot right now, because grandma said something spicy about Trump. All right, not as spicy as Destiny, but like a little bit spicy. Grandma got a little spicy on social media, and now she's getting her ass canceled by motherfucking Chaya Rychek, by libs of TikTok, right? That's not cool. I'm not with that. We've also got the Destiny versus Hassan Inward Andy debate. Look, I'm putting this out here multiple times. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't won yet, but I'm going to give it another chance to possibly win. And I'm also going to give another chance to Keffel's Returns. If you want to know about what that's all about, what we can expect, when we can expect it, right? That's the big thing. Because Kufel is back at it again, back on Twitter. And, it'd be nice to take a little trip down memory lane, see what's, see what's going on, see what we got to look forward with Kufels coming back to content. We'll see what form that content has taken. I haven't really, she canceled my Bubby. That's right. No one canceled this Bubby. That's right, your mom. That's right. That's right. Has she run out of slightly more important people to bother? I guess. She can't get attention. She can't get attention. But yeah, now that she's being a fucking woke scold for Trump, I don't know. They're doing small bean Republican shit. They're doing small bean conservatism. Like, oh, I'm a small bean. I can't believe you would compare me to Hitler because then somebody might want to hurt me. Oh, it's all your fault that I got my ear pierced for free by one of your own fucking supporters, or former supporter, maybe somebody that you are no longer conservative enough for, maybe somebody who would rather see like Nick Fuentes run for president. I don't know, chat. I don't know. We'll find out more as more becomes available. Enough of Destiny already. He's cooked. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to do more Destiny. We got our Destiny content worked out of our system yesterday, I think. I hope. Yo, what's up, YouTube Shorts chat? RFK Jr. only says 3 gruff yes, and well, yeah, it's there's not a lot of RFK. The most interesting aspect of that call, Earthkeeper, is actually what Trump says. Rather than what RFK Jr. says. Koopel's back. Tell a friend. That's right, Schmegley. And again, for anybody just joining us, right? I don't know what's going on with Twitch either, okay? I'm going to try to put it out of mind. If there's any way I can fix it and get Twitch going, I will, but for the moment, it just seems to be broke for me. I get that. It doesn't sound like it's, I don't know. So far, I don't know anybody else who's having problems with Twitch, but we are having problems. Have I ever covered Tony Michael's podcast? I don't think so. But yeah, we're going to get going here. And again, so these are our options. And again, this stream is kind of going to go fast. I'm not necessarily going to be like, do not get used to the long streams because those are, I need to get out of that. I need to get out of that. So if you want to make this happen, we got to make it happen early. And again, we are down one platform. So Twitch, usually we get some help from Twitch. We're not going to get that today. Twitch is don't count on Twitch saving your ass because they will not. And we got to make up for Twitch because I can't get it. Oh my god, you donated on PayPal. Thank you, Moe Nope. That is really helpful. Yeah, so like Moe Nope's talking about whose name I feel like. Okay, Moe No Ape. Okay, there's so many different ways to say your name though. It could be Mo Nope. It could be Moe No Ape. It could be Moe Nope, or it could be Mo No Ape. Oh my gosh, I've never called you Mo No Ape before. That's kind of cute. I should have you pick which pronunciation you would rather have me do. Because some people's name I pronounce a little weird, like Shakespeare. Shakespeare, I think only gets called Shakespeare by me, but like I'm in a habit of it, so that's what I'm doing. And I see your link, Shakespeare. Let me take a look at that. But again, that's what we got going, just so you know. Yeah, so what I was trying to say is like, okay, so I am having a very difficult month, right? July is the evilest month. It's really hot. My back is sweating. My cooler clothes are in the wash right now. My my pressure cooker just broke. And like for some reason June was just not a good month, and like the way that my pay, I don't know how it works for you, chat, but I get paid like a month behind, like 3 weeks after, if that makes sense. So my paycheck for on the 21st to the 20, whenever YouTube decides to send it out, is going to be for the month of June, and in June I didn't do as well. Right, we had a really good May, but not such a great June. And then the July is looking great so far. So as of August, like I'm going to be okay. But this month is going to be really tough. So Moinope, I really appreciate you donating to me through PayPal. The whole deal is, though, the links in the description. That's PayPal, and that is Cash App. Like whichever of those are easiest for you to use. that goes to me directly, and it gets to me faster. So it might be something that I can use to try to pay off the vultures that will be soonly descending upon my corpse to try to pick me dry this month before I can even get to August to receive, said decent paycheck. So I very much appreciate that. And again, any sort of donation, whether it is a super chat, whether it is a super sticker, whether you are weaseling the fuck up yourself, you're just like, you decide it's high time I weasel the fuck up, and like you're like, been weaseled. Yeah, and that's a good. Or whether you are passing along the weasel to other people, and I'm like, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Or whether it's any of the links in the description or to the Throne account, which I've also got like a I've got there's that you can donate to me on directly kind of on Throne 2. I've got something set up for that. I've got like estimated like shortfall of my rent this month, which is like $500, and I don't know how I'm going to do it. But regardless, that counts as do Patreon's signups and everything else. So yeah, so any sort of donation, it makes the dono goal go up, which gets us closer to one of these topics that we can cover after the JD Vance stuff. And it also it also lets you, like, so you can tell me afterwards, like, which of these subjects you want to see, and I'll put your money where your mouth is, or where my mouth is right now, right? I'll put your money wherever, whichever of these topics that you want to choose, and it'll add to the percentage. So right now, we've got 2 polls running, one in shorts. Did I just do a kitty cat? I'm looking at myself on the delay, and it looks like I did a kitty cat. That's pretty cute. Anyway, chat, I might put on cat ears, even though I don't have Twitch today. I might put on cat ears. Anyway, so right now, if I look at the poll on the full scale stream, Trump Jr. leaked anti-vax call is winning. Libs of TikTok in second place at 33%. Keffel's returns in third place at 22%. Destiny versus Hassan inward Andy debate not doing so well at 8%. If I go over here to shorts, I find that we have 43% for Trump RFK anti-vax call leaked, 21% for Chaya Rychek, whose name I always mispronounce. I'll try again sometime. Cancels Granny, 21% for Keffels as well, and 17%. So yeah, Destiny versus Hassan inward Andy debate, kind of the loser here. Kind of looking like a loser today. Might not keep it on there any longer. But that's where we're at now. So how does this work again? I average the percentage on YouTube full scale stream, full screen stream, with the percentage on YouTube vertical stream, on the percentage on YouTube shorts, right? And then I take that average and I add these numbers right here to that average. And with that, we get the final result, right? We figure out the final result, what wins. You can put your thumb on the scale when you donate. You can affect the results of the poll when you donate. Sometimes the poll wins. You can also, if you really want the poll to win, if you want the votes to count more than anything else, you can say Vox Populi. That means voice of the people. That's the only Latin that I know, other than Noli Me Tangere, which is, an important poem to reference for no reason whatsoever. And that basically takes percentages away from the topics, right? So just let me know when you donate what you want that to go to, and I'll put your money where my mouth just was, and we'll go from there, and we'll see what we get to watch, if we get to watch something. Again, it's all contingent on hitting that dono goal of 100%. That's true, Shakespeare. So, and I'll try to keep, Destiny is oversaturating himself. Yeah, I could see that. I voted for Chaya. I feel like I'm still pronouncing her name wrong. Yeah, it's the Bean Fund, the Instapot. Well, it's kind of like Earthkeeper. It's kind of like an Instapot. Pressure cooker is a must. I love pressure cookers, except when they explode. That's not so good. Happy level up day. Spin those skills. Is it really level up day today? Well, we're about to level up to the beginning of the stream here today. Oh, that's really sweet, Benny, Julius. No, I appreciate whatever you can do. Like don't anybody like take it all on your shoulders. All right, you're not Atlas. I'm not expecting you to shrug. I'm not gonna write a 1,000-page plus book about you with a 20-page speech by John Galt. Right? I don't have any plans to Ayn Rand out here. Is what I'm saying. Although I do need to see the rest of that movie. The movie version, I think, of Atlas Shrugged was actually pretty funny. I would love to react to that. That would be such a cool thing to react to Atlas Shrugged. Well, I'm getting distracted. I'm getting massively distracted. And again, we've got 5 minutes until the start of the Republican convention. Let me mute this tab so we don't just like start hearing. They hired a cover band to play classic rock. Is what the Republicans have done. Oh yeah, you know what? Maybe we should start with this. We missed some really killer content yesterday. All right. Day 2, Vivek Ramaswamy. This was the day for all of the Trump challengers to go and kiss the ring and show their obedience. Is that him? That's him. Yes. Okay. So yeah, this is what we missed yesterday. This is
now
his dog, Governor Justice.
You didn't really expect that, did you?
I mean, we do now. Here, let's switch over to the...
Let me just say just this. She makes us smile, and she loves everybody. And how could the message possibly be any more simpler than just that? Now, I've got to tell you just this.
Yeah, well, I get it. It's just like Trump. He makes us smile.
The foundation of my life is the truth.
Kaya?
I've got to tell you just this and tell you this right now.
It's like in the back of my...
Media all the time to find something...
Legma, right check.
The truth, and they can't do it because I'm not going to do that. Now, I want you to listen to this and pay really close attention. The bottom line to why we're here, the bottom line to every single thing that's...
We're here to look at your chonkerly dog, sir. You are not the star of the show. Let's get the camera back on the dog.
Going on in this great country today is one thing. We become totally unhinged if Donald Trump is not elected in November.
It's like a threat. No, look at my cute dog and then let me make a fucking violent threat. Yo, these assholes, they're saying that like when Biden says stuff like we're going to do ads to like put the bullseye on Donald, we're going to target him in our talking to donors, so like, what is your money going to go to? Targeting our adversary, right? That's dangerous. That caused apparently a conservative Republican, if you believe the lies, that caused a conservative Republican to give Donald Trump a free ear piercing. But no, like saying we're going to become totally, if Donald Trump doesn't win this next election, we're going to become totally unhinged. But never mind that, because he's got a cute dog. It's okay, because he's got her name means I live or life. That's very Trumpian. Why the hell does he have his dog with? I don't know. I think he does social media with his dog. We could find some of this. His name is Justice, some Governor Justice of West Heim. See, like it's messed up because like it's not like the way that people pronounce, like when like on Piers Morgan people are like Hamas. It's not like that. Is it like that? Is that actually how you pronounce that? Like Chai, am I doing it right? Chaya, right, Chuck? Is that correct? Do I have it now?
Talk to you tonight about my relationship with
with my dog. I consider myself to be the parent of this cute little chonky dog here. That's my relationship with my dog that I'd like to discuss with you. What do you think about that, Waluigi? I would like to talk to you tonight about my relationship with Waluigi. I am Waluigi's mother. I put Waluigi in the high chair, and I chop up peas and carrots, and I spoon feed Waluigi little bits of little chunks. Anyway.
I want to talk to you about an incredible man. I want to tell you the truth about him and his family.
Oh, the dog's name is Baby Doll.
He's tough. He's super smart. He's a business guy. But maybe there's something that you've missed, and that is he genuinely cares.
About chonky little dogs like my baby doll.
He cares about all of them.
Hurry up, them Duke boys are getting away, though. The chat is roasting him. This is Fox News. This is Fox News. And the people, like, I'm seeing the replay of the chat, and literally somebody in there, hurry up, them Duke boys are getting away. Send out Roscoe.
Every last one of us, and he loves this nation beyond good sense. He has amazing kids. I've hunted and fished with Don Jr. He's an incredible
Donald Jr.
outdoorsman.
He's an incredible outdoorsman. He's got amazing survival skills. You know that Donald Jr. made a bow drill fire for. I was right about to get my lighter out when Donald Jr. busted out his pocket full of tinder, which he takes with him everywhere he goes. He got his little bow drill going, and he made us a fire. It only took him 5 hours.
Really treasured friend. Now imagine this.
My treasured friend, Donald Jr. I didn't know that Boss Hogg and Donald Jr. were like such good friends. Jeez.
Back in the woods on top of a mountain, and I blew the tire out on the back of my 4x4. And who was under the vehicle right there?
Roscoe Pico Train.
Eric Trump.
Eric Trump, aka Roscoe. That's canon now, chat. That's canon.
Donald Trump has taught his kids the very.
Oh God, shut up. He taught his kids to change a tire. That man's hands have never been dirty. I mean, in a literal sense, right? Figuratively, very dirty, very corrupt man. He is the swamp, right? But in terms of fucking changing a tire, fuck that horseshit. All right. If anything, Donald's kids might have taught him to change a tire. Like, that guy's never changed his oil. That guy's never changed his tire. That guy doesn't know what color radiator fluid is, right? Come on.
Taught them absolutely to respect the military. He's taught them to respect our first responders. He's taught them absolutely to treat our working men and women with love and respect all across this land. Let me tell you just this. I was in the green room with President Trump, and there was a MAGA hat laying there.
MAGA hat.
I picked it up. We had just had our
I picked it up.
baby. A boy named JC.
For Jesus Christ?
Absolutely was just.
Did you name your kid JC after Jesus?
And all of a sudden, I asked President Trump if he would sign that hat for our grandbaby JC.
Our grandbaby Jesus Christ.
He wrote on it. He wrote, JC, always work hard. Now let's review.
Let's review, okay. No, wait. You know what I want to review? I want to review the dog. All right? That's what I want to see. Take me back to the chonker. Take me back to the chonker. That's all I want to review. Oh my God. My friend Donald Trump.
He's tough. He's super smart. He's a business guy. He loves.
That's what I call him, Shakespeare. JC. My Lord and Savior, JC.
Loves America. He taught his kids the right values, and he's a hard worker. Sure sounds like a leader to me. Sure sounds like a president to me.
Let's get back to the dog. Come on. That's all we care about. That's all. I love how the fucking Fox News, like, camera on the dog, please. Camera on the dog.
Ask yourself, why does Donald Trump fight every day for us and continue to take this senseless persecution?
The persecute, just like JC.
Why? And I know the answer.
Who I named my grandbaby after. His parents wanted to call him Jonathan. I said that this boy is going to be named Jesus Christ Justice. Because that's our familial name.
Because we're worth it.
Pinstripe suit. Full Windsor tie.
Baby Dog's got a prediction.
He's talking about the working class with that fucking shit on. Come on.
For everybody here. And here's the prediction. Baby Dog says we'll retain the House, the majority in the House.
They don't seem so sure about that.
We're going to flip the United States Senate.
They're a little bit more sure about that. Look, they should, honestly, they should have had the Senate like 3 times by now, right? It's kind of amazing how the Republicans end up. It's so easy. Do you know? Okay, so understand, right? The House, right? As I had to teach West Side Tyler, you know, our friend of the VOD. Tyler doesn't seem to understand that the House of Representatives, you run in a district, and in the Senate you run in the state, right? But like, yeah, so the House has got districts, right? So it's like part of the state votes for a representative, and the full state votes for the senator. So you got 50 states, chat, meaning that the state of California, 2 senators. The state of Alaska, 2 senators. Wyoming, 2 senators. Montana, 2 senators. Alabama, 2 senators. Tennessee, 2 senators, right? I'm naming, if I go down the line, right, I'm going to name off a lot of red states. I'm going to name off a lot of red states. That should be easy math for the Republicans. That should be a lock up for them to win the Senate. And they have fucked the bag multiple times now on super advantageous maps, which usually the Senate is a super advantageous map for, I mean, like the fact that like his own state, Joe Manchin, a Democrat, I don't know if you want to call Joe Manchin a Democrat, but a Democrat, you know, won year after year after year. I mean, that's kind of amazing. Anyway. Heart bullfrog. It's baby dog, she, her pronouns for baby doll.
Overwhelmingly, we're going to elect.
Isn't it illegal to name a kid Jesus Christ? Or is it legally? He said JC. I was just like, when he said JC, that's the first thing I thought of was, you're naming the kid Jesus Christ? Look, isn't there a joke? Some old comic has like a joke where they're like, I used to think that my name was Jesus Christ and my brother's name was God damn it, because whenever they'd call us for dinner, they'd say, get in here, Jesus Christ, God damn it. That's what I thought. That's what we thought our names were.
Donald J.
Honest to God.
Trump and JD Vance in November.
He looks like he lives at a Golden Corral. I think he, you know, that's the thing though. He doesn't ever go to the Golden Corral. Like this guy could like pay to get home cooked meals delivered to his fucking house, right? Like home cooked Southern meals.
And baby dog says, what is the reason that she knows why we're going to win? And the answer is one thing: because we're worth it. God bless you. God bless this great country. And God bless Donald.
Resentment politics, right? Those goddamn liberals out there, they don't think that you're worth it. They don't think that you're worth a good goddamn thing.
J. Trump.
But he knows he's worth it. He knows that he, like, yeah, I mean, like, you know, look at this resentment, like, right? You know, this incredibly, like, wealthy man, this fucking governor from West Virginia, you know, but he's got a Southern accent, so maybe some people over there in Hollywood don't think that he's very intelligent. They don't realize that he was educated at Harvard, and God damn it. I mean, like, look, Southerners, they embody this kind of Donald Trumpian resentment more than anyone. It's really strange though, because like, I remember I remember growing up and watching ads where like there was some ad for like a picante sauce that was like, our picante sauce is made in Texas by real Americans. Where's this picante sauce made in? New York City. New York City. Get the rope, right? And my friend who's like Jewish immediately like hears the dog whistle in that shit. And like, you know, I mean, I grew up in an area where you know, anti-Semitism would get called out. Like there was you know, like there's enough Jewish people in like my area where like you didn't have these little enclaves where, I mean, like I'm sure it went on somewhere when there was a very, you know, very Christian, like, you know, kind of conglomeration of people, right? But like, you know, like I had to kind of learn about those dog whistles. I had to sort of learn about anti-Semitism because it didn't appear in the same way, like the jokes and shit like that in the area that I grew up in, right? But like as soon as I started to see it, it's like my eyes opened up, and once I kind of got to recognize like the dog whistles and shit, you know, it's all over the fucking place. It's all over the fucking place. But yeah, this is the kind of resentment that you know, I mean, like, think about like, you know, the use of the word they. I don't think that is always, I mean, the famously kind of a anti-Semitic dog whistle. But with the Republicans, with the Trump Republicans, I feel like it can stand in for a lot of marginalized groups, right? You know, including they them, big they them, right? Is the ones that they don't value us too highly, right? So yeah, more resentment politics from the Trumpies. It was paste picante. You thought it was like spaghetti? I mean, it could be. I would use it like spaghetti. That sounds good. It's not picante, it's picante. Oh, no. No. God, chat. Oh my God. That is my fucking bane right now. Now, look, I think most of this music is coming from a cover band, right? They've got a cover band there. You're going to hear a lot of like classic rock at the RNC. They've got a cover band, and I still think that's dodgy. I still think that's you know, I have sang on stream before, and you know, the few songs I sang well, I got hit for using melodies, right? They detected the melody of the song that I was singing, and they nailed me for that. So I got to be really careful. I have to be really careful. Forever people still thought that Jesus was killed, but oh my God. And now Gen X is so realized that the church was lying to people. People aren't listening to the church. Yeah, no, that's in like certain, you know, certain, famously the Catholic Church up until Vatican II, that was part of their belief set, right? It was scriptural, right? Until they decided it wasn't. You got to make your sauce with some red wine. Oh my God. Chat, don't torture me with food. Like I said, it's a tough month right now. I still have some beans in the refrigerator though. I'm not completely out of food. So yeah, this is Baby Dog and Governor Justice. Yeah, these are characters, right? And look, I mean, this is a stunt, much like the Clint Eastwood stunt, talking to an invisible chair, as if you're talking to Barack Obama. Was that the 2000 and... I don't know if that was... I think that was 2012, right? Was that the 2012 Mitt Romney Republican convention?
Virginia governor and the next senator from West Virginia, Jim Justice.
Okay, so yeah, very likely they're right about that, right? Joe Manchin, like I said, has sat in that seat and been the worst Democratic senator that you could imagine. But Manchin has finally announced his retirement, and this is maybe very likely his replacement.
And Baby Dog.
No, no, no. Wait, I'm nodding my head too. I can't do this. I can't do this. Baby dog? I thought it was baby doll. It's baby dog? I mean, look, the Meemaw Peepaw politics, right? It's good. You expect there's going to be a lot of this. There's going to be a lot of this from the Republicans.
Now, with all that being said, I know that a lot of you want to meet my little buddy. So if baby doll could come on out here.
Here we go. We're going to bring out baby dog. Yo, this chat is wild. I'm seeing Israeli flags, I'm seeing American flags, and I'm seeing North Korean flags in this chat. This is Fox News.
Now.
I'm sorry. Chat, I only do this because I got relatives that sound like this. All right, it's not cultural appropriation if you grow up with you grow up here in the Southern accent. I somehow it skipped me. Somehow it never, maybe I watched too much TV and so I never got it. My sister does sound a little bit like this though. My sister does have a very pronounced Southern accent.
You didn't really expect that, did you? But with that being said, let me just say just this.
But again, she didn't grow up in the, she didn't grow up in the same place that I got to grow up outside of the, that's probably part of it too. That I didn't grow up in the South like she did.
She makes us smile and she loves everybody. And how could the message possibly be any more simpler than just that?
You are a liar, sir. Project 2025, which your side wants to implement, is not about loving everybody. All right? And unless you're just like dehumanizing a large swath of American people, like they're talking about, undoing people's citizenship and shit, right? It's not, no, do not tell me that's universal love.
Now, I've got to tell you just this. The foundation of my life is the truth. I've got to tell you just this and tell you this right now. I challenge the media all the time to find something that knowingly I've told them it's not the truth, and they can't do it.
Can I do a Valley Girl accent? Or a Jersey accent? I don't think I can do a Jersey accent. I don't think I have a Jersey accent. Valley Girl? I feel like I've never heard like a honest to God like Valley accent, right? Anytime I hear a Valley accent, it's like done up. You know what I mean? It's like exaggerated.
Because I'm not going to do.
I mean, like that comes from something. Probably the way that people used to talk in the Valley in like the 90s or 80s. Yeah, in the 90s or 80s, right? Can you do see my question above? I'll try to, Shakespeare. Project 25 is scary. Yeah, scary shit.
The bottom line to why we're here. The bottom line.
Ooh, Shakespeare, that is dark. Is Baby Dog a reference to Baby Doc Duvalier, right? Son of Papa Doc Duvalier, monster fucking Haitian, U.S.-backed Haitian dictator, right? The Papa Doc, his deal. Oh my God, Chad, I gotta explain this. Let's see if I can explain this somehow. This is a lot, right? Haiti is the home to a lot of syncretic religion. And if you haven't heard that term before, it means when, a religious practice comes from the confluence of different religious practices, right? And Vundon, which, has been kind of bastardized in American film as voodoo and spooky and evil and right, Halloween shit, right, is prominent in Haiti. Papa Doc Duvalier, when he would talk, he would affect a certain manner of speech, and this is a manner of speech associated with the loi who represents death. Loa of, ancestral African deity, I guess is the best way to explain it. So motherfucker is doing a voice, is putting on a persona. And look, part of Vundan is possession, is that people feel people become possessed by these ancestral spirits and will talk to other people at the event as these personas, right? Like that's the religious practice, right? So this accent is something that people from Haiti would be familiar with hearing and would associate with with death, right? And this is a dictator, putting this shit on. Yeah, I mean, there's a profoundly like evil person that is the anyway. Sorry, chat. That was a little bit of a divergence. We're talking about baby dog here, not baby Doc, not to be confused with baby Doc, U.S. backed Haitian dictator.
What's going on in this great country today is one thing: we become totally unhinged if Donald Trump is not elected in November. I want to talk to you tonight about my relationship with President Trump. I want to talk to you about an incredible man.
I feel like we
about him and his family. He's tough. He's super smart. He's a business guy. But maybe there's something that you've missed, and that is he
boss hog.
Genuinely cares. He cares about all of us.
That's what the Fox News chat is calling this guy, boss hog.
Every last one of us, and he loves this nation beyond good sense. He has amazing kids. I've hunted and fished with Don Jr. He's an incredible outdoorsman and a really treasured friend. Now imagine this. Eric and I have been so far back in the woods on top of a mountain, and I blew the tire out on the back.
Okay, so yeah, we got it all. We got it all. We observed, we took in the. I just didn't want to miss this. So chat, this is what's going on right now in the RNC. Trying to get a sense of it. Now, so some of these interviews, like if I turn this on right now, I may very well hear when it's not going, when there's not a speaker, there's going to be a cover band. So I'm trying to avoid. Wait, if I got this.
On her side was a huge boost.
There are only going to be 7 House members speaking tonight, and the rest of them are from Florida or Texas. Is there any significance to those 2 states?
So it looks like we really haven't gotten this going. It's not going yet. Marcella C. Welcome in. Yeah, he's super smart. Donald Trump. I would call him cunning. I would say that Donald Trump is like smart like a fox. There's a lot, though, that Donald Trump just does not know, and it's kind of hilarious. But, I mean, like, let's be real. All right, when we're talking about intelligence, we're talking about a multi-splintered thing. It's usually pared down to, like, your ability at like, science and math, or, for other people, how well-read you are. For some people, how many languages that you speak. But, oh, my God, there's so many different kinds of intelligence that it almost doesn't make sense to speak of it as a singular thing when we're really talking about like a multitude of different abilities and stuff. And what we anyway, it's a I feel like I'm weighing this down a little bit. Kyle Kulinski. So I don't know what it is with Kyle Kulinski, but he has been, Jesus Christ. This guy is a content beast. And look, I've seen some fucked up tweets of his from way back. I don't always agree with him on what he says, but he is covering like a number of different topics that are pretty important. And this is what he's saying about JD Vance.
Saying even more preposterous things about the Trump shooting and where they were and what they were doing. Biden also did a couple new interviews, and he's rambling his way to new levels of cooked. Then later on, a scandal now with RFK and Trump. We have MAGA turning on Trump over one of the speakers at the RNC. And Alex Jones, man. Alex Jones said something really weird on his show about 6 months ago that I'm going to show for you. I mean, look, it's about the idea of the assassination of Trump, and just wait until you see it, is all I'm going to say. And also, we're finally going to discuss Judge Aileen Cannon, who completely threw out Trump's document case now. Said, we're done here. This
He's Eileen.
We're not going to go any further on this one.
Okay, so just so you know, that will be appealed and very likely overturned. All right. Now, what this does, though, what her dismissal of the case does is adds even more time to a case that already wasn't going to be heard before the election. So if Donald Trump is ever held accountable for the documents thing, it's going to be after the election. And it's only going to be if he is not returned to power, right? So there's some motivation. Look, I know there's not a lot of motivation, to vote for Biden for so many different reasons. His fucking policy in Israel is abysmal. Is stomach turning. It's downright genocidal. He is, a terrible candidate. Should be retired. Should not be running. Should have somebody in his family, somebody in the party should have made this assessment already. There should have been a real primary and in which, the assessment was made that he's not exactly the same guy that he was 4 years ago. And although people, felt good with him being selected, not as the only person who could beat Bernie, as he himself acknowledged, there's like at least 50 candidates that he could think of that could beat Donald Trump. But as the candidate who could beat Bernie Sanders, who was winning the primary at the time that he entered into it, at the time that he that people dropped out and endorsed Biden, right? But unfortunately, he is very stubborn. More people have come out. I think Adam Schiff being the latest, saying that Biden needs to drop out. So we'll see. But this, event on Saturday has been somewhat of a godsend for Biden in terms of being able to change the subject to something other than his incapacity to function as a candidate and questionable capacity to perform the role of president.
Now it's going to be appealed, so there's still a chance for that case, but she is certainly doing what Trump wants her to do, which is rigging it in his favor. And I use that word on purpose. Okay, so without any further ado, let's go ahead and jump into it. Everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel. That helps out big time. It costs you absolutely nothing. All right, so let's do it. I wanted to walk you guys through yet again more about JD Vance. So JD Vance used to be massively anti-Trump. He would go on all the liberal media outlets and he would say things like Trump could be America's Hitler and he's a disgrace. And actually, I'm going to vote third party because I could never see myself voting for Trump in 1,000 years. He said, iterations of all of these things. Since then, he's made a hard right turn. He's obviously riding Trump's meat. So let's go through some of his policy positions. Here's one thing that he said. By the way, the audio on this is horrible. You're about to experience it. But listen to what he said. This is on the topic of divorce.
And this is one of the great tricks that I think the sexual revolution pulled on the American populace, which is this idea that these marriages were fundamentally, they were maybe even violent, but certainly they were unhappy. And so getting rid of them and making it easier for people to shift spouses like they change their underwear, that's going to make people happier in the long term. And
the fuck kind of shit is that? Like you change your underwear? Come on.
maybe it worked out for the moms and dads.
Shift spouses? What do you think that? No, look, people fall in love. They get married or they get married for a variety of different reasons. And you don't know the person that you're marrying as well as you do when, you start your life with them. And people change and people grow apart. And this is some kind of reactionary perspective that just does not understand that because it's anti-individual. It's all about this idea of the institution of marriage, The marriage means something. Marriage is forever, right? And if you're, and look, I feel like I cut him off before he even said the worst part. Let's let him go.
I'm skeptical, but it really didn't work out for the kids of those marriages.
It really didn't work out. Okay, so it might have worked out for the parents. Maybe that's really nice to be able to shift partners because you're just your crazy libertine hippie ways of like, you know, trying out some of this and trying out some of that and, you know, whatever, right? Paring it all down to like what? It's about sex. It's about your sexual like curiosity got the best of you. Your sexual like you're not able to control yourself. That's why people get divorced. No, that's fucking bullshit. That's fucking bullshit, right? There are so many different things. And like, so what he's nodding to when he says like it might have worked out for the parents, but not the kids, is that even if you're in a situation where your relationship is fucking abusive, physically even, you should stick it out for the kids. This is going to be his chorus that he comes back to. His this is the point that this justifies some of his worst positions, right? For the kids.
Marriages.
So I mean, look, one of his positions is we should get rid of no-fault divorce. Another way of saying that is you should kind of be forced to stay with your spouse. If you make the decision to get married, there should be effectively no way out of that. And he even brings up like a situation where it's abusive. Sort of suck it up and deal with it because something family values, something think about the kids. Yeah, but the kids witnessing an abusive marriage of their parents, they're definitely worse off in that scenario. Doesn't care. So guys, call it what it is. This is extreme social conservatism. And it's relatively recent that the right decided we're going to go all in on saying we should get rid of no-fault divorce. So in other words, we're backsliding on certain social issues, and he's helping to lead the way on that front. All right, so JD Vance had this on his website, and he has since deleted it since being picked VP. It says, "End abortion. I am 100% pro-life and believe that abortion has turned our society into a place where we see children as an inconvenience to be thrown away rather than a blessing to be nurtured. Eliminating abortion is first and foremost about protecting the unborn, but it's also about making our society more pro-child and pro-family."
Okay, so again, we redefine, anything from a fucking like, zygote to a blastocyst to like a fetus. We redefine that as a child. Even though there's no fucking argument that you can make for, life begins at this moment or life begins at this moment, right? And so as a result, the, whole point of Roe versus Wade and the right to privacy was like, hey, who gets to decide when this, a pregnancy should be terminated and when it shouldn't be terminated? The person who's pregnant. Right? Because there's just no affirmative answer for this question, but he wants to turn this back into like, no, it's a fucking, I don't know. Like, are we back to like every sperm is sacred? Or are we going to go past the zygote? I don't know. I'm guessing he's one of these like conception kind of guys, but so then he gets to insert his think about the children into situations in which the conception happened in the context of an unconsensual act that was forced on the now pregnant person. And they are now trapped with a, forced pregnancy. Or where the pregnant person's life is in danger, right? Nope. Think about the children. Think about the children. This is what he does.
He's more on the, I'm pro-child and pro-family in a second. Wait until you see some of his economic ideas. The historic Dobbs decision puts this new era of society into motion, one that prioritizes family and the sanctity of all life. The pro-life fight continues by ensuring that every young mother has the resources to bring new life into the world, expanding adoption and promoting pregnancy centers so that every child grows up in a loving home as they deserve, will expand child tax credits and ensure that young parents don't come home from the hospital with...
Okay, Shakespeare says, also remember JD Vance follows Bronze Age pervert. Look, this is actually potentially very relevant. I was talking about earlier how JD Vance is not like your parents' conservative, not your parents' Republican, not even like your like older cousins' conservative, right? JD Vance is part of a new breed of Republican. And the person that Shakespeare mentions, Bronze Age pervert, kind of exemplifies this maybe more than anybody, right? When we think of conservatives, we think of a group of people in which anti-intellectualism has been cultivated, right? And a lot of the resentment that I talked about with Governor Justice and with Donald Trump comes from the idea that the quote unquote liberal institutions like education, particularly like higher education, do not value these people who are, who've been inculcated into this anti-intellectual perspective, right? Bronze Age pervert, JD Vance, Peter Thiel are not like that. They are generally fairly educated people, fairly well connected people who went to, good school, quote unquote. I mean, like that's kind of classist to say good schools, but like what schools that are regarded as being good schools and that have powerful social networks that you get plugged into by going to these schools. But they are kind of the people who maybe were liberal at one point and changed their mind or felt like outsiders in some way, felt undervalued as people, as we're going to get into in just a second with the Chapo clip, and have sort of switched teams, right? Actually, for once, Chapo's like really prescient on and they look at, like, for all, and I've got issues, with Chapo. I don't always agree with them. But in this case, like, Chapo has been on this beat talking about these particular conservatives for like years and years and years. And it becomes really important when you're in a situation where that is now the Republican nominee for vice president, where we could have a Silicon Valley dark acolyte of Peter Thiel as the vice president under a man who very well may not serve out his entire term. Right? As much as Trump has become a juggernaut in the Republican Party, as much as Trumpism and MAGA is like an institution now, and it's almost like a litmus test, right? How your regard, your reputation with MAGA, with Trump, is very much limits or broadens your ability to work as a operator in that Republican Party. So yeah, we're going to get into that more and more, but yeah, that's actually, I'm glad you brought up Bronze Age pervert this time, Shakespeare. That is on point.
Budget busting surprise bills. Okay. So again, let's be clear. This says end abortion, and I don't see any language that hedges.
Let me do a little test here. One in chat, if you know who I'm talking about. Bronze Age pervert, BAP. Anybody familiar with this social media influencer, let's say? The book Bronze Age Mindset.
Hey, if the life of the mother is in danger, of course. Hey, if the health of the mother is in danger, of course. Hey, if there's a fatal defect in the fetus and they're not going to make it anyway, of course. There's none of that. There's none of that. By the way, he's one of the Republicans that wants to ban IVF, in vitro fertilization. So this is as extreme as it gets. This is like Mike Pence. This is...
Yeah, so that's a really bad political take to kind of lead with, right? And this is what Trump is trying to kind of pull himself out of, right? He is the person, his actions, his nominations for Supreme Court ended Roe v. Wade, allowed the Supreme Court to become emboldened so they could take down the Chevron doctrine, expand this idea of the unitary executive, create and affirm this notion of the imperial presidency. But now that's not playing so well, right? Particularly Roe versus Wade is becoming a huge liability. If you look at the off-year elections, if you look at the midterm elections, the Republicans have not performed as well as it seemed like they should have. And abortion and Roe versus Wade is a big part of that. So now Donald Trump, being the political animal that he is, has recognized that he needs to back away from that, and he doesn't want to be associated. He's come out before and essentially given the nod to a straight up abortion ban. And one step further, which is what Kyle is talking about JD Vance doing, is, banning IVF, in vitro fertilization. Now, what does this represent? We're going to get into this a little bit more later on, but Peter Thiel, JD Vance, they have this notion of wanting to go in some ways back to a simpler time, but in some ways forward to a dystopian future. It's equal part Mad Men, I'd say, and God, I always want to call it the Stepford Wives, Handmaid's Tale, right? It's a combination of like a aggrandized palingenetic view of the past with a dystopian sort of future as well, like kind of mixed into it. But yeah, this idea, and they talk about things like you should be able to get by on a single income for the family, like the trad wives, etc. Right now, how does this work in the modern economy when capitalism is unwilling to pay people enough to to have a family on a single income? He's talked about stuff like expanded child tax credit, right? So they got that. They got the sense of, okay, well, let's have help for parents according to the size of their family. Do you see where this is going, chat? You know who has big families? You know who's gonna really benefit from this expanded child tax credit? Yeah. The right wing giant quiverful movement, as they call it, like huge families and shit like that. So what does the IVF thing represent beyond just like being a reactionary viewpoint that is like kind of anti-science, right? Well, who uses IVF? Sometimes gay couples use IVF, right? Also, people who have difficulty, couples that have difficulty becoming pregnant otherwise. So look at this. This expanded child tax credit, along with a heavily gate-kept, version of like who's having children. And then on top of that, probably changes in adoption rules too. They're going to try to use these sort of policies to ram people into a traditional lifestyle, to sort of force them into a traditional lifestyle. This is scary stuff. And we're going to talk more about the connection between JD Vance and Project 2025 later. So hold on to your hats.
Religious theocracy type stuff that from the moment of conception, we're going to say there's a third person in the room. We don't care if it's a pile of goo, if it's gametes, if it's a zygote. We don't care about any of that. It's a person, full rights. So this is as extreme as it gets. Now remember, Trump should have been strategic in picking a VP, somebody who could ameliorate some of the fears about Trump. And this was not that. This pick means Trump is feeling sort of
emboldened
optimistic about his chances in the election, so he's willing to roll the dice and take a risk on a VP who's too extreme. Here's JD Vance complaining about how Trump demonizes migrants. So this is back before he decided to do a new grift and hopped on Trump's nuts. Let's see what he says.
My fear is, I think Donald Trump is not the right candidate for this group of voters. I think that this selection is really having a negative effect, especially on the white working class, right? Because I think a lot of these grievances are legitimate, but what it's doing is it's giving people an excuse to point the finger at someone else. It's point the finger at Mexican immigrants or Chinese trade or the Democratic elites or whatever else. And sometimes these villains are legitimate. I think it's totally fair to say that the policy elites of the Democratic Party haven't been totally concerned about the white working class. But at the same time, fundamentally what's going on and what Donald Trump has done is change the focus of the white working class from a sort of engaged in constructive politics to a politics of pointing the finger.
So in other words, look, he's scapegoating, and that's the problem. It's really not the fault of immigrants that, we have the horrible trade policies that we have, and we've outsourced manufacturing jobs. You can scapegoat, you can blame whoever you want, but that's not a good idea. You shouldn't do that. So this is, again, pre him in his new grift, hopping on Trump's nutsack. This is the sort of stuff he used to say. Now, that part was right. By the way, one part in there was wrong, where he brings up, like, oh, he's demonizing trade with China. Well, I understand demonizing the current trade deals we have in place because they decimated the working class. So you should demonize them. They are demons. Those trade deals are written behind closed doors with all the major corporations.
Also, look, my understanding, like, so one of the things that Donald Trump can kind of, hold up as a feather in his cap is that he got rid of NAFTA. Like, NAFTA is not popular for a lot of the reasons that Kyle is talking about. Like, right, this was never popular. This is something that kind of got rammed through, and that didn't benefit the other countries that the deal was made with either. Like, NAFTA's, fucked up, Mexico in all kinds of ways too. But what he did was actually replace it with what you could call, like, I don't know what you want to call that other than Trump NAFTA. Like, he's basically, the problem with NAFTA is it didn't have his name on it, right? He hasn't really fundamentally, changed anything. This is not Trump, acting in the interest of working class people. This is not Trump, acting against trade deals. This is just Trump, like, bullshitting and gaslighting, which is his best skill, his greatest skill.
And executives, and they rig it in their direction.
The greatest trick that the devil ever played was to fool the world that he did not exist.
And screw over workers. They don't care about workers at all. Now, the problem with Trump is not that he correctly uses rhetoric to say these trade deals screwed you over. The problem with Trump is that he doesn't follow through to seriously change those policies. His new NAFTA is way too similar to the old NAFTA, for example. Under Trump, we outsourced 200,000 manufacturing jobs. Under Biden, they brought back 800,000 manufacturing jobs. So the problem was not his rhetoric on trade. The problem was he didn't follow through on the rhetoric and actually change our trade policy in any serious, substantive way. He's right on the part where, yeah, he scapegoats immigrants and stuff, and that's not cool. He's right about that. But now, by the way, he would never say this. Now he agrees with Trump's rhetoric on that stuff. And he's wrong about the, geez, why are you demonizing trade with China? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because permanent normal trade relations with China had us lose millions of jobs. Maybe that's why. Decent paying jobs. So here we go. This is him basically talking about one of the planks of Project 2025 and saying, I'm all in on that one. And by the way, as you're about to see, this is super extreme.
I tend to think that we should seize the institutions of the left and turn them against the left, right? We need like a de-Bathification program, but like a de-wokeification program in the United States, right?
De-Bathification.
You compared de-Bathification, which, by the way, was a disaster. It was a disaster in Iraq. They fired all the civil servants, and then all hell broke loose. And
of all the things to, like, use as the to choose as the metaphor, right? The Iraq War. And look, here's another frustration that I have with conservatism. It's constantly rebranding itself. They're constantly claiming, oh no, we're not those conservatives. The conservatives that did the Iraq War, no. Those are big spending liberals, George W. Bush. And yeah, I mean, are their policies different than George W. Bush? Look, I'm sure on social issues, they are way more reactionary than the Republicans of the mid-2000s actually were. But, look at how baked into their mindset something like de-Bathification, something like look at what Donald Trump said about the Iraq War. What was Donald Trump's problem with the Iraq War? We didn't get to keep the oil. We didn't get, if we invade your country and free you from a brutal dictator, we should get to keep the oil. That was his problem, right? He's more Cheney than Cheney.
To a civil war sounds a terrible idea, but he's saying we should do that, except call it de-woke.
But they never have to pay the fucking price. They have all these bad policies that when people get to know them, they become disgusted by, and then they just rebrand. We're the Tea Party now. We're the MAGA now. We're something different, 2 years, 3 years from now.
Oh my God. Wait, he's going to explain what that means in more detail here.
So let me give you a couple examples. So one of the things I've always been very sympathetic to.
And chat, I will read donos after this segment. So it's a good time to help us get towards that dono goal. If we do, I'll do an extra segment, and we're actually further than it may look right now towards that dono goal. So I'll read donos after this.
Is this idea that we don't have a real constitutional republic anymore. What we have is an administrative state, right? The administrative state controls everything, right?
Again, super chats, super stickers, donations to the PayPal and the Cash App link down in the description below, signups for Patreon and donations to Throne. All of those count towards the sub goal, and all of those give you the ability when you donate to let me know what you want me to apply that money towards in terms of if you look at the poll, we've got Trump, RFK, anti-vax call. We've got Kaya Rychek cancels Granny. We've got Destiny versus Hassan, and we got Keffel's return. You can let me know which of those topics you would like me to cover next, and I'll add the dono money at the rate of 1% per US dollar to the overall percentage that those get in the poll. So just let me know which of those things that you want to get, and I will put your money where your mouth is, and we'll see about a second segment after the JD Vance deep dive.
So to the point that, like, when Donald Trump wins, he can't even sometimes get his people in core positions of authority in the administrative state. It's like, well, do we have a constitutional republic? The Founding Fathers actually created a very powerful chief executive, a very powerful president, but if he can't even fire the people in his own administration...
So look at this. The Founding Fathers wanted Nixon to tell David Frost that it's not illegal when the president does it.
A successful republic. So a lot of conservatives have said we should deconstruct the administrative state. We should basically eliminate the administrative state.
Also, this is another way in which they tear down the wall between church and state, right? By deifying the Founding Fathers and by speaking more towards the religious beliefs of certain Founding Fathers, certainly not like anybody like Jefferson, who struck out all the words in the Bible that he thought were woo, that he thought were religious bullshit. And he had his own version of the Bible. Nothing like that, but they try to, well, the Founding Fathers were Christians, so therefore they wanted us to be a Christian nation. They spoke about God as one did in the motherfucking 1700s. And so therefore they wanted, so therefore all this stuff about separation of church and state, all this establishment clause painstakingly affirmed in the Constitution means nothing because the Founding Fathers were not only religious themselves, but they are religious figures, right? Mythological fucking figures who we must worship alongside Jesus and God and everybody else.
And I'm sympathetic to that project, but another option is that we should just seize the administrative state for our own purposes. We should fire all of the people. I think Trump's going to run again in 2024. I think he'll probably win again in 2024.
So that's Project 2025 right there, in a nutshell, right? The basis of Project 2025 is to eliminate civil servants who are the government and are in some way another form of check and balance on the executive branch, on the legislative branch, on everything else. If anybody tries to take the government sort of off the rails, then, those people are in place, and they're people with expertise, particular sets of expertise that can do certain jobs. And they want to replace these people with people with no expertise, that their only qualification is that they're loyal to Donald Trump. This is a dictatorial takeover that's in the works. And as much as Trump wants to distance himself, the furries, the gay furries, have revealed the truth in their hack of the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025. We know who's responsible for writing this shit, thanks to gay furry hackers that are fighting for your rights at great personal danger, and have revealed who is behind this fucking awful document that Trump now tries to distance himself from. And guess what? It's everybody in the Trump administration. It's Trump officials, right? He is tied to this shit at the hip, as much as he wants to deny it.
And win by margins such that he will be the president of the United States in January of 2025. I think that what Trump should do, like I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat.
By the way, what he hinted at there was he can win by a big enough margin where he'll be the president. What he's hinting at is he won the last time, but it was close enough where they could rig it. That's what he's getting at. So in other words, yet again, stroking Trump's ego, stroking Trump's something else as well, and basically feeding into the big lie. That's what he was doing there. Here we go.
I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administration.
Cross, you can't debate me, but you can debate my something else.
State, replace them with our people. And when the courts, because you will get taken to court, and when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it. Because this is, I think, a constitutional level crisis.
By the way, that quote.
Did you just say I'm spreading misinformation? Do you know that misinformation is one word, Macross? Why do I want to debate somebody that can't fucking type? you better be on text to you better be like on dictation. That you better have some excuse for that. Motherfucker just said misinformation, as in an unmarried woman whose last name is information. Am I spreading misinformation? That should be my name. I'm gonna change my name now. I'm misinformation. Thank you, Macross.
Is badass.
I'm not spreading misinformation. I am misinformation. That's right. I am misinformation, Macross. Fucking cope and seethe.
Imagine if Biden did that. Imagine if Biden did that and said, yeah, the Supreme Court decided this. Let's see them enforce it with their army. That would be badass, right? If you do it for the right ideas. He's saying do it for the wrong ideas. What he's saying is do that. Fire every single, basically, liberal in the administrative state. Every single career bureaucrat. Fire them. So to decode what he's saying is, yeah, you know the EPA and all that environmental protection that they do? Take it over, make it so that they don't do any environmental protection because we care more about industry than we care about taking care of the people via regulation. Right? The Department of Education, same thing. Get rid of anybody there who ever believed in or taught a single liberal value, liberal idea. Make it top to bottom, MAGA loyalists, hardcore right-wingers. And you go agency for agency, and this is what they want. They want to destroy the regulatory and administrative state. They want to make it so that the government can't do the basic functions of government. He wants to get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. What's that? Well, that's probably the most successful government agency in the sense that they've returned billions of dollars.
Macross, if you want to debate me, you better show me your YouTube or Twitch channel. And it better be bigger than mine, all right? You better show me your Twitter with 100,000 followers, because otherwise you are just a nameless NPC yapping, chirping in my fucking chat, all right?
To Americans who were defrauded by big business and financial institutions.
And I can dunk on you just fine from here.
I know, because I was one of them. I got a check in the mail for $400 one day because come to find out, some program I was a part of with a credit card I had, they were selling identity protection. They didn't have any identity protection. They were just shaking us down and scamming us, right? He wants to destroy the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to let credit card companies like that continue to rip off the American people. This is what he means. This is what he means by destroy.
And it's not just that, like, right. So in other words, part of Project 2025, part of the goals of Project 2025 has already begun with the Supreme Court, with their decision on the Chevron doctrine that essentially inserts the judicial branch in between officials and agencies who know what the fuck the subject matter that they're covering, who know about the subject matter and the fields that they're regulating, and and the businesses that they're regulating, right? This is a huge judicial grab of power, along with a giant expansion of the executive branch. This is a fucking dictatorship in waiting.
The administrative state, or take it over and restructure it top down like we want it. This is what he's saying. Have a government that can't do basic government functions anymore. This is his ideology. By the way, again, I want to reiterate, some people are silly enough to call him a populist, as if he's any different.
I mean, that's what he's LARPing as.
All the other Republicans out there. No, he's exactly the same. More on that in a minute, by the way. We're going to go through specific policies to prove it. Although this policy is enough to show he's not in favor of like government regulation and the government looking out for the people. He just said, take it over, destroy it, change it. This is Project 2025 stuff. Okay, also to the idea, well, he's not one of the warmongers. Really? Listen to this.
A lot of people recognize that we need to do something with Iran, but not these weak little bombing runs. If you're going to punch the Iranians...
Okay, wait. Whoa, okay, so we got to be really careful with this, right? You hear that copyrighted music behind JD Vance? I don't know how Kyle is able to get away with this. Maybe because his channel is like 1 million strong, but...
and international law.
We can't get away with it.
Retaliatory strike, so the idea that this worked and was great, it de-escalated. No, it didn't. It massively escalated, and we have dead U.S. soldiers as a direct result of it. He's like, don't do little tit-for-tat bombing runs. If you're going to punch them hard. Actually bomb them. Then he brings up the Abraham Accord and says, that was a wonderful success. That was...
Wait. Sorry. This is important stuff.
Iran, but not these weak little bombing runs. If you're going to punch the Iranians, you punch them hard, and that's what he did when he took out some of the money.
So in other words, that illegal extrajudicial assassination attempt, that's illegal under U.S. law and international law, it's good that he did that. By the way, that led to retaliatory strikes. So the idea that this worked and was great, it de-escalated. No, it didn't. It massively escalated, and we have dead U.S. soldiers as a direct result of it. He's like, don't do little tit-for-tat bombing runs. If you're going to punch them hard.
Yeah, again, talking about October 7th, it's very much a response to Trump-era decisions in terms of the Abraham Accords, which were an attempt to go around the Palestinian people in negotiation with other countries in the region. And this is a response.
Actually bomb them. Then he brings up the Abraham Accord and says, that was a wonderful success. That was one of the things that led to October 7th. The whole point of the Abraham Accords was a middle finger to Palestinians and Hamas and to say, you don't matter anymore. We're going to work around you. So Hamas said, oh, really? You are? Watch this. And did October 7th. Between that and moving the embassy, that helped lead to October 7th. He diagnoses it exactly wrong and says, no, that was a good thing. That was a peaceful thing. And he's basically saying, oh, help our...
And you know who that was? That wasn't just like Trump nominating, some shitty diplomats to go deal with that. That was Jared Kushner. That was his son-in-law. That was motherfucking nepotism. That was Trump sending his nepo baby-in-law down to do the negotiation. And then you can expect more of this shit. You can expect more. You want to talk about drain the swamp? Trump is the swamp. You want to talk about the Biden crime family? What about the Trump crime family?
Israel even more. The idea
What about his connection to Epstein?
that this guy will want to cut off money, cut off weapons to Israel, preposterous. The idea that he's anti-war, absolutely.
He's not like us, chat. He's, no matter what they fucking tell you in the sick Republican National Convention, he's not like us. And I do mean that in the Drake sense.
Absurd. This is as hawkish can be on this issue. He sounds like John Bolton. He sounds like the neocon's neocon. Let's get real. Great point here from Nathan J. Robinson. Again, this is the guy some people will call a populist. He tweeted, quote, universal childcare is a massive subsidy to the lifestyle preferences of the affluent over the preferences of the middle and working class. Excuse you? So he's trying to say universal childcare is like some elitist policy. Are you kidding me? The elite can get their own childcare and they do out of pocket. But regular working people don't have the kind of money to pay on the private market for somebody who helps with this sort of stuff. And so they would need a government program and some help.
So again, I think Kyle goes on to say that it's like, it's a lot like the student loan issue where that was portrayed as this, only elitists would want student loans forgiven because regular working people, they don't go to school. They don't have a college education. Bull fucking shit, right? Nobody that comes from money needs their student loans forgiven. Most people who come from money do not need to take student loans in the first place, right? You're talking about people whose parents can afford for test prep, for ACT, SAT tests, right? You're talking about, people who live in expensive districts where the schools are going to get them into good colleges. You're talking about the people that are, taking, and that people, if they do end up with some kind of student loan money, they have the family to be able to bail them out of that. Because guess what? It's a lot more expensive to carry on student loans year after year after year if you've got the money to pay them off than to fucking pay them off. So no, this is not benefiting the motherfucking wealthy, no matter what Destiny or Trump tell you. Anyway, I want to get done with this. Like I said, we're going to take, I'm going to read donos now, and I am going to, what are we doing? We're going to update you on the poll. All right. So here we go. So like I said, I'm going to cover JD Vance. We're going to do a deep dive into JD Vance. We're going to look into his real connections, his real roots, because guess what? They're not in Appalachia. No matter what you've heard from Hillbilly Elegy, this guy does not come from, the fucking holler. All right. This guy is not like, he's LARPing. All right. He's a tech bro. He's a venture capitalist. Motherfucker went to Yale. All right. He grew up in a suburb of Cincinnati and he vacationed in Appalachia. That's the closest thing to roots in some of the poorest parts of the country that this guy actually gets. So we're gonna strip the bark off this motherfucker and show him for what he actually is. All right. I hope you're ready for this. But after that, potentially, in fact, very potentially now, we are going to get to see another, I'm going to do another segment for you. All right. And it's a segment of your choosing. What do I mean? I'm talking about the poll, right? Do you see the poll in chat, right? We don't have Twitch going today because I don't know, Twitch is just not working. I'll have to figure that out later. But we do have, I am, polling you in both Shorts chat and in the full screen stream as to what you want to see next. So that's what that poll is about if you have not voted already, right? Right now, if I look at Shorts chat, I'm seeing Trump RFK anti-vax call leaked as dominating. It's got like twice as much as the next highest subject, which is Destiny Hassan, the N-word Andy debate. This is the supervillain origin story for Destiny. How did Destiny get the way he is now? Well, I mean, this debate kind of explains that, right? So that's a possibility. We got Keffel's returns. That's right. Kufel is potentially back. I will tell you when and in what form if we end up selecting this. And Kaya Rychek cancels grandma. That's right. She's doxing and canceling grandma because grandma had some spicy tweets about Trump. Oh my God. So we got to fire grandma from the Home Depot. And that's a possibility as well. Now, if I look at the other poll, ooh, look at this. This is a difference. Twitch was not working for you either. Oh, well, Shakespeare, I'm glad I'm not alone in that. Thank you for letting me know. You're the first person who's told me today that anybody else was having trouble with Twitch. So you just couldn't stream on Twitch? So if we look at the full screen stream, you will see that Libs of TikTok cancels Granny is number 1, is winning right now in the full screen. Trump versus RFK leaked anti-vax call. That's where Trump reveals to RFK that he is a fellow anti-vaxxer. He doesn't want the babies to get vaxxed either, right? And so it's released by, I think, the son of RFK Jr., because it's in the public interest to know this shit. The RFK was just going to hide this. But yeah, in an effort to get RFK to drop out of the election and endorse Donald Trump, Trump tried to call him and tell him, "I'm on board, buddy. I'm on board. I agree with you on all this shit. You can endorse me because we're gonna win." So yeah, that's a leaked call that went on. We can take a look at that if you so choose. We have also got Keffel's returns in 3rd place. It's very tight, I will say, in the full screen stream poll. It is very, very, very tight poll. Not quite so tight in shorts, but very. So what am I? How does this work again? I'm gonna add up the percentage from the short stream to the percentage from the full scale stream, and average those. Divide that by 2 to get an average, right? And then I'm potentially going to add your donos in the at this rate of like 1 percentage per US dollar to the overall polls. So this is your chance when you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, whether it's through Super Sticker, whether it is you weaseling the fuck up and getting yourself a membership so you can get weasels, so you can post weasels all over the place, or giving the gift of weasels to somebody else through a gifted membership, right? That counts as well. As do Patreon signups, and speaking of which, I got to read out the shout outs to Patreon. I kind of forgot to do that early on. So I'm going to get on that. But yeah, Patreon signups and any donations to my Throne account also count towards the what we end up choosing in terms of these subjects. Now, if you notice, the dono goal is now up to 50%. We are halfway there, and that is thanks to Moe Nope. Moe Nope, thank you so much for your generous donation. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. So Moe Nope was donating in. It's one of the links down in the description. I've got my Cash App link. I've got my PayPal link, and the advantage of that is that YouTube does not take such a big cut from it as it does from the other ways of donating, and B, it gets to me a lot sooner because, like I said, this month is going to be really tough for me. If I can make it through this month, we are golden. We are golden. We are in full time, zone, and you're going to get a lot more content that way than with me, splitting up my time, trying to scratch together a living in a myriad of other ways. So yeah, we're trying to get me to August, and Moe Nope, you have helped. You've pushed me a long way towards that with your donation through PayPal. You can donate to me through PayPal or through Cash App. That works as well, and it kind of has an advantage. I don't usually talk about those as much just because I'm on a platform that probably doesn't like me to talk about those. But yeah, I kind of need it this month. You could also donate to me directly on Throne. There's a rent fund that I'm trying to of the money that I need to make up my shortfall for this month, because June was not very good, and I get paid like a month behind. So it's this whole complicated thing. But yeah, Moe Nope, thank you for donating and getting us started on that dono goal. Very first donation, very generous donation. And the one thing that I want to know, Moe Nope, and you might have already said this, is what do you want that donation going to? Which of these do you want to, because yeah, like I said, when you donate, you get to tell me, I want this money going to Trump Goes Anti-Vax and Leaked Call, or I want this money going to Kaya Rychek Cancels Granny, or I want this money going to Destiny versus Hassan, or I want this money going to Keffel's Return. And what that does is it adds your donation at the rate of 1% per US dollar to the overall totals of the poll. So you can vote in the short stream, you can vote in the full scale stream. In fact, let me open this up for you just so you know that you can vote in both streams, right? So here's what I'll do. All right, I'm going to copy the full screen stream link. and I'm going to put it in the short stream. So right there. Here, I'll put like full screen stream. And then a little arrow, and then there we go. And I'm going to pin that, right? So what I'm trying to say is that some enterprising weasels, some of you out there, have already figured out that you can vote in both polls, right? And those people, up until I say something, you're kind of getting 2 votes. Now that's not exactly fair, but I can make it fair. And how do I make it fair? I make it fair by letting you know that that's a possibility and putting these links to the other streams. So I'm streaming on Shorts and I'm streaming in full stream. You can also, if you would rather see full stream and you're in the Shorts, you can come over there. If you're watching me on full screen and you'd rather see me in vertical format, you can go over there. So I'll give you those. Let's see, Shorts stream. We're usually streaming on Twitch as well, but something weird is going on with Twitch today. So until I figure that out, we're only on those 2 YouTube streams. But there we go. I'm putting those links as the pinned comment in chat so that you can vote twice if you want to. Because some people are going to do it. I can't stop them from doing it. But what I can do is let you know that you can do it too. You can have 2 votes as well to try to make things a little bit more fair. Now listen, all I ask is if you go to the other stream to vote, that you hit that like button when you're over there as well, right? Because that like button, I don't know if you know this, but it helps me out a lot. On the short stream, right? Liking a stream may not be as straightforward as it should be. It might not be as straightforward as it is on the full scale stream or even on a Shorts video, right? If you're watching me on Shorts, you might be used to seeing the like button like right there, right? This does not apply to you, full scale stream. But if you're watching on Shorts, you're looking for like, where's the like button? It's not there, is it? Right? So 2 ways to like it, right? You might be able to like it by holding your finger on the stream and just kind of like on TikTok, like you like something on TikTok, you can do it like that. You can also do it by going like way up to the top where Kyle Kalinske is. If you go right over his fireplace, way up there, right, there's going to be like 3 little dots on top, and you can press those 3 dots. It opens up a screen and it allows you to like the stream. And again, liking the stream, it helps me out immeasurably. People generally do not like Shorts streams. So if I got your likes, I got an advantage. And don't think I don't appreciate that advantage. I appreciate Thumb Gang, because especially since I know a lot of you out there are hurting for cash just as bad or worse than I am. And I understand not everybody can contribute to the stream, but what you can do is you can contribute via your thumb. And I appreciate that a lot. It actually is a lot more powerful than anyone realizes. So thank you to Thumb Gang. Thank you to Throne Gang. And now one more shout out before we get back to the content. I know you're waiting for me to get back to the content. I am just about on that shit. But let me think. The Fancy Weasels over on patreon.com. That's right. If you sign up for my Patreon, not only do you get kind of like the Snyder Cut from every one of my videos. Now, I've been streaming so much, so there's not as many videos as there usually are, but you get the uncut, uncensored versions of any video that comes out over there, but you also get a Fancy Weasel shout out for a tier of Fancy Weasel, which is $5 or more. So shouts out to Omega Star, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to, I'm going to pronounce your name different this time. Shouts out to Monoape. See, I haven't pronounced, there's different ways to pronounce Monoape's name, and I'm trying to use them all. And shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Funky Monkey, and shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Those are all my Fancy Weasels over there on patreon.com. No comment check. So yeah, thank you, Patreon. You make the stream work. Everybody who contributes in any way, you make the stream work. I literally couldn't do it without you. And Thumb Gang, I definitely couldn't do it without you. You were instrumental to this whole operation. So like I told you, I kind of teased you with a little bit of this. I've got another Kyle Kalinske video because apparently, do you remember Amber Rose? Amber Rose spoke at the first night, I believe, of the Republican National Convention. And apparently, some people aren't too happy. Also, some people aren't happy with JD Vance, right? JD Vance is married. JD Vance's wife is Indian, and some racist Republicans out there don't like that. Nick Fuentes was reacting to the Republican National Convention going like black, 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 black. He doesn't like seeing all the black people there, apparently. So, there's, racist MAGA is kind of fucking the bag for Donald Trump, trying to play it cool, trying to be a uniter, not a divider. But your fucking, your armbands are showing, Republicans. Your red armbands are showing, okay? And it's not pretty. But yeah, like I told you before, I want to watch some Chapo. We don't usually do this. Look, Chapo, they're a podcast. It's weird to react to a podcast. There's not like really the visual element for it. Also, I don't always agree with Chapo on everything. I think I've made that clear. I think I've made my disagreements, or with as somebody who's listened to Chapo for a long time, right? I feel like they did face some really disingenuous, as did all the Bernie supporters, some really disingenuous, kind of weaponization of what some people call identity politics from the likes of Hillary Clinton, who doesn't give a fuck about marginalized people, if we're being totally honest, but will feel free to berate Bernie supporters as misogynists or as racists or whatever, despite the fact that she ran a racist campaign against Barack Obama, lest we forget 2008. But yeah, I mean, that was the instigating event for this sort of fracture where you had a lot of people like Chapo start railing against identity politics. And what it fed into is this kind of like anti-woke, anti-SJW Democrat. You can see this in Vosh's DNA. You can see this in people like Peter Coffin. I mean, like, hell, this is kind of, in some ways, it's like the basis of MAGA communism. And I've heard that Peter Coffin has since disavowed MAGA communism. So, hey, Peter, good for you. Yeah, Peter Coffin follows me on Twitter now, apparently, after having blocked me for years and years and years. Only for my response to his response to a clip of mine, right? He quote tweeted a clip of mine. He talked about me on his podcast. So we talked about Peter Coffin, and Peter Coffin didn't like what I had to say. But now he's unblocked me. Chat, I don't think that bridge is necessarily getting unburned. I am sure that I still vastly disagree, but I'm just using Peter Coffin as maybe the most flagrant example of what I'm talking about as an overreaction to Hillary Clinton's cynical misuse and weaponization of identity to go after Bernie supporters, right? I think that Chapo is among a group of people that kind of overreacted to that in a way that I don't find particularly productive. That being said, I respect them. I respect, particularly like the sort of historical perspective that Chapo often brings in. So that is to say, I've got a Chapo clip for you now that talks about JD Vance. And I think that Chapo actually has been pretty good on this beat of like next gen Republicans, which is what we're talking about with JD Vance, which is what we're talking about with Blake Masters, which is what we're talking about with Peter Thiel, which is what we're even talking about with people like the person that Shakespeare mentioned. I didn't see a lot of you say one that you know who Bronze Age pervert is. This is somebody who's way more known on the right than he is on the left. But this is somebody that represents a different type of conservative, very different than the sort of anti-intellectual base of that the Republican Party has cultivated for itself. The MAGA base that is sort of Trump's cult at this point. There's a different group, a different cohort of people, if you will, that a lot of them have, like JD Vance, a very strong connection to Silicon Valley. And some of them even like, Anna Kasparian, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. She's on her way, though. But like a lot of them are former lefties, like former liberals like Anna Kasparian, right? And so it's a different cohort, but it's very much ascendant. And when I was talking the other day about the different factions of the Republican Party that sometimes go unnoticed because, MAGA sucks up all the oxygen in the room. We're used to hearing about, that faction, right? There are other factions out there. And it's important to talk about them, especially since the assailant at the Trump rally seems to have come from one of those other factions. This is apparently, you know, a Republican, a conservative, maybe even a reactionary who had a very big problem with Donald Trump, so much that he chose to give the man a high-powered ear piercing with his father's AR. So let's get into this. I think I've edged you long enough and teased it long enough. And again, Moe Nope, I'm going to be looking for your chat. If you've got an opinion of a very generous donation, which helps me out a lot, but let me know if you want me to put that donation to work for you in adding it to the poll, in adding it to a certain topic, or into adding it to Vox Populi, which is kind of, you know, when you donate and you say Vox Populi, what you're saying is that you want whatever wins in the poll to just like win. You want to throw it back to the voters, which is, you know, the chatters, or the people voting in chat, right? Noble aspiration. So you have every right to say Vox Populi. You have every right to say any of these topics. If you want me to cover one of those topics, your donation will make it more likely. We'll add points to that topic. And you could even say Fallout New Vegas. I always put that on there just in case the gaming frogs want to get frisky and try to steal a second segment from the rest of you. That's on the table too. So let me give you, yeah, there we go. JD Vance via Chapo Trap House.
His politics, but like to do that, let's just like dive into the article. So it says, I'm just jumping into kind of like the middle of it. It says, one is Peter Thiel, the billionaire who helped fund
motherfucking Joe Biden. Oh. Is this Joe Biden's? Is this right? Chat, can I get some confirmation? Benny Julia says, breaking news, Joe Biden has COVID. Can I get some confirmation on that? Do we know for sure? Is this real? Is this real, chat? I'm going to give you the classic streamer line of, is this real, chat? Natalie Marie says, breaking news, Biden tested positive. So we do have a second. We do have a confirmation. Thanks, Natalie. Along with Doug Ermoff, a second gentleman, Kamala Harris has tested negative so far. Shakespeare says Bronze Age perverts faction is an enemy with Dick Fuentes. So that's what I'm talking about. People don't realize, right? There's faction. I'm not even fucking kidding, right? They're like Fallout New Vegas factions. They're going after each other. They're trying to, end each other. They're fighting for the future of the Republican Party. They're fighting for like who is going to inherit the earth from MAGA, right? We'll find out. Stay tuned. Benny Julius says, I saw a black woman with a shirt that read Black Lives MAGA. Oh God, that's depressing. That's depressing. Also, I ended up on your live stream, but accidentally scrolled down and saw a woman with bronze skin, and she was doing a psychic reading. I mean, that happens on shorts, doesn't it? Seth Evans says means testing or grousing about the rich benefiting from a universal social program is literally just at best ignorant and at worst dishonest. Misdirection. Yeah, I mean, it's a rhetorical tactic. That's a time-honored tactic of the right to try to attack social programs. You're exactly right, Seth Evans. Most efficient means test taxation. Oh yeah, is the fact of how lopsided. So yeah, a lot of times means testing, which they use to like try to say, okay, you got this universal government program, but what if the rich benefit from it somehow? They do a means test to determine your eligibility, and guess what happens? The means test costs more than just making the program universal. It costs. So in other words, the idea of the means test is to save money on a social program to make sure that people who are wealthy beyond a certain range are not receiving that social program. But when they implement this kind of means test, they find they spend more on the means test than they would have if they hadn't means tested. Yeah, it's a waste of money. Those poor babies having healthy lives and all that. Run into a few of those Bernie people who do that, full class reductionist and reactionary. Now, can we say Red Scare? Speaking of the Chapo, because like, right, the Chapo and Red Scare were not too far apart back in 2016, right? The Dasha kind of got famous for I'm trying to remember what, but it was they were a lot less. Red Scare was a lot less reactionary back then. Is what I'm trying to tell you. Your mom says, I've been in the Bay Area off and on my whole life. Otherwise, I lived in Oregon because of those divorced parents. Vosh posted a video on what? On Biden having COVID? Oh, yeah, we got a third person saying Biden has COVID. That's got to be like the third time he's gotten it, right? That's got to be the third time that Biden's caught COVID. Hope I don't get it. Yeah, there's a strain going around. There's a strain that somehow is having a lot of success. I shouldn't say it like that. But, you know, like like a summer strain, if you will, going around right now. Oh gosh, Moinope, I forgot that you hang out in the short stream. So as I was asking you for your opinion on what we're going to cover next, I was looking in the wrong place. Vote for Kaya and Granny. My problem also with pronouncing her name is that oftentimes I find that I do not have sufficient hydration to make that sound that her name begins with. I'm trying to, let me read through some of Short's chat really quick. Slapso P, it's not as much of a question of what Biden does for the black community, which I will be the first to tell you that the Democratic Party writ large has taken the black community for granted for many, many years. It's more of a question of what will Trump do to the black community. Lawrence Bruce says Trump is not racist. Wow, we have a empath. We have a psychic in the chat that's able to read people's fucking minds. That's a pretty cool trick there, Lawrence. I'm glad. Congratulations on your psychic powers. And also, it doesn't fucking matter like what's in his heart, right? What's in his policies is what I fucking care about. And these are policies that largely benefit one group of people. Capitalist. But yeah, chats, we're having some arguments in Shorts chats. That's okay. He thought that I was named misinformation. That's right. You want to debate misinformation? Yo, Lawrence is getting destroyed in chat here. I should leave chat to its work. Good work, chat. So again, you can vote in the stream that you're watching. You can vote in the stream that you're not watching. I've got the link down there. So like if you're in Shorts chat, you got like right the pinned chat is a link to the full screen chat. And if you're watching on full screen, the linked chat is a link to the Shorts chat. So yeah, this just in, Biden got himself COVID once again. How he's not doing good to begin with, chat. Jesus Christ, I can't imagine what another case of COVID's going to do to him. Yes, what 90% of who laws benefit. Well, yeah, I mean in general, like the government tends to have a bias towards making decisions that benefit the capitalist class, but Trump even more so. This is the guy, chat, that wants to cancel income tax, increase tariffs, which would have the effect of costing the median American family $2,000 more per year than what you pay in taxes. So he wants to lower the taxes for the wealthy and raise the taxes on you and me, raise your student loan payments and a bunch of other shit.
NatCon and who had just given the conference's opening address. Thiel has also funded things like the edgelordy and post-left inflected New People's Cinema Film Festival, which ended its week-long run of parties.
So we're talking about Thiel here. Let me run it back.
His politics, but to do that, let's just dive into the article. So it says, I'm just jumping into kind of like the middle of it. It says, one is Peter Thiel, the billionaire who helped fund NatCon and who had just given the conference's opening address. Thiel has also funded things like the edgelordy and post-left inflected New People's Cinema Film Festival, which ended its week-long run of parties and screenings in Manhattan just a few days before NatCon began. He's long been a big donor to Republican political candidates, but in recent years, Thiel has grown increasingly involved in the politics of this younger and weirder world, becoming something like a nefarious godfather or genial rich uncle, depending on your perspective. Podcasters and art world figures now joke about their hope to get so-called Thiel bucks. His most significant recent outlays have been two young Senate candidates who are...
So yeah, like when we talk about JD Vance, we're also going to talk about like the tendency, we're going to talk about grifting in general, right? Because I don't know who this fucker is. You've seen him say shit like that he worries that Trump might be the next Hitler, right? This is literally Trump's vice presidential pick that says this shit, right? But now he's Team Trump. Now he's MAGA. And, you know, when you're talking about like podcasters and artists, like being like, oh, you know, those Thiel bucks are out there. You know, if you do some edgelord post-left, you know, bullshit, right? That maybe you'll get those Thiel bucks, right? I mean, the money is very real.
Deeply enmeshed in this scene and influenced by its intellectual currents. Hillbilly elegy author JD Vance running for the Republican nomination in Ohio, and Blake Masters in Arizona. Thiel has given more than $10 million to super PACs supporting the men's candidacies, and both are personally close to him. So it's like, sort of skipping ahead here, it says these three, Thiel, Vance, Masters, are all friends with Curtis Yarvin, a 48-year-old ex-programmer and blogger who has done more than anyone to articulate the world historical critique and popularize the key terms of the new right. You'll often hear people in this world, under many layers of irony, call him things like Lord Yarvin or our prophet. I was looking around the party for Vance, who hadn't arrived yet, when millions...
Sorry, let me get you a picture of Curtis Yarvin here. I just wanted you to see who...
Writer and director John Milius.
That's Curtis Yarvin.
And pointed to a table off to our left. Why is it whenever I see Curtis, he's surrounded by a big table of incels? She asked with apparent fondness.
Great question.
I spotted Yarvin, a slight bespectacled man with long dark hair, drinking...
Great question. Why is this guy surrounded by incels whenever I see... I don't know, Chad. I don't know.
A glass of wine with a crowd that included Josh Hammer, the national conservatism-minded young opinion editor of Newsweek, and Michael Anton, a Machiavelli scholar and former spokesman for...
Let's go back to the...
Council. Michael Anton, you might...
I always forget I need to kind of refresh things with this very refreshing splash.
I remember is the guy who wrote a book about how Machiavelli would dress in sort of modern men's fashion.
Oh yeah, and the United Flight
Vosh.
93 election.
Yeah.
I think Machiavelli would dress like Vosh, right? As in Machiavelli would have had the man bun back in the day, but he would definitely be in the capri pants now.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this guy, he's selling Michael Anton short. I think of him really more as a scholar of fashion. And, you know, do's and don'ts for like how to wear cufflinks and comb your hair.
That is one thing I think is interesting about this article. There aren't that many new faces in it.
No, not really.
Like it's all kind of people that we've like heard from, though I guess that is just going to be part of the dance too. It's just we're going to get the same people for 20-year stretches in everything.
Speaking of people that we've heard about quite a bit on this show, he says, this new right is heavily populated by people with graduate degrees, so there's a lot of debate about who's in it and whether or not it even exists. At one end are the NatCons, post-liberals and traditionalist figures like Benedict option author Rod Dreher, who envision a conservatism reinvigorated by an embrace of localist values, religious identity, and an active role for the state in promoting everything from marriage to environmental.
So again, if you're not familiar with Chapo Trap House, this is a lot of what they talk about. These sort of... These nobody figures on the right, at least nobody to people that are not deeply enmeshed in the right, that are actually like more influential, right? It's just like they don't get talked about, they don't get noticed, right? And in fact, whole subgenres of conservatism are largely unknown to the left, and some of these become influential. And when you see something like Nick Fuentes like ratioing Ben Shapiro, or like a whole bunch of like Candace Owens winning a media war against Daily Wire, you wonder where the shit comes from. But it's been burbling up for years and years.
Conservation. But there's also a highly online set of Substack writers, podcasters, and anonymous Twitter posters, our true intellectual elite, as one podcaster describes them. This group encompasses everyone from rich crypto bros and tech executives to back to the landers, to disaffected members of the American intellectual class, like Up in the Air author Walter Curran, whose fulminations against groupthink and techno-authoritarianism have made him an unlikely champion to the dissident right and heterodox fringe. Actually, I used to work with Walter Curran back at LiveRight. He was a smart guy. I liked him. Just skipping ahead, though. All right, let's talk about JD, because, honestly, I'm going to have to eat some crow on this, because I thought there was no fucking way he was going to beat Josh Mandel, and now it looks like he definitely is. So
I cannot believe that. God, Trump threw him a fucking lifeboat and a half, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, it turns out, like this whole article is about if you have these like narrow choke points, like something like a Trump endorsement, you can fixate on like a very online rhetoric and politics that might not have a lot of resonance beyond that, but which is going to do the work that you needed to do, which is validate you through a figure like Trump.
So it says, Vance believes that a well-educated and culturally liberal American elite has greatly benefited from globalization, the financialization of our economy, and the growing power of big tech. This has led an Ivy League intellectual and management class, a quasi-aristocracy he calls the regime, to adopt a set of economic and cultural interests that directly oppose those people in places like Middletown, Ohio, where he grew up. In the Vancian view, this class has no stake in what people on the new right often call the real economy, the farm and factory jobs that once sustained middle-class life in America. This is a fundamental difference between new right figures like Vance and the Reaganite right-wingers of their parents' generation. To Vance, and he said this, culture war is class warfare. So, I mean, it's
very convenient.
Yeah. And here's the thing, we'll get to Blake Masters in a second, and the Vance is talking about sort of rekindling manufacturing and Blake Masters has a whole thing about how we should be ordering our economy so that we could have a single income household and sort of support more traditional families and sort of an earlier era of American middle class life. The one thing I don't see any of these guys talking about is labor unions or raising wages or universal health care or anything like that. It just keeps saying.
Yeah, we saw it when Chris Smalls went on Tucker, which I think was a good decision. B, think Smalls did very well. But when Tucker himself went, I'm usually against unions. There's just not that much of a fucking departure. There really isn't. And when you say cultural warfare is class warfare, that really does kind of give up the game. I mean, we're going to get to Masters in a bit, who, full disclosure, I noticed was following me, so I followed him back in the event that he wins, and I can get at least one favor out of a senator. But someone asked him, this YouTuber asked him, on Twitter,
Bronze Age Pervert also got his PhD at Yale.
You're saying this stuff about you should be able to support a family on one income, and I'm interested to know how you would do that. What changes you would propose? And he gave I get the best description of his answer I could give is slightly to the center of Club for Growth. We're just not seeing anything here. I guess we're gonna bring wages up by talking about which professors are annoying.
Yeah, and I guess my thing is it's being sold as how kind of weird and out there it is as compared to the rest of the right wing in this country, which they're all weirdos.
But here's the thing about this is I did read the article, and it's a lot of people made fun of the fact that it opens with them talking about how it's cooler. This is a cool right. People are like LOL, but that really does speak to, I think, what the actual political program here is. Like, sure, it has, there is, of course, this electoral element to it. Yeah, sure. Give money to Vance, give money to Masters, get these ideas out there, because you have to have people in the arena to initiate things that you can then talk about to create like the meta discourse that makes up, these independent media sources. But I think a guy like Thiel probably knows, and all the savvy people.
So, like, the question that I gotta ask is this like a rebranding of conservatism to appeal to a less anti-intellectual demographic, or is this just more? Is this just another way of? I talked about earlier of how much of Trump's rhetoric is actually grievance farming, right? And in terms of what Governor Justice said, as far as people being disrespected or underrated, this idea that there's this elite that looks down on you. Yeah, I mean, there is an elite that looks down on almost all of us, right? Very few of us own even a piece of the means of production. Very few of us have the kind of money that fucks. That is capital. That is at the heart of capitalism. When I make money, it's from the sweat of my brow, literally, because it's actually really hot in this room and I don't have air conditioning, right? When you make money, it's from selling your time at a very low rate, right? Minimum wage has not raised in years and years and years, right? But when these assholes make money, it's their money that makes money. It's not them. They're not doing anything. The fact that they own shit means they get paid. And other people, you, me, all of us, do the work for them. And we don't get paid what we bring them. We get paid like a pittance. We get paid fucking peanuts. We can't even see the totality of what we are creating in the economy. And that's on purpose. That is designed, because if you could see what you're doing for your boss, if you could see what you're doing for your company, you might ask for more. You'd be able to ask for more. You'd be in a better position of negotiation, but you're not. You're not, because guess what? Unemployment is not an accident. Unemployment serves a purpose in this country. It's engineered. It's baked into the pie. Crises, depressions, recessions, these are part of capitalism. These are features of capitalism. These are not bugs. This is not, just like, I guess we can't, it doesn't, sometimes capitalism doesn't work so well. It works really well for them. They make money whether or not the economy's in recession, in depression, in anything. If you're Elon Musk, you are getting money from the fucking government while you're bitching about people maybe getting welfare. Somebody might be getting, somebody might be getting like, $190 a month for, to help them pay for groceries, right? It's wild. It's wild. What's actually going on when you open your eyes, right? And all the time you hear from right wingers like Andrew Tate that you got to open your eyes and see what the Matrix is doing. See what's really, don't believe, no. There is a lot that we're not privy to. There is a lot that we're not see. There is a lot that's hidden from us. There is stuff that's going on while you or I are working. In the world where people have the money that fucks, our money does not fuck. My money pays for groceries. My money pays for rent. My money sometimes pays for the electric bill. I've gotta pay that one very soon, actually, right? My money is busy. My money does not have time to fuck. My money is not in the leisure class, like the money that the wealthy people have, where their money itself is able to make money for them. And that's the piece that we're missing. That's the piece that we're all missing. That's what the Republicans don't want you to know, and that's what the fucking Democrats don't want you to know.
In this thing, know that like you're not going to take over the government in this way. You're not going to change the real direction of American politics. I mean, the whole point of this critique is that you can't do that, right? Like that the machine is overtaken, and that the cathedral is unassailable from outside. I mean, a lot of the people in this thing are just
that word cathedral. It comes up a lot.
Affected Bernie supporters who already went through this whole thing with the Democratic Party, and now we're just doing it again with the Republicans. It's not about taking power, I don't think, really. I think the reason that Thiel is doing this, the deep reason, is that he understands that the real solution to the culture conflict we have is not going to be one side winning and taking over. It is going to be the gradual segregation. As you know, you're going to have the same logic of hyper capitalism undergirding the same techno dystopia, but it's going to be branded differently, and the people who can afford to, everyone else is going to be either cast into the fucking shadowlands or turned into the slave class necessary to keep the thing going. The people who can afford to are going to pick which techno dystopia they're going to live in, and there's going to be one that's going to be filled with hyper woke, incredibly virtuous liberals. It's going to look like an Apple store, and it's going to be for somebody like a lot of these like jaded cosmopolitan types. It would be absolutely tedious and horrible to live. Oh my God, can you just imagine having to genuflect to do land acknowledgements every moment? I mean, just to drown out the sound of like the literal human processing facilities.
I mean, look, like I gotta be honest with Chrisman here. I don't think there's much acknowledgement of the land. I don't think there's, much acknowledgement of, who's been moved off the land to make room for, the colonial civilization. But what I will acknowledge is that sometimes very superficial, branding, like Hillary Clinton, like we're talking about with Hillary Clinton. She says the right words, but she doesn't know what they mean. And it becomes a distraction from the fundamental inequity it baked into our economy. From the constant theft of your time and your labor and your life, because this is your life that you are spending making somebody else money. And why is that? Because their money fucks and your money doesn't have time to fuck. Their money's making more money. Your money's getting less and less every day, right? Your prices are going up at the grocery store. Your rent's going up. That's one thing that Biden is saying that he wants to implement in a potential second term. I don't know if he's going to make it to that second term. That dude's got COVID again now, right? But in terms of limiting the corporate rent, rents from corporate landlords can only go up by 5% if he gets his way. And he said it in a really weird way where it's like, I'll only go up $55, Jack. It's only got, I don't know. He can't even speak. He can't even run. He can't even do the job of campaigning. So how the fuck is he, how the fuck does he think he's going to stick around for another 4 years to be president? But I mean, there is at least an effort on the part of Biden. And that's the difference really between Trump and Biden, is that Biden can feel the pressure to actually do something that's going to make your material conditions slightly less horrible. Not great. It's not going to give you the leverage that you need to fight back against that money that fucks, to fight back against capital, to have that time to fucking properly educate yourself, to even know in how many ways they're fucking you right now. But yeah, it might make it so you can survive to another day, right? As far as Trump, I'm not so sure. As far as Trump, he feels like the rich are paying too many taxes, and he's going to lower their taxes by raising your prices for everything that you pay for. He pretends to care. He pretends to despise the inflation under Biden. And meanwhile, he's planning new inflation for you with tariffs. He's planning to raise prices on literally everything you buy. So there is a difference there. But no, Biden and the Democrats are not enough long term. Nor was FDR. Nor were the Democrats at the height of their New Deal coalition. All that was Keynesian economics. All that was capitalism protecting itself from the crisis that it creates. Capitalism in self-preservation mode. It's what you get. But the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, right, is that the Democrats feel that pressure, and they feel the frustration of the working people in an effort to protect capitalism from being the seeds of its own destruction. They attempt to ameliorate the state of the working people, whereas the Republicans feel like, no, we're just going to run over them with a steamroller. We're just going to flatten them the fuck out. We're just going to send women back to a state where you are property again. End no-fault divorce. Forced pregnancies for everyone, even if your pregnancy came from somebody forcing you into an act that you did not want to do, right? That's the nicest way I can say that word that YouTube will not get mad at. But it's a scary choice, and neither option is particularly good. But don't let anybody fool you that there's not a difference. Don't let anybody fool you into thinking that there's not a benefit in stopping a second Trump presidency. I'm like looking at this picture now, and I'm like wondering what I'm looking at, right? Because I think I noticed this before, that JD Vance kind of looks like he could be related to Matt Christman. No, wait, I'm sorry. No, it's Will. It was Will. He doesn't. This is an older picture. He doesn't look like that. Who is the second person in the picture? Anybody know? Anybody want to help me out with this? I'm a little confused here. Can you help me out, chat? I miss Baby Dog. Oh my God. Good for Gabby. Upgraded to NoCom. Damn. That is some serious shit. Wait, Gabby, do you know what that means? Do you all know about NoCom? Like, one of the benefits of so yeah, there's not just memberships, right? There's tiers of membership, and most people just go with Weird Champ. That's your sort of basic bitch NCC membership. But there's also Secret Halo, and there's also NoCom. But one of the benefits that NoCom comes with is you control NCC. So Gabby, what would you like me to do today? Because you control NCC. But yeah, no, thank you for the I should probably take a look at what's going on with our poll. And also I got to figure out, like, I don't think anybody's signed up for NoCom in a while, so it's a bit of I'm gonna have to figure out what to add to the I think we're actually pretty close to the dono goal between Gabby and Moe Nope. Yeah, we've had two. Chat, you are being carried on. You're standing on the shoulders of giant weasels, right? And the good sense weasels. But yeah, two memberships, and we're almost like, I think at least 2/3 of the way. No, wait, yeah, 2/3 of the way, if not 75% of the way, towards the dono goal for today. But yeah, thank you for upgrading to NoCom. And I'm gonna have to look and see which of those benefits I need to. I think we've got somebody on Secret Halo now and somebody on NoCom. So yeah, thanks for signing up for that. The highest grade of NCC membership. Sorry for getting a little expressive. Text is hard to have a live conversation. You don't know how I do it. Aw. I mean, I feel like I wish I could read more of chat. What's up, Base Normie? What's up, everybody? Earthkeeper says illegal border crossings are now currently lower than it ever has been under Trump. Yeah, in a lot of ways, Biden kind of commandeered Trump's plan. I don't know. That's not a good thing, but it does fly in the face of the rhetoric that you're going to hear from Trump and MAGA at this. Yeah, Jay Fortran says Biden has COVID. Yeah, we'll take a look at. Wait, I think there's a Sam Cedar video talking about that. I like No Comment Chick because she is critical of both sides. How are you fighting for far? Oh, you're talking to somebody else, I think. Wait, also, I just noticed, is that because I don't have it on this screen? No. No, Gabby, you signed up for a NoCom membership, and once again, the stream alert. It feels like the stream alerts are like prejudiced against people that are donating more, right? Because I've never had a problem with people, donating $2 or $5. It always goes like when somebody super chats, you always hear that noise, right? And when somebody becomes a member or gifts memberships, you always hear. But I don't know why. I don't know why it didn't happen for Gabby's NoCom upgrade. Anyway, yeah, and that's the other problem with like oh wait, is it? Join the cathedral. Shakespeare, are you quoting President Sunday there? Look, I got another cathedral popping up here, right? Have you heard, Shakespeare, are you aware of the, so this is getting into some Shakespeare's wheelhouse, right? In terms of the dissident right and the different factions that make it up, right? Have you heard of the Dark Enlightenment, Shakespeare? Because this isn't just like a right-wing thing. This is like a combination of like, so we talked about Peter Thiel and how he tends to fund like post-left. You might have heard of that. I even hear some people that, I don't think are necessarily like reactionary, like calling themselves post-left, maybe out of frustration with the with the current left. But here, let's take a look. I told you about and I showed you a picture of Curtis Yarvin just a bit earlier. Oh yeah, wait, I'm supposed to. There we go. Dark Enlightenment, Nick Land, like all this fucking shit. Yeah, because like when people talk about post left, like the first place my mind goes is Nick Land. Is this kind of accelerationist movement that I don't know what else to call it other than reactionary, right? It doesn't even deserve to be. It's not anything left. The poo-poo left. You are quoting President Sunday. Yeah, because look at this. So you just mentioned the word cathedral. That's what. Now I don't know about like why President Sunday calls his Discord server the cathedral, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence, right? But Yarvin, we're talking about here. Are you familiar with Curtis Yarvin? Look, if you were to like draw like a Pepe Sylvia chart, you know what I'm talking about? Like It's Always Sunny with the red yarn and connect all the people here, you'd see a node, right? With Peter Thiel, Blake Masters, JD Vance, like all these people, right? You'd see a node, and that node would be this Yarvin guy, all right? Yarvin believes that real political power in the United States is held by something called, the cathedral is the The enemy, then, of the Dark Enlightenment, an amalgam of universities and mainstream press. According to him, the so-called Brahmin social class dominates American society, preaching progressive values to the mass. So again, this is the type of conservatism that seems to be marketed to people who don't fit into the anti-intellectual demographic of your traditional MAGA conservative. Yarvin and the Dark Enlightenment, sometimes abbreviated as NRX, that is neo-reactionary NRX, right? Movement asserts that the cathedral's commitment to equality and social justice erodes social order. Drawing on computer metaphors, Yarvin, is a programmer apparently by trade, contends that a society needs a hard reset or rebooting, not a series of gradual political reforms. Instead of activism, he advocates pacifism, claiming progressivism would fail without right-wing opposition. That's some weird shit right there. According to him, NRX adherents should rather design new architectures of exit that engage in ineffective political activism. Yarvin argues for a neo-cameralist philosophy based on Frederick the Great of Prussia's cameralism, German science of public administration from the 18th to early 19th centuries, aimed at strong. This really jibes with the what JD Vance said about wanting to take over the administrative state. There's some reactionaries, some conservatives, some MAGA people that want to tear down the administrative state. And, JD Vance talks about, no, why would we tear it down when we could just take it over, right? We could just take all the people, all the civil servants, kick them out of their jobs and replace them with Trump sycophants who know nothing about the, area of expertise that their job is in regards to, right? Cameralism. That aimed at strong management of a centralized economy for the benefit mainly of the state. The discipline in the most narrow definition concerned the management of the state's finances. Anyway, we're getting into nerd shit here. I try not to get too immured in nerd shit. Sometimes it's interesting. Sometimes it's fun. Sometimes you get sucked into a rabbit hole. Yarvin supports authoritarianism on right libertarian grounds. So now that's weird that they say that, right? Because when I say libertarian as somebody who's trying not to engage in nerd shit, the assumption I make is that you are thinking right libertarian. You got the black and yellow in your head when I say libertarian, because the left has not used this term in like almost maybe more than a century. I mean, has not used this term. Bosch calls himself a libertarian socialist, so it is somewhat used, but it's fallen into disuse by the left and been picked up by the right, right? The sort of 20th century and post, like libertarianism is right libertarianism, but then in this case they feel the need to denote right libertarianism. Grounds claiming that the division of political sovereignty expands the scope of the state, whereas strong governments with clear hierarchies, and you heard JD Vance speak to this, remain minimal, narrowly focused, right? So when Matt Christman was talking about the way that they seed the discourse, the way that they create and funnel the discourse, this is what he's talking about, right? According to scholar Joshua Tate, that's a name I've seen too. Moldbug imagines a radical libertarian utopia with maximum freedom in all things except politics. He has favored same-sex marriage, freedom of religion, private use of drugs, written against race and gender-based discrimination, although, according to Tate, he self-consciously proposes private welfare and prison reforms that resemble slavery. I mean, look, it's what you're going to see. Like I said, this is not a conservatism that's meant to appeal to the MAGA base, which Trump already very much has, right? JD Vance is, represents, I guess, a tech bro venture capitalist division of MAGA that's in alliance with MAGA. And look, I'm being real here when I say that I don't know if either Trump or Biden, if elected, will serve out their term. These are octogenarians, right? And Trump seems to be very lucky in terms of escaping death and in terms of, being president in the first place. A lot of things kind of align to make that happen. But it doesn't mean that his 80-year-old body is not going to do what a lot of other 80-plus-year-old bodies do and poop out at some point. And if it does, who takes over? JD Vance. Right now, they've got the prospect of having a VC, a venture capitalist, in the White House, in Trump's ear, in the meetings, right? And if something should happen to Trump, right, then that's the person who's going to take over president. Tate describes Yarvin's writing as contradictory, saying he advocates hierarchy, deeply resents cultural elites. His political vision is futuristic and libertarian, yet expressed in language of monarchy and reaction. He is irreligious and socially liberal on many issues, but angrily anti-progressive. So you see sort of the continuum of this cohort of conservatives, right? That on one hand, they want to create a cool, rebellious form of conservatism. But on the other hand, there's a lot of palingenesis, let's just say, in their ultra-nationalism. Anyway, chat, enough nerd shit. We got to get back to, we got a lot to cover here. But I'm just telling you, there's rabbit holes all over the place if you want to get lost in one. This is a very interesting, and I think actually fruitful. I think it would be helpful for people on the left to start to understand what's going on, and rather than reacting to the rodeo clown that is Donald Trump, try to peel back the covers and look at what's underneath. Look at what's going on. Look at the new developments, because MAGA is a coalition of boomers, and the boomers, much like Trump, are going to die out at some point. And this is what might replace it. Also, Nick Fuentes is what might replace it. Also, Bronze Age, you know what I mean? Like Bronze Age pervert, all these other people, right? There's a lot going on under the hood. It's like, and there's, as Shakespeare always points out, there are several queens in this beehive once you get past the outer, cortex, right? Once you get into there, you see like that it's not as centralized as you might think. And of course, politics never is. Anyway, let's get back to the rest of this. I'm gonna figure out. Oh yeah, good for Gabby. Let me know what you want me to add your dono, your upgrade to NOCOM. Let me know where you want me to add that, and I'll write Trump goes anti-vax, Chaya Rychek cancels Grandma, Destiny versus Hassan, Keffel's returns, or Vox Populi. Let me know which of those sound the best to you. And yeah, chat, when you donate, you also get to add a percentage to the poll. So you get to alter the poll, sometimes in a pretty big way, right? Like, if you're donating $50, that's 50% added to the subject of your choice. That could be determinative, right? If it's but generally most of the donos are like, smaller, and they go to different things. Anyway, chat, let me get back to we're right out here with Chapo Trap House and Matt Chrisman
that are going on in the next rube. But the other one, the other techno
Vox Populi, okay,
campus is going to look like a fucking Johnny Rockets, and it's going to be filled with evangelical patio dads who are going to be tedious dullards. You need cool people to hang out with. That's
sorry. People always tell me I need to do this, like rewind when I start again, especially if I've been talking for a while. So he just said that like the, two campuses of the neo-dystopian tech future, right? One of them which resembles an Apple store with, kind of performative pseudo acknowledgments of identity that mean very little in the grand scheme of things, covering up the sound of the absolute sweatshop like that's undergirding this, like, this hellish, like, sort of he describes it as like an Apple store, right? And then on the other side you've got this Peter Thiel thing, which is like this hellish Johnny Rockets undergirded by the tech bro / venture capitalist vision of the future.
It'll look like an Apple store, and it's going to be for somebody like a lot of these like jaded cosmopolitan types. It would be absolutely tedious and horrible to live. Oh my God, can you just imagine having to genuflect to do land acknowledgments every moment? I mean, just to drown out the sound of like the literal human processing facilities that are going on in the next room.
The only thing that I don't like about the way that Chrisman puts this is like genuflect and do these land acknowledgments. Like he's talking about, acknowledgement that the land that you're standing on is has been settled from the people that lived on it before, acknowledging the history of colonialism, of settler colonialism. Right. And I don't feel like nobody's making you genuflect to like indigenous people. Right. That's not what that's for. That is to cover up, as he says, the sounds of the dystopian capitalist slaughterhouse that are going on in the background. Right. That is, very superficial, very, very fake, kind of a fig leaf on what that Apple store, that dystopian Apple store he's describing, really represents.
But the other one, the other techno dystopic campus is going to look like a fucking Johnny Rockets, and it's going to be filled with evangelical patio dads who are going to be tedious dullards. You need cool people to hang out with. That's what this is for Thiel. It is getting these disaffected, mostly former left-wingers who have given up on politics, getting them on.
And that's a huge thing, right? Now, I wouldn't call JD Vance a former left-winger, but he's a former never-Trumper. So there's some connection there. When he first got into politics, he wanted to make his name as a Republican that bucks the the Trumpian tide, right? And at some point, he realized that wasn't going to work, that there was going to be no place for a person like him in the right going forward. And luckily for him, he's connected to Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is able to take him down to Mar-a-Lago and put in a good word with Trump for him. And it works. Now he's vice president, right? And in some way, Trump likes the idea that now he's got somebody working for him that in the past, like, hated his guts.
On board for signing off on a right-wing version of the techno utopia so that they can all do coke together in their bunker. That's it. He's just looking for recruits. He's looking to hang out with, because otherwise it's just him and a bunch of Mitt Romney assholes standing around in fucking pressed jeans coming up to their nipples. He imagines himself too cool for that.
He just wants cool guys to do blood pranks with.
Yeah, because there is this real crisis of like the liberal hive mind is becoming genuinely hysterical at the prospect of the future, of standing on one side of a fence watching the world die, and they're trying to make themselves okay with it, with this increasingly hysterical performance of virtue that is incredibly tedious and unfun to hang around with if you're not captured by its logic. But the alternative are a bunch of just dumbasses, are Neanderthalic type Republicans, and that's no fun either. And so the solution is to get people who can't hang with the liberals to accept the reality, the necessity of culling the herd, the necessity of getting rid of false notions of empathy and sympathy to dominating politics, but are still ironic, fun, can do bits, can do spoofs and goofs, are not leadenly earnest and attached to some like unconsidered American reactionary Christianity. Like maybe they're Catholics, but like they came through it, through this complicated intellectual process, which means that they have laundered out.
This is what I was talking about when I said the Catholic converts, right? And generally these are people that aren't just like converting to Catholicism. They're converting to a very specific strain of Catholicism. They're converting to a traditional Catholicism, right? Which oftentimes is at odds with the actual Catholic Church, which, these people regard it as being woke, as being liberal, as being corrupt, right? These are the kind of people that will tell you that the Catholic Church does not have a problem with, abuse of children. The Catholic Church has a problem with gay priests.
Out a lot of the
but yeah, again, these are people who often sort of break a lot of these splinter versions of Catholicism break with the Catholic Church at Vatican II, at the part where they took the officially took the anti-Semitism out of their doctrine. That's often the part that these tradcasts will disagree with.
Yeah, a lot of the tedium of like the lumpen American Christian. And then you can hang out and do blood pranks for eternity.
Everyone, let's morb it up, gang. Let's get morbed out here.
That's it. This is the promise here is let's get morbed. let's morb it up. Let's stop the fantasy. If we're going to drop the fantasy that we can do anything politically, then my God, we should also drop the fantasy that we have to embody some sort of virtue in our lives to make up for our position in it. Because
okay, anyway, that's a cut from the podcast, Chapo Trap House. If you want to check it out, I think it's available on all the podcast apps out there, and they probably have I think they have a YouTube channel too that you can check them out on. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of nerd shit. That's as nerdy and as granular as I want to get for now, because I know that like I'm losing some people when I go into this level of granularity. Let's take a look at the connection between JD Vance and Project 2025. If I can unmute this.
Every complex problem, he promises a simple solution. He never offers details for how these plans will work because he can't. Trump's promises are the needle in America's collective vein. Now, those words were not uttered by a Democrat. They were not uttered by any one of the many thoughtful critics in both parties of Donald Trump in the press. They were uttered by the man who now stands beside Donald Trump on the 2024 Republican ticket as his running mate. JD Vance is now casting his sharp, unsparing criticism of Donald Trump, things like calling him a, quote, cynical a-hole or...
Chad Alpha says JD Vance was the lost sheep who returned to the flock. The prodigal son, so to speak, when we finally get the New Testament on the book of Trump.
Quote, America's Hitler. As a result of brainwashing he was subjected to by the media. Really. Here's how he tried to explain it on Fox News last night.
I mean, look, you had a very similar story told by Amber Rose. I used to think he was racist. I believed the media's lies, but then I found out for myself.
Certainly skeptical of Donald Trump in 2016, but President Trump was a great president, and he changed my mind. I think he changed the minds of a lot of Americans because, again, he delivered that peace and prosperity. If you go back to what I thought in 2016, another thing that was going on, Sean, is I bought into the media's lies and distortions. I bought into this idea that somehow he was going to be so different, a terrible threat to democracy. It was a joke.
And what are voters to make of someone so susceptible to TV? An Earth 2 answer from an Earth 2 candidate encapsulating everything you need to know about who JD Vance is now and where the MAGA movement is heading as well. Liz Cheney puts it like this, quote, JD Vance has pledged that he would do what Mike Pence would not do, overturn an election and illegally seize power. He says the president can ignore the rulings of our courts. He would capitulate to Russia and sacrifice the freedom of our...
So this isn't the first time we've seen Donald Trump make nice with somebody that said bad things, certainly behind the scenes. Like if you remember Tucker Carlson and the text that got leaked for him. But you see on some level that Trump values loyalty, whether it comes from leverage that he's got on somebody like he does with JD Vance, or whether it comes from actual, honest affection. He does not care. As long as at the end of the day, when Donald Trump says, help me steal the election, JD Vance is going to do what Mike Pence never would do.
Our allies in Ukraine. The Trump GOP is no longer the party of Lincoln, Reagan, or the Constitution. If this new GOP's governing agenda is the 900 plus pages that make up Project 2025, filled with calls to purge the civil service, turn the justice system into the president's personal police and retribution force, enact a hard right agenda on LGBTQ plus rights and abortion, then JD Vance is its leading evangelist. In a profile of Vance in Politico, Steve Bannon says that he is, quote, at the nerve center of this movement. Politico adding this, quote, Bannon even suggested that Vance could become the St. Paul to Trump's Jesus.
Oh my God.
Who spreads the gospel of Trumpism further
oh my God.
ever could, end quote. And here's how the president of the Heritage Foundation reacted to news that Vance had been chosen to be the Republican nominee for vice president.
Okay. We have confirmed news that Senator Vance is the vice presidential running mate. You will see a broad smile on my face because you may know that we're good friends. I will offer two comments about that. The first is the entire list of names considered are great men and women, truly, all of them friends of Heritage. There, among them, though, was someone that privately we were really rooting for, and he's just been named the running mate.
So the guy that Heritage was, in their own words, really rooting for, Trump went with that guy. The Republican vice presidential candidate's transformation from hard Trump critic to hard right authoritarian culture warrior. What it says about the future of the GOP and the future of this country, should Trump and Vance prevail, is where we begin today with some of our most favorite reporters and friends. In Milwaukee at the RNC, NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard is back with us. Also joining us, MSNBC political analyst, Democratic strategist Cornell Belcher is here. With us at the table, host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, president of the National Action Network, the Reverend Al Sharpton, is with us. Also joining us, former RNC spokesman, host of the Bulwark podcast, MSNBC political analyst Tim Miller's here. Rev, Jesus has been invoked. I'll go to you first.
Well, I think that if not directly, it borders on being sacrilegious. I mean,
borders.
I'm trying to be nice. It's blasphemous, really, to say that Trump was Jesus and JD Vance was Paul is absolutely an insult to everybody that believes in the Bible. Let's start there. But to look at the fact that Heritage were the ones that sponsored and authored Project 2025, that Trump claims he knows nothing about, had nothing to do with it, but he chooses their candidate to be the vice president. I think the real headline today is that Heritage has admitted this is their candidate. He's the one they wanted. They did the 900 pages that would really undo the democratic process in this country, and they have their candidate as the vice presidential candidate for the this cycle. And the fact that Trump, with all of his denying he knew anything, he accepted their candidate. And I think that is something we should not run away from too quickly.
Tim.
Yeah, I guess I want to build.
Oh my God, Chet, I've got to pee. I'm going to be right back.
Of JD Vance and his hypocrisy and all his
quotes.
We've
got exactly that much time.
Yeah, we could do it all. But I think the most important thing to think about is JD Vance as governing partner of Donald Trump, because it is extremely alarming. It's the most alarming person that he could have chosen on the short list of people that were in the mix. JD Vance is not going to be brakes on Donald Trump in the Oval Office. God forbid if he gets in there on any of his crazy ideas. A lot of times people try to be brakes. Last time we're just bowled over, but still a brake is better than a gas pedal. JD Vance went along with all of Donald Trump's most ostentatious, anti-conservative, just common sense policies and thoughts, the vaccine denialism, full bore on January 6th, full bore on election denialism, full bore on blaming Joe Biden for the Putin invasion of Ukraine and siding with Putin. So if you just think about the domestic policies when it comes to the border and Donald Trump's heinous plans there, JD Vance will be fully on board with all of that across a wide range of issues. All of the anti-democracy elements, JD Vance is going to be somebody that is his wingman and says yes to the things that he wants to do that flout in the face of the rule of law. And I think that's extremely scary.
One of the stories that broke Saturday before the assassination attempt on Donald Trump is the kind of story that might have shaped a week of conversations, right? It was a Jim Rutenberg, Nick Corsinati story, Von Hilliard, about the plan to overturn the 2024 election and make sure that it cannot be certified. And I know you were there with Mike Pence when he was cast in this role 8 years ago. This is for Donald Trump another casting. There's no evidence that's come out that it's something much different than that. I wonder, in your view, the importance of what Liz Cheney points out about JD Vance, that on this one thing, this one line, this single line that we ever found out about, there may have been others, but none that we ever found out about, single line.
Bathroom failed.
That Mike Pence wouldn't cross in service of Donald Trump was overturning the 2020 election. This is a line JD Vance would barrel through.
And JD Vance, I think, was interestingly asked the same question by Sean Hannity last night that Mike Pence was asked 8 years ago.
The exquisite inconvenience of roommates. Yeah.
Which I talked about on your show yesterday. And that.
Sure. One in chat if you can relate to holding your pee.
Was on the day that they were selected, how would you, in a moment in which you disagree with Donald Trump, how would you handle that? And Mike Pence 8 years ago responded that he'd go and share his disagreements with the president behind closed doors, but then walk out shoulder to shoulder and stand by the president in solidarity. And Mike Pence did that. And every
Schmegler says they're taking your jobs. Hey, at least they're not taking your bathroom.
Every single day until January 6, 2021. JD Vance last night, he said that he'd go behind closed doors and he'd discuss it with the president. He stopped short of going further than that. But I think that is where the question comes as to, for 4 years, how would JD Vance ultimately maneuver his way through in that capacity as being the right hand of Donald Trump? And when you were to get to potentially 4 years from now and the act of certifying in the election, of course, it's a serious question here. And I think that, for JD Vance, I think much like Donald Trump takes credit for saving Mike Pence from, as Donald Trump liked to say, Mike Pence was going to lose his reelection bid for Indiana governor back in the day if it weren't for him picking him as VP. You hear the same thing from Donald Trump now. And JD Vance gives him that credit that in 2022, when he ran for the U.S. Senate in a crowded Republican primary in Ohio, he helped win him the seat with that endorsement. And JD Vance gives him the credit. And then he helped him win the general election. And so in a lot of ways, Donald Trump takes credit for JD Vance being politically where he is right now. And the question is, just how far could JD Vance?
So you see what I'm saying? He's got leverage on this guy. Trump doesn't need, I always say loyalty, and I mean, yeah, to a point, but I mean, I guess that's not specific enough. It's not loyalty if you got leverage, but it functions the exact same way.
Let's go to.
In fact, in some ways, it's probably better than loyalty.
Ultimately ensuring that Donald Trump is able to execute exactly what the vision is, or the extent to exactly how much do they share the same vision? Because I think that, as Tim was just outlining, in a lot of ways.
Think about this. Think about the power that capital from Trump's father, something that he's inherited, has put this man into the position. This is like royalty, like this kind of relationship where he's able to exert power, he's able to exert leverage on people, which is it makes them more malleable, maybe even than if they would just like loved him and believed in him, right? think about the ways in which capitalism is reconstructing all of the worst parts of feudalism.
Ways JD Vance publicly is right alongside in terms of policy, domestic and foreign policy, with the president's position, with the former president's positions.
Hey there, MS.
Okay, I hate. Why am I seeing like the NBC does this, right? This is Luke Russert. This is son, I think, of Tim Russert. Speaking of nepo babies, no, I mean I don't know. Do you call a person a nepo baby who's like got their position because their parent died? I don't know, but whatever. They always bring him out here to be like, hey, MSNBC fans, yeah, that you got me. I'm a hardcore MSNBC head. Anyway, let's see. So this is more secular talk, more Kyle Kulinski, and I just talked about Amber Rose. Apparently, much like JD Vance, is getting actually hate from a part of the, Republican coalition.
All right, guys. So the first night of the RNC, a woman by the name of Amber Rose gave a speech. Now, for those of you who don't know, I know of Amber Rose because there was quite a while where she dated Kanye West. This is pre-Nazi Kanye West, pre-loving Adolf Hitler Kanye West, but she dated Kanye West for a while. That's mostly how I know her. Okay? We're going to get some more on her in a little bit, but she comes out and gives a speech. Of course, young woman of color, is associated with the rap community. And so this is the RNC's attempt at being like, see, we love minorities. Look at this. Oh, and another trick that Trump likes to use is he invites, what's the guy's name? Byron Donalds was like sitting in Trump's VIP box with him, along with Tucker Carlson, by the way, and JD Vance. And having Byron Donalds, I mean, somebody's got to let Byron know, like, that you're just like the token black person that they could point to be like, see, we have black friends. And honestly, I think Byron Donalds may know that and doesn't care, right? So anyway, this is their attempt at being like, we believe in diversity here. See, here's Amber Rose is speaking. There was a massive backlash to this by MAGA. I'm going to show you that in a second. But first, let's listen to her speech because I have many thoughts on it. Here we go.
My name is Amber Rose. I'm a model and entrepreneur. Thank you. But most important,
forehead tattoo. Yeah, that's something. I bet the Republican demographic really loves that.
Currently, I'm a mother. My whole world revolves around providing.
Yeah, understand that the person that the crowd that she's appealing to isn't people that they've already got. It's people that they want to get, right? She is outside of the MAGA demographic and making this speech of her journey to accepting how I learned to stop worrying and accept MAGA, right? That's what Amber Rose is saying here. And for her, I don't know enough about her to say this for sure, but it's very likely that this is done for the benefits that it bestows on her. Like, she gets access to a new, I mean, this is very transactional between MAGA and between Amber Rose, in that they get access to her fan base or to people, that she influences, right? And she gets access to the endless legions of rubes that make up MAGA, right? The people, out there that like Trump will buy her shit specifically because she's out here, giving them this image that, oh no, MAGA's expanding, different kind of people, like, look at this, right? And it just, it makes them more, it gets them more excited that, like, Trump is, that his base is expanding when it's not. There's a hard limit, and I always talk about this on Trump's base. There are over 50% of eligible voters detest Donald Trump. Now, that doesn't mean that Donald Trump won't get elected, unfortunately, because probably under 50% of the people are, like a a fraction of people actually vote in an American election. But what that does mean is that there are a lot of people out there that MAGA will never reach, that Trump will never reach. And if there were to be a candidate on the other side that could inspire hope, which we haven't seen since the last candidate that like branded himself as the candidate of hope and change, and then ended up just being, sort of a rehash of what a Hillary Clinton administration would have been for the most part. But if there was somebody that was able to inspire people the way that Bernie did, potentially you've got a majority out there to just tap into. And the reason that majority is not going to show up, or the reason that some of those people who hate Trump, who do not want to see another season of The Apprentice White House edition, right? The reason that doesn't get you to where you want, which is like a hard ceiling on the possibility, like a foreclosure on the possibility of a further Trump administration, is because you got Joe fucking Biden. You got Joe Biden who inspires the opposite of hope, who depresses the outcome, both by his policies, both by his endorsement of the ethnic cleansing that's going on in Gaza, as well as by the as well as by his inability to conduct a freaking political campaign. And the fact that the Democratic Party, just like the Republican Party, is shoving an octogenarian who nobody likes, who nobody's inspired by, down our throats. Anyway.
Fighting for my children, keeping them safe, and giving them an opportunity for a better life. That's something that unites all American parents. Whether we're Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals, we all want a better country for our children. But I'm here tonight to tell you, no matter your political background, that the best chance we have to give our babies a better life is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States.
By the way, as many people pointed out, and I actually think it's fair and true, if you look at Trump's face, pretty much the entire first night from when he walked out and sat down, he did look kind of emotional. So it seems to me, because I asked Chris, I was like, do you think he knows? Do you think it's really set in yet that I almost died? I almost died. And I thought, honestly, I don't know. I don't know if Trump really has the capability to be that thoughtful on the situation, right? But no, it looks like you're really settled in. Like, damn, I almost died. This is sort of crazy that I'm still here. All right, so here we go.
Now, you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no politician, and I don't want to be. But I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump.
Citation needed. I love, now, they have sometimes, of course, I called out Russiagate. It's total BS. But what you're going to find is she says that, and then there's literally no examples. She gives no examples.
I know this because for a long time I believed those lies, so I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse, and I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump.
Oh my God, this is like some Anna Kasparian shit here.
People have to do their research.
Do your research.
And I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love.
See, the thing about this is it was so easy to say this maybe in 2016. Trump was an unknown quantity. Trump was a celebrity. There's a certain assumption of like liberal social views from celebrities, right? You know, there's that stereotype, that fucking Hollywood stereotype. Actually, I think attached itself to Trump as well, being a reality star, right? So, where some people, especially low information Andis and Andreas, like this can say that, well, he can't be that bad. I mean, like, how bad could he be? Look, he's holding up a LGBTQ flag upside down, but I mean, I'm sure he means well, right? Maybe this is just, haters. Maybe, he's got haters. That's it. They hate him because they ain't him. They're jealous. They're jealous haters. They're anti-fans. And I'm not going to listen to what they say because Trump is going to be great, right? And if you're a low information Andy and you don't know anything about his policies, you don't know anything about the racist shit that he's fucking said, as Amber Rose obviously does not, like, do your research. Jesus Christ, you haven't even read the man's words, apparently. Then maybe you can buy into that. But if you know about the party, you know about the man, and if you know about the red hat wearing voters especially, you know that this can mean nothing good for people that don't embody the stereotype of the, what it means to be an American. Because that's a coded word when Trump uses it. When they say American, they're not talking about all Americans. They're talking about white, male, cis, straight, Christian Americans. And depending on what faction of the far right that you're talking about, that may not even be enough. There may be more requirements than that.
He said they don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love. Are you sure about that, bro? Are you sure?
His lawyer and mentor was Roy. That's actually Roy Cohn is the name you're looking for, Bad Lefty, but you're correct.
You're about to find out the hard way that's not true when I get...
But his last name is C-O-H-N, Cohn.
To the reaction to your ass speaking at the RNC. You're about to find out for sure that's not true. Also, let's be clear. We covered this the other day. There was a brief moment when even Republicans supported gay marriage, over 50% of them. That's no longer the case. Now, opposing gay marriage has surged on the right. It probably went hand in hand with like the trans.
And honestly, there's no proactive, really hopeful agenda for Trump either, right? With a caveat, right? Let me put it this way: their hopes are different. Their hopes aren't in what Donald Trump can do for you. Their hopes are in what Donald Trump can do to your enemies. What Donald Trump can do to those diverse people that you see in movies that you hate seeing, right? That's the MAGA agenda. There's no like hopeful, like beneficial aspirations there. There's just aspirations of hurting the people that trigger your grievance, because this is grievance politics. This is the epitome of grievance politics. This is rage bait politics that they're doing here.
Panic. And now it's a majority that don't want to have gay marriage anymore. They want to scrap gay marriage. Remember, the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade.
Well, right? Yeah, right. That's right, because they believe in the family. They believe in the family. And when they say the family, they don't mean Dave Rubin's family.
For the record, Amber Rose, she was involved in something called like the slut walk. She's very sex positive.
Oh, I forgot about the slut walk. God, that's a long time ago.
She's pro-choice. Well, somebody better let her know, hey, the Republicans threw out Roe v. Wade. And now you have in a lot of the red states, in at least 14 states, they have draconian...
One in chat if you remember the slut walk.
Crackdowns on abortion. Where unless you're bleeding out on the table, they would say, no, you're not getting one. Even if the mother's life is going to be in danger, they say, if you're not bleeding out on the table, dying right now, we're not going to give you an abortion.
I don't even know if bleeding out on the table is enough to get you...
I genuinely don't know if...
And yeah, obviously, by the time you're bleeding out on the table, it's probably too late.
She knows what she signed up for, right? If you're sex positive, you did that slut walk thing, you're pro-choice.
Yeah. Chad Alpha says, no solutions, only scapegoats.
I don't know what you think you're doing. We covered a story, what was it, a year ago, where there was some porn star that went to speak at some conservative convention.
And Earthkeeper says the tapes from behind the scenes of The Apprentice itself, the reality show, that Donald Trump started that are coming out might just say different things about his racism. Yeah, there's stories, and I can't confirm any of this, okay? So I'm not saying. There's stories that there are tapes of Donald Trump. Oh, God, this is what's so annoying. There is actually, now that I remember it, there's an interview, right, in which somebody who worked with Donald Trump, I don't remember who it was, said that he heard Trump like use the N-word with the hard R in reference to a black contestant on The Apprentice. Again, this would be so much more meaningful if it was a tape. There are stories that supposedly there are tapes of Trump, saying out of pocket shit like that. But again, we don't have the confirmation. We don't have the tapes. Mark Burnett is his name, right? The executive producer does not seem to be very forthcoming with any information, if it actually does exist, that would paint Trump in such a light.
And there was a massive backlash over that. And they were basically like, look, you're just not welcome here. We think you represent a degenerate.
Who cares says she's been brainwashed. I mean, maybe she's been brainwashed, but I don't know. Maybe she's just making money. Maybe this is just like a transactional thing, right? I have to think that with at least some of these, celebrity MAGA endorsers, that for some of them, this is transaction. This is business. This is networking. It's just very niche networking, let's just say.
Lifestyle. And that's what they would say to her, right? Oh, yeah, they don't care if you're black, white, gay, or really? Well, they certainly care if you're trans. There's a whole trans panic going on right now. And they do care if you're gay, because the polls are showing they're backsliding on that issue, and backsliding very quickly, right? So I don't know. And she said, oh, I did my research. I found out he's not racist. What are you talking about? You're telling me you don't think his immigration position is racially coded? Really? Really? I mean, come on. Nobody's naive enough to think that, right? Remember when he made that comment in his first term, like, yeah, we don't want anybody coming from the shithole countries. Hey, Don, what are the shithole countries? Please tell me, which countries are the shithole countries? And if he were to list them, you would know, hey, they're all black and brown. And it turns out, hey, he's okay with Scandinavian immigrants, but he's got issues with the immigrants from the shithole countries. And, oh, it's just a coincidence that they're black and brown. Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? That's not to say he's as racist as, say, a David Duke or a Nick Fuentes, right? But who are we kidding? It's just...
And also, it doesn't really matter. Like, I mean, the question of, like, what does he really believe? Is he personally, and grievously, like, racist himself? It doesn't matter if he's servicing, like, that demographic that is, right? If that's his constituent, if that's who he's trying to please, if that's what's at the, core of MAGA, which it very much is, white grievance, essentially, then it literally doesn't matter what Trump honestly thinks. And back to Amber Rose, there is again the possibility that she's like a low info Andrea, that she just like doesn't know, she hasn't looked, right? And there's also a chance that there's like some sort of compartmentalization that goes on, right? Where they hear these, one of the biggest things that the Trump people will do to get people on board who should not be on board, who should know better, is that they'll show information, or they'll show, incidents that they portray as the media lying about Donald Trump. And they get this into your mind. The media lies, the lying press, the lying media, right? This is literally something that Hitler used, right? Literally Hitler's language, skibbity. But this is, once they get that into their head, then something like Trump's own words on audio recording, on video recording, in an interview, can be dismissed as more media lying. I mean, who knows what we're looking at these days? You know how deep fakes are? Maybe the media deep faked it. Maybe the media got a Trump impersonator to say, grab him by the pussy. I swear to God, I know that there's people like that out there. I know that there's people that do that kind of stuff, and that's the way that they're able to compartmentalize it. Anything that they hear from Trump that's just like fucking out of pocket and too far and should be like, that's your red flag right there, buddy. Get the fuck out of MAGA. That's not you. This is not you. They're like, well, so many ways in which they compartmentalize this stuff.
Here's my question for you. Is Amber Rose doing this as her new grift? Hey, I'm sort of losing my relevance. I want to stay relevant. Well, there's one tried and true.
I mean, I don't know, but it could be
totally MAGA, totally pro-Trump, and then they'll all circle the wagons around you, or many of them will, I should say. And you trigger the left and you stay relevant that way by creating controversy in that sense. But again,
and it's just not hard. It's not hard.
In the MAGA crowd that will say, hey, as long as you're one of us, you're cool. But then there's also some who are like, no, I actually have a principled stance against degeneracy. And they would think of her as a degenerate, not only for the freaking forehead tattoo, but also for being pro-choice and sex positive, etc. Here we go.
And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong.
You sure?
So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you.
Oh, so brave. So brave. This is like when Vivek Ramaswamy came out the other day and said, if you really want to be counterculture, you really want to be edgy, you go to a college campus, you show that you're a conservative. Guys, you can't rebrand conservatism as an edgy outsider ideology.
Oh no, Kyle, I think you're wrong actually.
Very nature means you're a status quo defender. That's what it means. One of the definitions. It's about small government sometimes, right? But then it's also about tradition, defending the...
Look, when we look into JD Vance, we're going to find out all the ways that they are rebranding conservatism right now. And look, some of the attempts have failed. Like if you look at a cringe lord like Gavin McInnes, the founder of the brown shirt thug gang known as the Proud Boys, you can see that that's a failure. Like being a 40-something-year-old frat boy cool is just not going to happen. He's tried and he's failed. Making conservatism the new punk rock has failed, at least through him. Also, punk rock is fucking old as fuck, bro. Find something new to rebrand yourself as. You're talking about like the 1970s. When you say punk rock, but that doesn't mean that it can't be rebranded as something like less fogey than MAGA. Oh my God, it absolutely can. And look, it's a brand. Let's say it's a brand with sub brands. All right, there we go. You know what I'm talking about? There's sub brands to this brand, and if you don't, fit the red hat wearing brand, they're gonna find a way to get to you. Yeah, they're gonna try to find a way to get to you. They're gonna try to find influencers that look like you, that you relate to, that you care about. Look at Steve Bannon and what he's done in terms of gamers and using that gamer demographic to market reactionary politics.
Status quo. You cannot say it's counterculture to defend the status quo. They are definitionally opposites. So let's stop with this stupid rebrand where this is what Chris Rufo does all the time too, right? That, right-wing influencer.
Earthkeeper wants me to remember the MC5, apparently. Punk rock started in 68.
Right-wing think tank guy. They try to rebrand, MAGA politics and conservatism as, bro, we're the outsiders now. We're the ones sticking it to the elites. No, you're not. You are the elites. What is Trump's second term going to deliver above everything else? It's going to deliver more tax cuts for the rich and more deregulation.
Look, when MAGA tries to present itself as cool, especially in some of these younger sub-brands, it's not going to come with punk rock. It's going to come with funk. And it's going to come with a gym membership, and it's going to come with jujitsu and everything else, right? You know how this works. You've seen this.
Totally destroy the administrative state, right? Pack the administration with loyalists, crack down when it comes to social policy. They want to end no-fault divorce, for example. They want to ban IVF, in vitro fertilization. So you're backsliding. That's what it is.
I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad.
Look, it's just kind of sad because, it could be a new grift, of course, but it could also be, I think, the way a lot of people find themselves having a particular religious identity or political identity, and that is family, right? It's based around family. You have a family member who believes X, Y, or Z, and they stand by it, and then you just sort of go along to get along and say, yeah, it's like, I was raised Catholic. Most people in my family, if you ask them, they'd be like, yeah, I'm Catholic, right? Even though many of them don't go to church, they don't really think about it, they're not really believers, but yeah, I guess I'm just like, they describe it in the same way they're describing like their national identity. Yeah, I'm American. I was born here. I'm American. Yeah, I was born to a Catholic family. I'm Catholic. It sounds like that's kind of how Amber Rose came to this, right? It's like she had some time there where she flirted with left-wing ideology when she was trying to be more famous and popular, and she was with the in crowd. Now she's not with the in crowd anymore.
And this is a big thing too, right? That there are in crowds and out crowds. There are cool kid tables and not so cool kid tables, and there is a sense sometimes of rejection, even when you can't like pin that rejection like on a person in your life. If you feel like coolness has left you behind, right? I feel like we saw a version. I don't remember what it was. I feel like we saw something that I can't remember what it was. But that's aggrievement. That is aggrievement, and that is also something that they will market reactionary politics with, right? Well, those cool kids won't accept you at the Apple store. Come on over to Johnny Rockets and have a seat at the table with Peter Thiel and Blake Masters, because they will accept you. They get you. And they're just like you. For real, for real. They're just like you.
And so she revisits her childhood, which is, oh, my dad's a conservative. I guess I'm a conservative too. Oh, it turns out Donald Trump is wonderful. Well, many of the people in MAGA do not think you're wonderful. So this is in the Daily Beast. MAGA turns on Trump for platforming Amber Rose at RNC.
I feel like MAGA turns on Trump is a little bit of an overstatement, right? I don't anticipate Amber Rose speaking at the RNC to result in Trump losing and anybody staying home and not voting for Trump, right? They are peeved at her face tattoos. That's it. And they're going to forget about it in, 2 weeks.
Republicans have misidentified Rose as a porn star as they rip into her following.
Really?
Her speech at the convention this week. I got to be honest here. I don't think the MAGA types calling her a porn star are totally wrong. She does have an OnlyFans. She does show her naughty bits. So, yeah, I think that's...
I mean, that is something that they tend to dislike. Fair
to call that a porn star. Maybe she never does any penetration. I don't know if she's recorded it or taken pictures of any actual sex. But, showing people your fucking asshole and your tits. Yeah, I think it's fair to say kind of a porn star, right? You could say it's soft maybe, but it's still that. Okay, here we go. Some of the right are not happy with Trump's choice to platform media personality Amber Rose at the RNC, with several taking to Twitter/X to slam her.
I feel like Kyle needs to do a better job, stating that like he is not looking down on somebody for doing OF and like, right? Because like, again, dude is kind of bro coded, right? And yeah, he has had dodgy tweets in the past. That's what people like chat when I watch Kyle and people are like, I don't know about Kyle Kulinski, right? That's what they're talking about. They're remembering some tweet that they saw, and yeah, there's some really bad tweets. They're remember. I mean, there's moments that he's had now, like he, I'm not seeing as much of that stuff from him lately, but yeah, this is one of those areas where like I think that he's trying to be judgmental. I hope he's not trying to be judgmental. I think what he's trying to get across is that the Matt Walsh types are kind of judgmental. But again, people, you can't expect people to make that assumption, especially when you've got a bit of a checkered past.
election in light of her sex-positive messaging over the years. One such right-winger, Matt Walsh, called Rose a pro-abortion feminist and self-proclaimed slut with a face tattoo whose only claim to fame is having sex with rappers. All right, here's what he says. The RNC gives a primetime speaking slot to a pro-abortion feminist and self-proclaimed slut with a face tattoo whose only claim to fame is having sex with rappers. Truly an embarrassment. Not a single voter will be...
Matt, you're going to fuck the bag for Trump. You're going to fuck the bag.
...mobilized by this person. Turns out they're...
Don't fuck up the bag.
...not all that welcoming, are they, Amber? I thought, hey, gay, straight, black, white...
Look, I think Trump understands it, and I think Amber understands it. This is transactional. This is... You could even see this as two influencers doing a collab. That's what this is. This is a collab. This RNC convention for Amber is very likely a collab, and she gets access to Trump's audience, and he gets access to her audience, and he gets to also use her as a fig leaf. Those of you who think that I'm going to do a national abortion ban, would a president who's about to enact a national abortion ban bring a pro-choice speaker onto the RNC? Yeah, he would. If he wants to get elected, he absolutely would.
Whatever. They don't care, bro. They don't care, bro. Some of them do. To be fair, there are some MAGA types that are more like Trump, where it's like, if you kiss his ass, welcome to the club. But there's some like Matt Walsh who are more ideological and more rigid. Like, wait, no, I stand for traditional values, and she doesn't represent traditional values. She's a degenerate. That's what he thinks. Now, to be fair to him, where's the lie? Is there a single voter who's going to be mobilized by Amber fucking Rose? No. Is this an embarrassment because it's shameful identity politics where you're just trying to get minority votes by saying, look, a minority? That is an embarrassment. That is almost exactly what it is. Is her main claim to fame having sex with rappers?
We talked about Biden. Do you want to talk about the COVID thing, Omega Star? Yeah, I think somebody's brought up that Biden has gotten himself infected with COVID once again. Is he going to make it till the election, right? That's the real question. I mean, like, this is not looking good. Trump collab with an OF model. Oh, wait, no. Okay, wait. Whoa. Mixatonic. I think you misunderstand me. I am speaking in metaphor, my friend. It's a figure of speech. I am not talking about a tape. I am not talking about a sex tape that exists, okay? I am talking about Amber Rose speaking at the RNC, thus getting access to Trump's audience, people that, might not pay attention to her and what she's doing and, what she's selling. And then Trump getting access to, it's an influencer deal. I'm asking you to think of it like an influencer deal. I'm not saying there's a tape out there. And if there is, I don't want to see it. I have no desire to see that. Wow. You just created an image in my mind. Do you realize that? Miska? Like, I just got the image in my mind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I imagined this non-existent tape. But do you get what I'm saying? I'm not being literal. At least I hope. I hope to God I'm not being there's not a literal fucking sex tape out there.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Is she pro-abortion, or
you think that Trump would demand one? I mean, possibly.
Was she pro-abortion and a feminist and a self-proclaimed slut, and does she have a face tattoo? Yeah. So look, I hate to say it, but this is the one of the rare areas where I have to say, Matt Walsh, you are not wrong, good sir.
Here's what I want to know. Like, other tattoos that people get, I mean, maybe that's a recent tattoo, right? But other tattoos that people get, they don't age very well. You know what I'm talking about, chat? If you've seen a tattoo that somebody's had for like 20 years, it's not pretty. I mean, I guess you can get it like, what's the word for it? You can get it re-inked. Is that how you say it?
And so then there's a different, the traditional MAGA types, let's call them, the ones that care more about as long as you...
But I wonder, face tattoos, I don't see as much like wear and tear.
Kiss Trump's ass, you're with us. They're now mad at Matt Walsh. You're like, well, hey, hold on. We're supposed to be more open-minded. When it's convenient.
I mean, that's beautiful. Hogs fighting hogs. I can get with that.
They try to appeal to liberalism. Hey, as long as you're on board with MAGA and you're in the cult, then I don't care about all these other identities.
They have to be retouched, but people don't bother.
There are many
touched up
who truly believe that. but Matt Walsh, because he's such a deep and
yeah, Shakespeare, I was just saying that. I think it's at least the third time that Biden's contracted COVID.
Staunch social conservative, he's like, no, you guys are wrong. I am actually anti-gay. I am actually anti-trans. I am actually against degeneracy. I am in favor of traditional lifestyles. I want one man, one woman, preferably white, white picket fence, dog, 2-3 kids. That's what I want. And she does not represent that, and so I'm against her. Rose became a public figure following her 2-year romantic relationship with Kanye West, and that began in 2008 in subsequent marriage and divorce from rapper Wiz Khalifa. She since maintained her spotlight with I'm Joe Biden apparently.
I mean, it is a spotlight when it comes to the RNC convention.
With sex positive activism, like being the face of the Slut Walk, a movement against gender-based violence that seeks to reclaim the word slut for women. She's also appeared on reality television and is a prominent OnlyFans creator, notably not a porn star. Okay, come on with the nitpicking. A fact that was lost on more than a few social media users who took to X to criticize her RNC. So they're taking an issue here. Like, she's not a porn star. See, look at this. This is a community note. Amber Rose is not.
Yeah, so Shakespeare is pointing out that the more often that you get infected with COVID, the more severe it can be, because one of the things that COVID does is it degrades your immune system every time you get it. So, like I was saying, this is really not good for Biden. I am at this point wondering if he will even get, to the election intact, so to speak. So it's another reason, and there's more people calling for him to drop out, right? Adam Schiff is, I think, the latest. So maybe, interesting. The what is it called on Twitter? I'm trying to remember what the context thing, the readers added thing. What's that called? I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, it says that she is not or never has been a porn star. She's an American model, rapper, and television personality. And yeah, look, she's got music, right? Now she's got a new audience for that music. Some people that probably don't like her music will fuck with her just because now they know her as the MAGA rat, and that's another MAGA rat. I mean, this is the whole reason for existence for like people like Forgiato Blow, right? This motherfucker had no career whatsoever. Nobody knew who was or cared about Forgiato Blow. Forgiato Blow was a failed rapper, and then all of a sudden he starts writing about songs about Trump, and now he's got a career. All right, I mean, like if she puts out a song about Trump, oh yeah, she's gonna blow the fuck up.
Has never been a porn star. She's an American model, rapper, and television personality. I'll ask you guys. I think it's fair to call an OnlyFans user who...
Thank you. Community notes. I can never remember.
Their naughty bits. I think it's fair to call them a porn star. If you want to soften it, you could say soft porn star. But to nitpick over that, I think is kind of silly.
Well, like the point is destigmatize like sex work, okay, of any kind, right? Whether it's modeling or full service or whatever, destigmatize sex work, right?
MSNBC host Joy Reid had a very different take, expressing her skepticism that Rose's symbolism as a young person of color who supports Trump will actually have any impact. Totally 100% agree with that.
Miska says even Drake won't endorse Trump, even though they got so much in common, right, Miska?
To be fair, Trump's numbers have gone up in the black community. They have gone up in the Hispanic community. That's true. But is it because somebody like Amber Rose goes and speaks to the RNC? Absolutely not. Not even close. I think it more stems from those communities looking at Joe Biden and going, homie can't do it. He just can't do it. Anyway, so this goes on a little bit here, but you get the...
Well, there is a degree to which the Democratic Party writ large has taken the black vote, which is, how party insiders like talk about, the voting patterns of black people. They've taken it for granted. When Democrats get the sense constituency has nowhere else to run, they tend to take care of that and attend to that constituency a lot less, right?
Gist of it. There's definitely a backlash over her speaking. There was also a backlash over, there was one other, what was her name? Harmeet Singh or something like that. Somebody who I think...
Yeah, community notes. That's right, Philandian.
Sikh, who's a right-wing activist. And there were, the more Nick Fuentes aligned, white nationalist types who are more open with their white nationalism, they were like, this is bullshit. Get the non-Christian off stage. fuck the non-Christian. And so you're always going to have this tension in MAGA between the no, we really mean it types and the look, we will cling to liberal values and use them when it's convenient for us. And as long as you believe in the dear leader Trump, then we genuinely don't care. So there are different flavors, different varieties of MAGA here. But I think Amber Rose just learned the hard way. It's not all puppies and rainbows.
And look, this is not the only haters out there. Like I said, Nick Fuentes, there's a video showing him reacting to the RNC, and he's literally going like black, 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 black. You know, like, right? It's just like, it's, wow, cool. That's your reaction is like pure racism. There you go. That's the, you know, extent of his commentary, right? So yeah, like I said, okay, so that's what's going on with Amber Rose, and kind of a backlash to the transactional relationship between her and MAGA now, right? There's a part of MAGA, a pretty big part of MAGA, that's just like not going to accept her or anyone like her because of her identity. You know, she's still, like I said, you know, she's got music out there. She's going to find a new audience for it. You know, even her OF stuff, I would imagine is going to, you know, get clicks that it wouldn't have otherwise gotten from this kind of cross promotion that she's doing with MAGA. But yeah, let's take a break for a second now, and then we'll get to take a look at the poll, and then we will get to Sam Cedar talking about. I think Sam's got the story about Biden's COVID for us, so let's take a look at where we are at now. So, look at this. Dono goal is 72% of the way reached. Now, I know you didn't see any stream alerts and or hear anything. And in some cases, I'm a little bit worried about like some of those like stream alerts not popping up, but that's on me to fix. That's on me to figure out, right? But we're 72% of the way there. We are well within striking distance of opening up a whole new subject of content to go over. If I look at the poll, it looks like Trump RFK anti-vax call leaked is at 46%. Keffel's returns 24%. Destiny versus Hassan, 20%. And Kaya, I'm not hydrated enough to pronounce her name correctly. Libs of TikTok cancels grandma. Libs of TikTok cancels grandma at 11%. If I take a look over here at the shorts poll, we see 31% Trump RFK. Wait, though, I'm sorry, backwards. That was the shorts poll. This is the full screen stream poll, as we say, right? RFK Trump Jr. leaked anti-vax calls at 31%. Libs of TikTok cancels grandma right behind it at 30%. Amazing much. Keffel's right behind that at 25%. So yeah, the full screen stream poll is actually very close. Destiny and Hassan kind of losing out on this one. And then we add to that, oh my God, 50% to Libs of TikTok cancels Granny. That would put it in the lead. And the only caveat on that is that there's 22% for Vox Populi. So chat, there have been exactly 2 donos today. And they were very generous donos. So you know, in fact, I think I should just like call out the people who donated to the 2 people that have donated so far. Monoape, whose name can be pronounced in at least 4 different ways and mispronounced by me potentially every time. And good for Gabby with the donos today. So you can thank both of them. So I don't know what's going on exactly today, but I think that we can probably get there. Cornhub, see, I told you we could get there. Omega Star says I pick Hassan. Look at that. So that is getting us to 77% of the way there, meaning that we only have 23 more percent to go, and then Hassan gets 5%. Look at that. Look at that. So I would still say that it looks like Libs of TikTok, that story is out ahead. With maybe the call between Trump and RFK Jr. Coming in a close second. And I don't know, is Keffels in third? I can't tell. Maybe third position doesn't matter that much. Hadn't heard about her in years. Now she's a Trumper. What a surprise. Well, yeah, this is how you get yourself back into limelight, or you get yourself into some limelight. This is how you open up a whole new audience, right? Especially if your audience, if your followers have moved on from you, right? Because that's a very hard thing. Ask Tipster. Ask Boogie, ask any myriad of content creators what it's like when your audience moves on. And, you might have millions of subscribers, but if you put out a video and you're getting 2,000 views, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But this is a way for Amber Rose to sort of put herself out there to an untapped audience, an audience that does not know who she is yet, has not gotten a chance to get tired of her, or, for whatever reason, her original audience moved on. And like I said, will buy her stuff, even if they don't really want it, even if they don't really need it, because they now have a positive association between her and their dear leader. But yeah, thank you, Omega Star, for the super chat. Again, chat, any sort of donations, whether it be super chat, super stickers, if you are weaseling the fuck up, that is getting a membership for yourself so that you get those emotes, or passing on the weasel to other people, which is a really nice thing to do. Gifting the weasels, gifting the emotes, and the exclusive content, and the membership. I'm trying to set up the Discord actually as we speak, right? Because I'm realizing that since Good for Gabby signed up for the no-com tier membership, I did not have anyone on that tier until right now. And there's certain things that go along with that, including you get my Steam my Steam name, and you can play, I think what's on there, you can play video games with me. Like I'll give you like my Steam account name, and you get to control me, NCC. I don't know what exactly that means. I guess it means whatever you want it to mean, right? But that's a fringe benefit. And what else? Oh yeah, I follow you on social media. So if you Good for Gabby, let me know if you have a Twitter or anything that you want me to follow, and I will do that. That's a pretty high tier and very generous donation. So thank you to everybody who donates in whatever way you do. This also goes, so any of those donations, they count for, I will put your donation onto the poll. So it will add to the percentage that the subject that you want to see covered gets. And sometimes that makes all the difference, especially when there's like so much of the dono money in one particular subject. Apparently, Amber Rose has music and appeared on the she's a rapper. Appeared in a music video for Latino Trumpsters. She's not Latina, in case anyone was wondering. But yeah, so like I said, super chats, super stickers count, as do memberships and gifted memberships. Same thing goes for donations to the throne, to crowdsource a better stream setup. As in fact, you're looking at it, right, chat? Like this room divider right here, this really cool background I got. That is because of the generous donations of people, of viewers like you on Throne. So that counts as well. Anything that comes into Throne. Also, I want to mention this since it's super applicable this month. There's links down in the description for my PayPal and my Cash App. And if you want to donate that way, it actually helps me out a lot. I'm going to have some trouble with bills this month. June was really bad for me, and I get paid like a month behind and 3 weeks after that month, basically. three to 4 weeks after that month. So because I'm getting paid for June right now, it's going to be kind of a tough month. So any donations on the PayPal or on the Cash App are extra helpful to me this month. You could also do that on Throne. I've got a rent fund set up there as well. And as always, Thumb Gang, that is a contribution I always appreciate. Remember, you can vote in the poll that you're on the stream that you're watching, whether you're watching on the full screen stream or you're watching on the short stream. You can vote in. Make sure to get those votes in, right? Because well, I mean, like that's how we pick what we're gonna do next. But you can also, if you want to, because I've got the if you look down at this the pinned chat, I've got the link to the short stream and the full screen stream, and I've got the links to the full screen stream in the shorts chat. Yeah, and you can click to the other one, and you can vote there too. I'm just telling you this because I know some people have figured it out that there's a way to vote twice. And it's only fair if I tell all of you that that's a possibility, so that if you want to have 2 votes, you can get the 2 votes. All I ask is that you hit that like when you go over to the other channel, because that helps me out immensely. I cannot emphasize, I cannot over stress how much. Oh, thank you, Good for Gabby. But yeah, I'm gonna try to actually get the it's been a long time coming, members and subs, so on YouTube and Twitch, added to Weasel Ranch, so that so that if you're a member of any tier, you got access to the new at the moment it's kind of like a members only Discord, but I'm sort of just setting it up, and there's things like for instance like there's benefits to the no-com level and to the secret Halo level that I'm gonna need you to coordinate. So like with Gabby, I think you get my Steam link, my Steam account for if you want to game together. If we have any games in common, I generally play like Rocket League is the big game that I'm playing right now. So and also any social media accounts that I'm on that you want me to follow. That comes with NoCom as well as controlling NCC. So whatever that means to you, you get that now, because that membership has its benefits. That's kind of an understatement, isn't it? So yeah, like I said, this just came in. I was about to say Sam Cedars got COVID. That's wrong. It's actually Joe Biden. But Sam Cedar, I think, has the story. There's a story from 3 years ago. Biden already destroying Trump on COVID-19. I mean, that takes on a whole new meaning now. Is he though? Maybe. I swear to God, I thought I saw a Sam Cedar like an update by Sam on the Trump COVID thing. Oh wait, no, there it is. Is this it?
Third chance at third attempt at going live. Every time I do it, and about 30 minutes ago, it was made that necessary. None of his doctors had told him that he had a serious called for Biden to drop out, citing serious concerns that occasionally. Meanwhile, got some breaking news that we wanted to mention. As you know, today,
a very speedy
called for Biden to drop out, citing serious concerns that he can't win. Biden said in an interview, I think it was today, It was with the New York Times. This was an interview that was released today. He would reevaluate whether to stay in the presidential race if a doctor told him directly that he had a medical condition that made that necessary.
Ooh, I'm okay. I'm sorry, Shad. I'm not trying to. Okay, this is gonna come out weird, right? That ooh that I just let out, it makes it sound like I'm like, hey, COVID. I'm not. Look, you don't have to hand it to COVID. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to cheer. I'm not cheering on somebody getting COVID, but I just didn't know that. I didn't remember that Biden had said that if he gets a serious health condition. Aglith has a question. See if you play. Oh, is this the rent thing on Throne? Looks like it will. Yo, Aglith, that's a really good. Oh, geez, somebody else said that earlier, and I didn't know what they were talking about. You're right. I did that wrong. You're right. I did that wrong. So there's one way. Yep, there we go. I fixed it. Oh my God. And again, to anybody who normally watches me on Twitch, apologies. I don't know what's going on. I am legitimately confused about, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Somebody else mentioned that and I didn't know what they were saying. I thought they were saying that they wish that they could cover. Oh my God. But yeah, thank you, Aglith. I didn't even realize. Yeah, so there's two ways that I can set up the crowdfunding cash thing on Throne, and one of those ways is where it's like a lump sum. So in other words, it's like, you know, this is something that one person can do all at once, which is ridiculous because that is a lot of I'm so embarrassed now. Narwhal by nature, thank you for pointing me. Whoa, ow. Oh my gosh. Not ow, but like I just was surprised. I always say ow when I'm surprised. What do you say when you're surprised, chat? Like, I think I just have the Throne stream alert turned, like the volume is turned way up. And so it's like louder than a lot of things. That's but thank you. Thank you for the dono, Aglith. That I'm assuming that is you. I shouldn't assume things though, because you know. Yeah, no, thank you so much. That means a lot. And where does that put us? I'm supposed to look at this. Okay, with that, it looks like that dono goal is smashed. Okay. We are at the dono goal, so you are getting extra content today. The only question is, what extra content do you want? And how do you select that? By voting in my poll, by voting in, you can vote in Shorts chat, you can vote in the full stream screen, I'm not saying that right, the full screen stream. I gotta find a better name for this than FSS, right? FSS probably stands for something that I don't even know. But you can vote in either or both of those polls. Remember, you can cross over, and if you want to cross over, the link is in the pinned chat. So I just say this because I know some people are voting twice, and it's only fair if I tell you all that that's a potential. And all I ask is that you leave a like, leave a like to because that helps me out a lot if you vote in both of the streams. But yeah, we are now past the we've got the dono goal is smashed already, and oh yeah, Agleth, if you would like to let me know, unless you already did let me know. Oh my gosh, chat, I'm all over the place here. There's like a button I'm supposed to press. not there. It's not there. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, so if you would like me to put your money where your mouth is, onto one of the topics that we could cover, you can add your dono at $1 per or 1% per dollar to the subject of your choice. We have Trump goes anti-vax in a leaked RFK Jr. call. We have Libs of TikTok cancels grandma. We have Destiny versus Hassan, and we have Keffel's returns. And you can vote for those. Ag says Libs of TikTok. That is a popular choice today. That is a popular choice, and it now has, look at this chat, an 85% boost. Now, of course, that's minus what's in Vox Populi, because you're also able to say Vox Populi if what you want to do is kind of turn the choice back to the voters. You can say Vox Populi, and then in that case, your donation goes to increase the influence of the votes at the expense of the donation. So that's an option too. But yeah, it looks like the very, very strong showing for the Chaya Rychek content. So let's see what's going on with Sam Cedar. I'll get us back into the content. Again, yeah, thank you to everybody who's donated. It's really, really kind of you, and especially like this month has been this is going to be the tough month. After in August, let's see. Basically, to put this into perspective, I've made more this month than I did in the entire month before. So June was just like a really bad month for me, and that means that it looks like things are going to be all right in August and after, right? So making it through the summer is something that I didn't know if would happen. And look, I only did it because my community is so awesome. So thank you so much, everybody out there that contributes to the stream in whatever way you do, even if you're like Thumb Gang, right? Don't think like that feels like you're not doing much, but you actually are. And that actually makes a big difference to me. And just having the support actually, psychologically makes a big difference to me as well. So yeah, thanks everybody. Stop the steal. Don't actually stop it though. I mean, look, sometimes the donos are spread out. Sometimes the donos are all in one place. Sometimes the donos agree with the choice of chat, and sometimes they're at odds, right? So, it just always depends. So let's take a look back at, Sam Cedar giving us the Biden news. And look, I apologize to you. Chat. Update on, I saw that. Yeah. Shakespeare is talking about some more information, I think, about Thomas Matthew Crooks's family and sort of some political background for the family of the assailant of the Trump attack. And I did see that earlier this morning. So thank you. We'll see if we get a chance to get into that. We're gonna do some Biden news right now. So again, I'm apologizing to you because when I heard Sam say that Biden had said that if he was diagnosed with any kind of serious medical condition, that's one of the reasons that he might drop out. When I heard that, I was like, ooh, right? And I feel bad because, like, on some level, it sounds like I'm cheering COVID. Like, right? I am not trying to do that, okay? I'm not trying to cheer on somebody getting COVID. That was not my intention. The ooh was because I had forgotten that was one of the stipulations of Biden possibly dropping out. And because, we're sort of under the impression that since the Trump attack has taken up so much of the oxygen in the room, and that now the pressure on Biden to drop out has gotten a lot less, Biden has been very stubborn, that it sort of looked like we were going to have a repeat of 2020, the same matchup, which like nobody really wants. Nobody really wants that matchup, right? Nobody really wants a rerun of 2020, right? Or a rematchup. And a lot of the reason, look, if you look at the Senate polling, if you look at the polling for the Senate seats, the Democrats are actually doing really well. if you look at the generic ballot, particularly like before, this past few weeks, right? The generic ballot was favoring the Dems as well. So the fact that Biden is losing to Trump in all of the swing states is a bit of an outlier. Democrats, writ large, are not doing as bad as Joe Biden is. And so that seems to suggest that Trump's success, Trump being up so far in the polls, is not a factor of people being excited about Trump and people wanting to vote for Trump and Trump reaching new audiences or all this like disinformation. It's a factor of people, nobody being enthusiastic about Joe Biden. And the idea being that like kind of like a generic Dem, like almost anybody else would potentially be doing better than Biden. So we will get a chance to perhaps see if that's actually true. Let's finish this up.
None of his doctors had told him that he had a serious medical condition. This was an interview with Ed Gordon of BET News. It was released today. And it was just reported that President Biden has COVID. He was scheduled to speak in Las Vegas at a speech today. And about 30 minutes ago, it was reported that about 30 minutes ago, it was reported that he has COVID. He has canceled his speech. He is heading to Delaware to isolate. He had some, what they're calling, well, let's see, NBC News says that it was, he has COVID following his first event in Las Vegas. He is vaccinated. He is boosted. He is experiencing mild symptoms, according to his press secretary. This could be not a big deal, but I was headed back into the office because we're doing coverage of the Republican National Convention, and in about an hour or so, I don't know. Biden was asked how he was feeling. He said, "Good. I feel good." And so who knows? Look, the most obvious and hopeful, I guess, answer is that he has COVID, that it's a mild case. It means nothing. That's the most obvious answer. It is coming on a day where Adam Schiff is the first person, or the first leadership of the House to actually come out publicly and ask for him to step aside. Having COVID will mean that he will not have any meetings with anybody who might wanted to come to him, let's say leadership in the House or leadership in the Senate, to ask him if he would step aside. If COVID turns more serious, theoretically, it could be a reason why he would step aside. So we don't know. We're not going to know. For a while, anyways. I don't know what else to tell you. Although the one other thing that is interesting, I saw a report, and let me see if I can confirm this, that regarding the VP debate. And 20 minutes ago, according to NBC Montana, it's just the first thing that came up, former President Donald Trump's former president, current convicted felon, Donald Trump's campaign is pumping the brakes on committing to a vice presidential debate until the Democratic National Convention has occurred. The campaign announced the delay in a statement issued hours before Republican Vice President nominee Senator JD Vance, Republican from Peter Thiel's pocket, is set to take the stage at the Republican National Convention to deliver his primetime acceptance speech. This is the statement. Quote, "We don't know who the Democrat nominee for vice president is going to be," Trump campaign senior advisor Brian Hughes said to the National Desk, I don't know what that is, TND, in a statement, "So we can't lock in a date before their convention." I don't know why that would be an issue. If you're JD Vance, are there some specific vice presidential candidates you couldn't debate? Either Vice President Kamala Harris or somebody else? Who knows? Someone just asked if I was on Cop Rock? No. But that is that's where we're at. To accept.
So, that's Sam getting the shorts. See, like when you go live on Shorts, you get sometimes an audience that you're not used to getting. I mean, mods, you know what I'm talking about, right? And Sam's maybe experiencing this. I don't know, maybe for the first time. People are like, are you the guy from Cop Rock? I don't know. I've never seen Cop Rock. I don't know.
It'd be unfair to Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, Gretchen Whitmer, whoever Kamala Harris picks as her running mate, Hughes said. This is, to me, an indication that the Republicans are afraid of this potential, or they want to maintain.
Yeah, this could be a very bad matchup, right? So now look, if Kamala, if Biden does indeed drop out, and the most likely outcome of Biden dropping out would be Kamala taking the helm, rising to the top of the ticket, and choosing another vice president, not MAGA Mike, I assume, right? Not the third in line for succession. She'll probably choose somebody else. Then, that's going to be maybe a more favorable matchup, right? I think that Kamala might just eat JD Vance for breakfast. And so they're counting on. So if they were, in other words, if they were to go ahead and schedule this debate between Kamala and JD Vance, then potentially, she could kick JD Vance's ass. Biden could drop out, and then the other candidate that maybe JD Vance might match up more favorably with I don't know what would happen if they do another vice presidential debate or what, but they're biding their time, and then I think they're afraid of this matchup.
This question, they want to keep it live. I'm not sure what value it has to them to keep it live, but they're nervous at the prospect of, I think, a change. So that's where we're at.
Trump is very nervous at the prospect of a change. You saw that. I didn't show you this, chat, but there was a secret. Yeah, I think this was on the. I think this was. I think this was like a. Wait, what is it? Like a. No, that wrong one. There we go. Wow. Yes, there we go. NCC. We're gonna examine germs today. This is inside President Biden's immune system right now, chat. Live from Biden's immune system. It's not looking good. It's not looking good, chat. It's not looking good for Biden. So anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make fun of that. Yeah, this was one of the potential. I think I had this on the list of possible second half content a while ago. It didn't get chosen, right? But there was a Trump golf cart leak, right? He's riding on his golf cart, and he's paying off his caddies. That's what rich guys do. They golf, and they have people pull out clubs for them because they're too rich to pull out their own clubs, and the caddy hands it to them, and then they tip the caddy at the end of it. So as he's paying off the caddies, he has a little frank conversation about Biden. And one of the things that he seemed to say was that, he was pretty confident about running against Biden, not so confident about running against someone else.
I wish I had something more. All right, people are jumping in. All right, slow down. I'm trying to read the. People are jumping in right now. Just want to say quickly,
Shorts is too fast for Sam.
Live coverage tonight of the RNC.
Sam, you're lucky they're not asking you to prove your chromosomes like they do. They always ask me about my chromosomes.
Starting at 8 p.m., it has been reported that Joe Biden has COVID. He was supposed to give a speech in Las Vegas. He had some mild symptoms. He is going to Delaware to isolate. I'll answer a couple of questions. I did not play Eddie on Torres on New York Undercover. This was not a Bob's Burger mug. This was from a Letter Hack. It's a Posit mug. This is available, of course.
Oh my God.
Shop.majorityreportradio.com. Okay. I can't read this. It's too quick.
Do we need to get some merch? I just noticed President Sunday's got merch. Alec Gunter's got merch. A lot of people are getting merch.
You got to slow down. I don't know how to slow it down. I want to see if I press this. No. Let's see here. I don't want to press any buttons that. All right, I'm gonna do it.
I obviously do not want to put my name behind any dodgy products or anything like that, or lean on anybody to buy stuff that they don't want to buy. But if there's merch that would be cool, right? Stuff that you would actually want to rock, I'd be open to suggestions. Yeah, Miska, I have huge chromosomes too, and even huger gametes.
You can't slow down?
The biggest gametes.
Okay. Do you think it was a glass? Do I think it was a glass or bullet that hit Trump? I don't. It's not. First reports I heard it was glass from the teleprompter. Then that seemed to go away, but we have not gotten any.
Peter Hopkins says Boomer Sam moment. Look, like, I mean, I don't know. Shorts is a lot to handle, especially for somebody that's like, you know, from another generation.
Medical report on exactly what. All right, scroll my finger on the comment.
Weasel Waluigi? That's interesting.
Okay. We've gotten no report from Donald Trump on his medical condition, which is weird.
What? Oh, yeah, that is weird.
So we don't really know. My guess is that...
And I'm not saying odd in the Pierce Morgan sense of the word, right? I'm not saying odd as in, you know, conspiracy craft away, but...
If it was a bullet that tore apart his ear, we would hear it. But we didn't. Did Tim Heidecker apologize yet? No. The only way is to throw the phone. Boomer Sam looks like an off-brand, looking like an off-brand Adam Goldberg. Nice. Killed by Shrek. Are you gay?
That's the question that the world wants to know, Sam. Are you gay? Killed by Shrek from YouTube Shorts is asking, Sam, are you gay?
No, I wouldn't say that. Don't worry about the chat. They don't want a Biden talking, so now he has COVID all of a sudden. I doubt that. COVID numbers are...
Khalid says, Sam, are we cooked? Oh my God.
I am been pretty... well, I've been more aggressive.
Now I'm reading other people's super chats. I'm reading Sam's super chats.
But I usually walk home anyways. Scroll your finger on the comments. I don't know why it would be glass. It would be the teleprompter. John Crook is the better boomer. I don't know who that is. Go back to the top and start there. Let's see here. Scroll on the finger. Got to be quick, Martha. Sam is too stoned for this. I'll tell you something. I'm not going to lie, folks. This has been exhausted. This has been an exhausting couple of weeks of news.
Wait.
What is your episode on Sex and the City?
Wait, why is Sam exhausted? Is it just covering the RNC?
It was the one where they were in LA.
I mean, I guess it would be. If you're used to doing mornings only, to give him credit though, he does a lot more research, right? There's the kind of show that he puts together. It's not just him on screen. It's like his workday is not just what you see, you know, with Sam like on screen. There's a lot of research that goes into what he does.
Let's see. Wasn't Matt supposed to give you a tutorial? Yeah, good point. Apparently, second man got COVID. Joke, don't get it. Let's see. Do you think...
Okay, I'll put this out there. I doubt that Sam will ever hear this, but if he wants a tutorial on using, you know, on streaming to Shorts, I can help him out with that.
COVID diagnosis is going to be an immediate factor. My guess is no, but I have no idea. I mean, who's to say? Genuine question. As an Aussie from the outside looking in, do you reckon Biden saying a medical condition would maybe force him out, open the doors a little bit? Arguably. Can you call RFK and convince him to drop out for the good of the country? I don't have the ability to do that. I think it's been widely reported that the video that we played on the show yesterday, which showed RFK in a conversation with Donald Trump in the wake of Trump's the assassination attempt, RFK sounded like he was okay with being a part of the Trump administration, didn't push back when Trump said we're going to win, and in a now deleted tweet that has been
I really want to watch that now. I really want to watch that RFK thing because, like, here's my question, right? You know, if he was kind of like nodding his head along and, you know, he seemed amenable to Donald Trump's plan, right? What exactly is Donald Trump asking him? Because I thought that what Trump was asking for was a endorsement. Was asking, and here's the weird thing. Okay, so an endorsement from RFK only works. How old is Sam? 70. That's right. He's 70 years old. Well, I mean, if you add Sam and Hugo's age together, I think you get 70. So, you know, like, anyway, chat, oh my God, I'm distracted. The fuck was I just saying?
He sounded like he was okay with.
Yeah. Okay, so here's what I want to know, right? The only way that that RFK can endorse Trump is to drop out. If RFK were to endorse Trump while staying in the race, like why would any Biden voters, you know, vote for him? Or why would anybody who's leaning to Biden, you know what I mean? He shows his hand in that case, right? And he kind of has shown his hand. If I mean, it depends on the reach of the story. It depends on how far the story gets, how many people find out. Sam is 57 years old. I didn't realize he was 57. He looks good for 57, I think. Donald wants RFK Jr. to get Secret Service protection to raise his profile. unfortunate side effect of capitalism.
Being part of the Trump administration, didn't push back when Trump said we're going to win, and in a now deleted tweet that has been reported, it was his one of his sons that released the video. So I suspect at least that son has some questions about his run, and RFK is not going to listen to me more than his family, that's for sure. Hey, Sam, can I get like a few grand to leave the country? Marco Ramirez. Why would I pay you to leave the country?
Look, Sam, you got to be asking them for money, okay? Right? Especially if they want to know questions like, are you gay? According to, what was that person? Shrek Killed Me was their name?
Cedar Sebede 20, Trump is shook. Shots fired at Tim. It was a bullet. Let's see.
Be on the lookout, Chad. If we ever see that person in chat, Shrek Killed Me.
Are you and Emma? Oh, shoot. What? I don't know how I get that back. I don't know. Khalid? Oh, wow. Is that what a super chat looks like? Oh, it went away. Are we cooked? No, I don't think so. What's my hair routine?
Oh, my God.
I shower in the morning.
All right, all right.
Occasionally I'll put a little...
We're just watching his short stream now. Anyway, I've got a short stream of my own to attend to. So thanks for... Yeah, so there's your answer. Biden's got COVID. He did say something about possibly dropping out if he's diagnosed with a serious medical condition. I don't know if this counts. You had a hard time keeping up with regular chat? Wait, I think you are in regular chat, aren't you? Maybe you're talking about for somebody else. What's going on in my own? Killed by Shrek, right? Anybody ever seen that person? I buy merch from creators I like. Well, it's the whole thing, right? You know, I don't want to sell shitty merch. I even feel weird about like, you know, I've done like sponsorships for mobile games before, and that was a whole ass thing, right? Because you know, with the I get offers all the time from Stream Elements to do sponsorships for like Raid Shadow Legends, something that Chud Logic does. This is why I was joking about like, you don't want me to turn into Chud Logic, because Chud Logic does Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. But when I did the Star Trek sponsorship, I mean, it was kind of fun because it's Star Trek, and I don't know, I haven't played a lot of mobile games, but this one seemed all right. You know, it wasn't one of those scammy mobile games that like lies to you about what the game even is, and then but regardless, right? I don't feel good about that. I know that some people get addicted to mobile games like that. And you know, if you can end up dropping a lot of money if you get super into like, you know, trying to do as well as you can with your alliance and shit like that. And also, yeah, Stream Elements is a company that I do not want to support. I do not want to support Stream Elements. When I found out more and more about them, when I found out more about the what politics the owners of Stream Elements support, I don't even honestly, if I could find a replacement for Stream Elements, I would. And that's actually on the agenda to do soon, to replace it. It's just replacing the functionality of Stream Elements with other things. But anyway, sorry, I'm not gonna let's get we gotta move. What are we talking about? We're talking about Republican National Convention. I'm just wondering if we're on the JD Vance thing yet. It's Kellyanne Conway. Do you remember her? Do y'all remember Kellyanne Conway?
Enjoy a magnificent life with his incredible 5 children.
I really feel like this is not a good look for the RNC. Do you know what I mean, chat? Does anybody get what I'm saying? There's a memory hole, chat. People have forgotten what the Trump administration was like. It's been a good time. It's been a good few years, right? It's been 5 years or more since Kellyanne Conway was giving us press conferences, right? But like, I mean, this is the person that talked about alternative facts. Like his press set, press secretary Kellyanne Conway was one of the and look, there's something, and I say this as somebody that has some like family ties to the South myself, right? Southerners lying are so goddamn obvious. When a Southerner is lying to you, it is not hard to figure out, right? And Kellyanne Conway is a perfect example of that.
Amazing grandchildren and that extraordinary, elegant, beautiful, brilliant wife. The former and future First Lady, Melania.
Wait, is he got... Oh, mute. What is he... Oh, he's just coming out. He's going to come out. He's going to sit in his opera seat, his opera booth there. So he's not speaking tonight, just in case you were wondering. But do you know who is speaking tonight? Wait, no. Sorry, Kimberly Guilfoyle. I thought this was Melania for a second. Oh my God.
I stand before you tonight, more convinced than ever. This is the most important election in our lifetime. This election will decide the fate of our great nation. And that is why we must elect President Donald John Trump. This is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats. This is a choice between safety or chaos, wealth or poverty, national sovereignty or open borders. This election is a choice between Joe Biden's vision for America.
Here we go, chat. Do you want this back?
Vision of American greatness.
Like, what's funny about the presidential campaign is that, especially in an age of like social media and a post-reality television age, it is very much as much as anything, and especially for the low information Andis and Andreas out there, right? The low information voters. It's kind of like a choice about like what television show do you want getting renewed for another 4 years, right? Do you want to see more of the wacky adventures of Joe Biden, or do you want to, season 11 of The Apprentice?
Donald Trump will once again make
Rip off of the Power Rangers villain lady?
our country strong, safe, and prosperous. He will make America feared by our adversaries and respected by our friends.
She looks like a performance artist or something. She you know what I mean?
And most importantly, he will always put America first.
Like, I'm just like, wow. That is epic comb over guy. Look at that epic comb over man. Make hair pieces great again. Wow. Anybody know who that is? Look, the camera's on him for a reason, right? Don't tell me that that's a nobody. That's somebody, right? Isn't it? Anybody know who that is? Jesus Christ. Where do they get these people?
Years of Joe Biden's disastrous America Last agenda, our country is more dangerous, vulnerable, and impoverished than anyone had thought possible.
You say that their country is more dangerous after a fellow Republican just took a pot shot at your presidential candidate. Yeah, it's dangerous. It's dangerous because of Donald Trump in a big way.
Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong...
That is not true. That is not true. That is a fucking lie. And again, only the memory hole allows this lie to persist. Right? Donald Trump handed Joe Biden a hobbled economy And look, if you want to say that it was because of the public health emergency that was going on, fine. Just don't fucking blow smoke up my ass and tell me that the economy was fucking awesome in 2020, because it wasn't.
Nation. All Joe had to do was leave it alone and take a nap. But Joe just couldn't help himself. Joe Biden cannot lead America. He cannot even lead himself off a stage. Now Americans are drowning in inflation. Insanity spreads.
Wait, Kimberly Guilfoyle used to date Gavin Newsom and got sued for SA by people who worked for her?
Like a cancer in our schools. We are closer to World War III than any time in my life. And we are facing an unprecedented invasion of millions of illegal aliens across our southern border. Rioters and looters go free, while Biden and the Democrats persecute American heroes like Donald Trump. Tens of millions of Americans are made to feel like enemies in our own country. An enemy for wanting to defend our border, for not wanting our children indoctrinated in school, for not wanting to erase our history, for praying to our God, saying what we think, and fighting for what we believe.
NCC rice cookers? See, that I could get behind. That's a product I use myself.
Face down communism, sadly say they don't recognize our country anymore.
My only reticence as far as like merch is like I don't want to do anything scuzzy.
To crush and destroy the America First movement. But we will never give up, and neither will Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, we got some people watching here, right, chat? We're doing some people watching. People of the RNC.
Patriots everywhere when I say we are fed up.
Oh shit. So wait. The best is next to come. Wait, did somebody say that she said the best is next to come? Or like the best is yet to come? Yeah, JD Vance is next. That's the one we're waiting for.
With the forever wars. We are done being told by the radical left to sit down, shut up, and obey. The Democrat vision for America is governed by fear, hatred, and political oppression. Our vision is defined by a love of our country, love for our fellow citizens, and our love of freedom. In our vision, we will secure the southern border and deport the violent criminal aliens once and for all. In our vision, America will combat foreign aggressors and ensure our service members are protected, not abandoned, as they carry out their dangerous missions abroad. Because we know we can only have peace through strength. We will restore an era of national pride where freedom of speech is respected and cancel culture is ended.
Unless it's Chaya Raichek doing the cancel culture. That's going to be okay. We can cancel Destiny. We can demonetize him, and right, that cancel culture is going to go on, right? Just so you know, that's what we mean.
High school girls only compete with other girls, not biological men.
Biological men, right? All the biological men trying to sneak into the high school girls' sporting events, yeah. If Bender dresses up like a fembot and tries to win the Robo Olympics, we will take the medal away from him. Even if he tells us to bite his shiny metal ass, we will not respect Bender's pronoun. Oh no.
Where struggling cities never put criminal illegal aliens above our heroic veterans and brave law enforcement. Where our streets are not ruled by gangs and rioters, but governed by law and order. Where students are freed from failing schools and corrupt teachers' unions through universal school choice.
Chat, I feel like there's like a way in which like there's a lot of Republican women that have this look, right? That have these expressions, right? That have this like Kimberly Guilfoyle DNA, right? Or somehow she's like the final boss. Like she is like, if you put all those women together, if they do like a, Dragon Ball Z Fusion Ho, right? Then you get Kimberly Guilfoyle. If they do like a Mighty Morphin Power Fusion, and you get her.
Where our most sacred institutions are not weaponized against political opponents, but are fair, equal.
This is what all Republican women evolve into.
And just. And where we teach our children to love our country, learn our history, and respect our American flag. I believe in America. I believe in our freedom and liberty. And I believe in Donald John Trump.
This is gonna come back, right? This shit is these images that are being like both her and Kellyanne Conway, right? This is shit that is not looking good, right? When you remind America that this is what the Trump reality show actually is, that this is what you get, this is what you're on board for to potentially renewing for another 4 years, I think they're going to say fuck no. Like this is a blast from the past in the worst possible way. You bring back what was the dog's name? What was the dog's name again? Chat, what was the bulldog's name?
Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and all of the radical Democrats to know this. We will not be bullied into obedience. We will not cower in silence. We will fight for America because we love America.
Bring back Baby Dog. Yeah, we need more Baby Dog. This is not working. This is not working. Look, night, 1 was a special moment. Night 2 was utterly forgettable. All the people that ran against Trump came back and kissed his ring, made nice with MAGA. And then night 3 was immaculate with Baby Dog and all that shit. That was beautiful. But this is ugly. This is the ugly side of MAGA come to call.
I stand before you as a working mother, a former prosecutor, a Catholic, and a proud Latina.
There's the family. There's the family. Do you see the family? There's the Trump family.
I know personally what every American has now seen.
Are you sure she's not a Trump? There's something so Trumpian about this woman.
With their own eyes. I know the measure of the man that stands before us.
Oh my God, lady, you are too much. I am gonna pee at long last. I've been holding it this whole time.
So join me in voting for Donald J. Trump for president again. is in our sights. America's future is in our hands. America's destiny is in our control. And America's prosperity is in our hearts and souls. America, this is your moment. Will you stand for President Trump? Rise up! Rise up! Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream, this is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida.
I am so honored. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Patriots. I am so honored to stand before you as a 27-year Army veteran and the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress. And I'm joined tonight by my beautiful wife, Julia, who, oh, by the way, has more combat tours than I do. Look, folks, we have deployed all over the Middle East, all over Africa, all over Afghanistan, and I have never in my lifetime seen the world falling apart like it is under Joe Biden. And that's because under President Trump, we had a president who defeated ISIS, broke Iran, stood with Israel, always stood with our allies, made China pay. You didn't see any spy balloons under President Trump, did you? He deterred Russia. You know what he told Putin? You try anything, and I'll take the tops off the Kremlin. And he didn't dare, did he? He did under Obama, he did under Biden, but not under Donald J. Trump. He diffused North Korea. And importantly, he got our hostages home and didn't pay billions of dollars to get our Americans back. And here's my favorite part about Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief. He sat across the table from the bureaucrats and the generals and said, if you don't give our troops what they need, you know what he told the generals? You're fired. You're out of here. We're cleaning house. Everything takes too long, costs twice as much, and delivers half of what our troops need. And what do we have today? What do we have today with President Biden? What's he focused on? He's focused on pronouns. He's focused on renaming bases. He's focused on DEI. And here's my favorite. He's focused on building electric tanks. Has anybody seen any charging stations in the Middle East for the Biden's electric tanks? And here's what I can tell you straight up in combat. Our enemy's bullets, listen to me folks, our enemy's bullets could give a damn about black, white, or brown, or about religion, or about gender, or about anything else. The only colors that matter in the foxhole are the red, white, and blue, baby. That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing our military should care about. And that's the only thing our fellow soldiers care about. And that's the only thing President Trump cares about.
Okay.
Now, I want to tell you a story.
Does anybody remember Innuendo Studios had a video on, oh my God, there was these like, see if I can find it. This is something that you're going to see from Republicans. I talked before about compartmentalization, cognitive dissonance. I am trying to remember which Innuendo Studios this was, though. It's the one that talks about you got two. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Whether it's hidden or
Oh no. Oh no. I don't know. Like, the music scares me.
A black journalist's commentary on marketing trends in video games, movies, and comic books. And you're saying how the vitriol in response to her fairly benign opinions reveals the deep-seated racism and misogyny in a number of fan communities, most especially those that lean right. When a right-leaning commenter pops in to say, or maybe they just actually disagree with her about marketing trends. For Christ's sake, there's no mystery here. People aren't speaking in coded language. They are telling you what they believe. She had a bad opinion. Why do you have to make it bigger than that? Why can't you ever take people at their word? You pause and ponder this for a moment. Heck with it. You're in a discoursing mood. Let's do this. Mr. Conservative. In order for me to take you at your words would have to show some consistency. Let me just lightning round a few questions about the reactionary web.
Is anybody on to what I'm on to yet? This guy's talking about, are there any charging stations in the Middle East? That's not what a good portion of Trump supporters talk about. What they talk about is forever wars. Under Biden and Obama, what they talk about is bombing Yemen. These are people that say that Trump is the peace candidate. Trump doesn't want any wars. Trump didn't get us into any wars. We don't have to be in any wars. I mean, sure, we can murder a fucking Iranian official, which might provoke a war. But if it doesn't, then Trump gets credit for being a peaceful president, right? For not getting us into wars, even though he's like pushing the fucking envelope, even though he's rattling, sabers, even though he's calling Kim Jong-un Rocket Man. It's okay because later he writes a love letter, and he falls in love with Kim Jong because he sees a reflection of himself. He can pretend to talk tough on Putin. I'll knock the tops off your Kremlin building, Vladimir Putin, but we all know that he's in hock to Russia, and Putin's got leverage over him, and he can't meaningfully actually take Putin on or oppose him. He's got to give Putin everything he wants. There's so much inconsistency here, and when that dude is talking about, like, bragging about like all these foreign wars, I've been deployed in the Middle East, I've been deployed in Africa, blah blah blah, all this U.S. intervention. Right? That is not what's sold to us by a lot of the Trump faithful. What's sold to us by the Trump faithful is that Democrats are the ones that want wars, despite the fact that if you can remember back to the earlier, quarter of this new century, you remember a Republican being the one to get people into war, to get the country into wars, right? It just doesn't make it make sense, right? But they don't have to, and here's why.
On marketing trends. Do you believe that having the option to romance same-sex characters in an RPG turns the game into queer propaganda? Or do you believe that killing strippers in an action game can't be sexist because to deal with it? Or do you believe that—
Oh my god, chat. I have never been more glad to not be streaming on Twitch.
Has an obligation to cater to its core audience, even if diversifying beyond that audience is more profitable? Do you think words are inherently harmless and only oversensitive snowflakes would care about racialized language? Or do you think it's racist if someone calls you mayonnaise boy? And as long as I've got your ear, are you the party that believes in the right to keep and bear arms because you're distrustful of all authority and what if we need to overthrow the government someday? Or do you believe that cops are civil servants and we should trust their account of events whenever they shoot a black man for looking like he might have a gun? Does optional content reveal a game's ideology, or doesn't it? Is capitalism a defense for decisions you don't agree with, or isn't it? Is language harmful, or not? Do you hate authority, or love cops and the troops? Okay, but ease off. Add some nuance. Now, I know the right is not a monolith, and maybe these arguments are contradictory because they're coming from different people. We'll call them Engelbert and Charlemagne. Maybe Engelbert's the one who thinks any...
I can never remember the names of these two characters, but yeah. So, you know what I'm talking about? If you've ever dealt with, like, engaging right-wingers in arguments, you probably dealt with this. You hear a fairly consistent viewpoint from a multitude of different right-wingers. And so when you engage a right-winger in any kind of argument, you sort of assume, well, this is something that you guys believe, right? And you get a, no, we don't fucking believe that. I never said I believe that. No, I don't support foreign wars. I don't support intervention. Donald Trump's the candidate for peace.
Institution funded by tax money is socialist and therefore bad, and Charlemagne's the one who says we should dump even more tax money into the military and thinking otherwise is un-American. But here's the thing. Y'all have very fundamentally different beliefs, and you're so passionate about them that you're entering search terms into Twitter to find people you don't even follow and aggressively disagree with them, and yet you're always yelling at me and never yelling at each other.
Okay, now that part's changed. They are now yelling at each other, and I try to feature that.
What's that about? And I can't say how often it happens, but I know if I let Engelbert go on long enough, he sometimes makes a Charlemagne argument, and vice versa. And I see you getting ready to say the left does the same thing, but don't change the subject. That's an extremely false equivalence, but more importantly, it doesn't answer my question. What do you actually believe? And why are you so capable of respecting disagreement between each other, yet so incapable of respecting me? Or, for that matter, a black woman? See, I don't take you at your word because I cannot form a coherent worldview out of the things you say. So forgive me if when you tell me what you believe, I don't think you're being candid with me. It kinda seems like you're playing games, and I'm the opposing team, and anyone who's against me is your ally. And you're not really...
I gotta close the door.
But claiming to believe
my roommate doesn't
whatever
freak out on me.
True in order to score points against me. Like we're in that one episode of Seinfeld.
Who invaded Spain in the 8th century?
That's a joke. The Moors.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry, it's the Moops. The correct answer is the Moops.
That's not Moops, you jerk. It's Moors. It's a misprint.
I'm sorry, the card says Moops.
The card says Moops.
This is borrowed observation number 1, link in the down there part. Whew, it feels good calling people hypocrites. Person says B when earlier they said A, and you point out the contradiction. You don't take a position on A or B, and you still win. I see why Republicans like this so much. But that's the kind of point scoring we're here to deconstruct, so let's get analytical. There's a certain beat you at your own gaminess to the card says Moops maneuver. Safe spaces are bullshit, but if you get one, I get one too. There's no such thing as systemic oppression, but if there were, I'd be oppressed. It's dismissing the rhetoric of social justice while also trying to use it against you.
That latter thing is a huge part. That's a fundamental characteristic of Twitch poll discourse, right? Dismissing the rhetoric of social justice while trying to use it against you. That is something that we've seen a lot from that. Luckily, much less influential crowd chat. I did notice though that there is a spicy Wick debate that just came out. You know, Wick is kind of like the only one left standing from Twitch poll. I don't know, not really, but the only one I'm seeing on a regular basis, and mostly from his YouTube videos, right? But his latest debate is called "Should Women Be Allowed to Be in the Secret Service?" Or should that be men only? Because our President Trump is just too important to trust to women.
Claiming the
2,200 some drone strikes in the first 2 years of Trump's presidency, and 1,800 some in the entire 8 years of Obama's presidency. Yeah, I mean, they're full of shit. They're full of shit.
Says moops does not so much mean I believe the people who invaded Spain in the 8th century were literally called the moops, but rather, you can't prove I don't believe it. Not a statement of sincere belief, simply moving a piece across the board. All in the game, yo. If they could be so nakedly honest with you and themselves to answer, what do you actually believe, truthfully?
For anyone just joining us, we are taking a little sort of jaunt from the RNC lineup to deconstruct what we see Michael Waltz, the first Green Beret elected to Congress, apparently, is telling us in his bragging about his multiple deployments to different continents. And I am contrasting this from what I've heard with what I've heard from a lot of Trump Republicans, which is like Trump is the candidate for no foreign intervention, no foreign wars, right? Not involving the U.S. in wars. Trump is the candidate of peace. Hillary, Obama, Biden, they all want World War III, but Trump will keep us out of the war. And meanwhile, this guy's talking about, like, bitching about the electric tank and saying that complaining that there are no charging stations in the Middle East. So in other words, he's got more deployments for American troops in the Middle East in mind. Where might that happen? Gaza, perchance? Anyway, this is Innuendo Studios, one of my favorite creators, who's known for making these little, if I can find him again, who's known for making these little animations that illustrate points about rhetorical exchanges with right-wingers. And this one, in this case, is highlighting the inconsistency in conservative arguments and how they keep getting away with it, right? So you hear one argument from a conservative, and then you hear a different argument from another conservative, and you're like, wait a minute, these two don't match up. Which one is it? Like, what do you actually believe? What do you actually mean? What do you actually think? And then, you know, the answer is, well, you know, you just said it yourself, No Comment Chick. Those are two different conservatives. Those are two different people. Those are two different flavors. We got a big tent here in MAGA, and people are allowed to believe different things. And as long as they're not on the left, they're allowed to believe different, inconsistent kind of things. So, right, we have here, wait, what was his name again? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember their names. Engelbert and Charlemagne.
One suspects the answer would be, what difference does it make? We're right either way. This has come to be known as postmodern conservatism, a fact I find hilarious, because in the discourse, postmodernism is a dog whistle for everything the right hates about the left. It also means Jews. Postmodern conservatism is the thinking that, at least for the purpose of argument, the truth of who invaded Spain is immaterial. You have your facts, I have alternative facts. What is true?
That is to say that to the extent that a conservative, when complaining about postmodernism, has any particular thinkers in mind, they do have an uncanny, likelihood of just happening to be Jewish.
Who's to say? Regardless of what you actually believe, what you believe serving no rhetorical purpose, you are at least arguing from the position that material truth does not exist. Truth is a democracy. Whoever wins the argument decides who invaded Spain. It would be reductive to blame this pattern of thought on the internet, but its recent proliferation isn't really extricable from the rise of Chan culture. This is borrowed observation number 2, link in the down there part. 4chan didn't cause this way of thinking, but sites like 4chan reveal it in its most concentrated form. The two most common properties of a Chan board will be anonymity and lack of moderation, which means, among other things, that you can say whatever you want with no systemic or social repercussions. People may disagree with you.
It looks like Innuendo Studios has lurked more.
But it carries no weight. You won't be banned, you won't have your comments deleted, and because there's no way to know whether any two posts are made by the same person, you won't even get a reputation as the person with the bad opinion. The effect this has on the community is that there is no expectation in any given moment that the person on the other end of a conversation isn't messing with you. You can't know whether they mean what they say.
Oh my god, Anon is always messing with you. What are you talking about?
Or only arguing as though they mean what they say. And entire debates may just be
Isn't that right, Anon?
A single person stirring the pot.
Okay, wait, what's going on?
Naturally attract people who enjoy argument for its own sake and will naturally trend towards the most extreme version of any opinion. In short, this is the free marketplace of ideas. No code of ethics, no social mores, no accountability. A Darwinist petri dish where ideas roam free.
Again, live from the inside of Joe Biden's immune system as we speak.
And only the strong ones survive. If the community agrees Bebop is better than Ava, well then I guess Bebop is better than Ava because there wasn't any outside influence polluting the discourse. Granted, it could just be a lot of people thought it was funny to shit on Ava, but it's what the community has decided, so it will at least be treated as truth. This demands that one be both highly opinionated and to assume opinions are bullshit, to place a high premium on consensus, and be intensely distrustful of groupthink. A common means of straddling these lines is what I call the Stanislavski opinion. The opinion you entertain so completely that you functionally believe it while you express it, no matter the possibility that you will express, and to an extent believe, an opposite opinion later. Most of us go through a phase in our youths where we're online and like the idea of believing in something, but don't know what to believe just yet. So we pick a position and find out if we believe it by defending it. We try on ideologies like sunglasses off a rack. Now, most of us...
Okay, so for anybody who didn't get that Stanislavski reference, right? If you might be familiar with something called the method, or you might be familiar with something called a method actor. What's going on Shorts? Weird. Okay, we're just on a little delay here. Shorts, can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Are we good? I heard one person said F, and then I didn't hear anything else. So I just want to make sure we are still okay. But yeah, anyway, the reference to the Stanislavski opinion is the idea that you live and breathe it so functionally, like a method actor, right? A method actor lives and breathes their character to the in order to present the illusion that they are this character. It's immersing yourself in the character. So that's the reference. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, I was just faced away from the microphone. What is going on? Are we good?
We'll eventually settle on a belief system, and this will usually involve some apologies and some comments we wish we could scrub from the internet. But it's an important stage of growing up. But some percentage of people will seek out a space where there is no embarrassment, the comments scrub themselves, and never growing out of the Stanislavski opinion is actively rewarded. There, figuring out what you believe would make your ability to argue less flexible. And besides, if you believed anything unironically, much of the community would still assume you're trolling. Where no one is bound by their word, what really is the difference between appearing to have an opinion and having one? Sincerity is unprovable and open to interpretation. Decide someone is sincere if you want to make fun of them. Decide they're trolling if you want to make fun of someone else. What is true What do you want to be true? It's easy enough to start thinking of one's own opinions the same way. What do I believe? What is advantageous to believe? Your answer isn't binding. You'll change it later if you need to. The person I'm describing, you spend time online, you'll meet him a lot. His name is Schrodinger's douchebag.
Oh, this guy.
Borrowed observation number 3. Link.
Chat, do you know this guy?
The down there part. A guy who says offensive things and decides whether he was joking based on the reaction of people around him. Any website that lacks effective moderation and allows some level of anonymity will, to varying degrees, approximate 4chan and be overrun with Schrodinger's douchebag. Now, when this type of person defends, for instance, rape jokes by saying all humor is inherently punching down because there must be a butt to every joke, he hasn't thought about it. He assumes it's true because he figures he's a smart guy and whatever he assumes is probably right, but he's unfazed if you prove otherwise. There's no shortage of dodgy reasons he might be right and you wrong. He'll just pick another one. What matters is the game continues. The thing is, Bob, it's not that they're lying, it's that they just don't care. I'll say that again for the cheap seats. When they make these kinds of arguments, they legitimately do not care whether the words coming out of their mouths are true. If they cared, before they said something is true, they would look it up. So it's kind of funny, right? How many of these folks self-identify as rationalists? I mean, typical rational thinking would say, if I am presented with the truth, I will believe it. And once I believe it, I will defend it in argument. This is not that. This is a different idea of rationality that views it not as a practice, but as an innate quality one either possesses or lacks, like being blonde or left-handed.
It's being based.
Arguing it.
You understand?
I must believe it, because I'm a rational person.
Being based is what makes your opinions correct. Having correct opinions is not what makes you based, right? You are based because you post dank memes like Elon. And therefore, your opinions are correct. Otherwise, you would not be based.
And if I
circular motherfucking reasoning is what we're talking about. We'll get back to the RNC thing in a second. Actually, we'll get back to it now because I think we're really close to seeing the birthday boy himself, Mr. JD Vance. God, another Republican. Look at these Republicans, chat. Just look at them. Come on, show me a Republican.
With us because he knew it.
There we go. There's a Republican.
Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you, President Trump. Okay, we've seen that Republican. Who's this? Another Republican.
Return to the U.S. He has joined us on our mission.
Wow, it's really funny. Families of deceased veterans, right? Or as Trump calls them, losers. Oh my God, we got the country music. Who is this? Who are these goobers? Actually, I don't care.
Students at Harvard are taught.
Oh my God, are we gonna complain about the student protests again? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Free speech for me, not free speech for thee. Yo, we got some hogwatch, don't we? We got some prime fucking hogwatch tonight.
Bring them home.
Yeah, tell Netanyahu that. So it's a Israel moment here at the RNC. I just want to make sure that we're not missing Mr. Vance. That's Donald Jr.
A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my Grandpa is actually like.
So we're not quite there yet.
Ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Okay, so we're on Kai Madison Trump. There's another Trump family. We don't get enough Trump family members. We don't get to see the DNA laid out for us quite as clearly as this usually.
Hi everyone, my name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump.
All right, that's the granddaughter of Donald Trump. Okay.
From left-wing politicians, from their allies.
Oh, we give it back to Donald Trump Jr. We still got Donald Trump Jr.
We got broke, bumbling Biden.
Okay, so now this is we're caught up now. We're caught up.
And nothing is better.
I mean, look, the one thing that I will say is that nothing is better in terms of how I remember the Trump administration, which is not good. But bringing on Kellyanne Conway, Kimberly Guilfoyle, and Donald Jr. is a great wake-up call for anybody who is memory hold how bad those years were. Here you go. Here you go. A little reminder of the cringe that was the reboot of The Apprentice. The Apprentice White House edition.
Bridges are collapsing. Our credibility is crumbling. And
so everything that's happening now is Biden's fault, but COVID and the lack of response to it is not Donald Trump's fault. The economy and the fallout from that shit is somehow not Donald Trump's fault. The inflation that resulted from that is not Donald Trump's fault. No, it's Joe Biden's fault. Hey, how about we take it a step further and we say that Roe versus Wade, wait a minute, Roe versus Wade didn't get reversed under the Trump administration. That happened under Biden. Biden's the one who got rid of Roe versus Wade. Oh my God, I'm sorry. If your brain is that broken, I can't fucking help you. I cannot help you. If that's how you think of things, right? And if you forget all of the fucking misery and the fear and the anxiety of the Trump administration, if you forget this guy trying to fucking order soldiers to shoot protesters, somebody being extrajudiciously killed without a trial, right? For defending people that were under assault from right-wing thugs. If you remember any of that shit, you remember these were not good years. This is not something that anybody should want to go back to, but they are going to try to make you selectively forget and selectively remember. Remember the pre-COVID economy as if that was fucking Donald Trump's doing. When if anybody should get credit for that economy, it would be Barack Hussein Obama. I'm sorry. I know you hate hearing it. I know you hate hearing it, MAGA. I know you hate that a black dude with the middle name Osama was president of the United States, but that's what happened. And that's the economy that Trump inherited. So please miss me with this shit. Miss me with this fucking garbage memory of yours.
our money is worth less and less every single day. It was just one giant bait and switch, and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag.
If you want to be real about inflation and the worth of money and interest rates and shit like that, understand that that is the purview of the Fed. That is somebody other than the president making that decision. And as much as I'd love to use your disingenuous logic against you and blame Trump for some of this stuff is not attributable to any president at all. But oh my God, does it ever tempt me? Does it ever tempt me to apply your own fucking misbegotten logic to your own parasocial daddy? In this case, your actual daddy here, butthead.
Housing costs, gasoline.
Where's Eric? Are we getting Eric?
Prices,
Do we get Eric?
just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border.
Oh wait, wave of illegal aliens who commit crime at a lower rate than citizens. What are you talking about, bro?
Meanwhile, pro-crime.
Meanwhile, the Republican Party refuses to fix immigration.
District attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones.
So that all immigration is is de facto illegal.
They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies.
Yo, when he said criminals into victims, what do you think he meant, chat? Because I've heard Republicans say that shit about George Floyd. But he won't say it with his chest. Because just like his dad, he's too much of a pussy. He doesn't want to own that opinion. He just wants to throw that out there.
Activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders.
I'm sorry, we just added 10 more. It's 67 now, Donald Jr.
But they can't even.
Come on, try to keep up. Try to keep up.
What a woman is.
I mean, I've seen several examples tonight that, like, I don't know if the Republican definition of a woman is something along the lines of Kellyanne Conway and Kimberly Guilfoyle, then feel free to misgender me. I don't want any part of that.
On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows.
That's right. That's the big program of Biden is the explicit drag shows that don't fucking exist.
On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme.
A based meme, right? With a Doge and with the 8-bit sunglasses that fall down on your face and show that you have triggered the libs and now they need to deal with it.
It's like the entire world.
Some really good quality dank memes, and by dank I mean that the shit is from 2014. Come on. Come on.
Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly,
does any of this look like, I mean, seriously, look at the Trump family. Look at Kimberly Guilfoyle. Look at Kellyanne Conway. Does any of that feel like a country going in the right direction, going backwards, sliding backwards into this fucking nightmare, which it feels like we narrowly woke up from?
Who
do you want more of these mutants on your television screen day in, day out? Is that what you
is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden.
Oh no. You know what they're thinking though? Oh no. Remember, Nick Fuentes answered this question. Nick Fuentes had a direct, this is the question that Nick Fuentes answered. This was what started the beef between him and Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens, right? And you got to know that half of that crowd out there, when he does that dog whistle and says, who's really running the country, they are asking themselves a certain question. They are scapegoating a certain group, which has been historically scapegoated for anything and everything, right? And he gets to play it both ways because it's whatever you want it to be. He didn't answer the question. He's not going to tell you who's really running the country, but he's going to let you think whatever you think. And if you want to fill in the gaps with the anti-Semitic answer, go right ahead. If you want to fill in the gaps with a transphobic answer, go right ahead. If you want to fill in the gaps with, whatever the fuck you want, go right ahead. Because it's a big tent. Come on in. The water's fine. Come on in and swim with the Trump family in this foul gene pool that we're in tonight at the RNC. I invite you.
Who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things?
Look, hang around for long enough and it will be slippery, Nick. right? We get enough passages because I mean this is who's going to be running things after Trump kicks the bucket and gives it over to venture capitalist JD Vance. And I will answer that question for you with my full chest because the answer is Peter Thiel will be running the country. The answer is Silicon Valley will be running the country. The answer is the same people who enshittified the motherfucking internet will be running the country. Because MAGA's moment is drawing to a close, and I don't anticipate there being a dynastic transmission of power to Donald Jr. and Eric Trump or whoever else in the fucking Trump family. That family tree is dying off swiftly in terms of its ability to project, you know, any kind of charisma. This motherfucker is where Donald Trump's charisma goes to die, right? It dies with him. It dies, and who knows? Will that be in in 2 years? Will that be in 1 year? Will that be in 3 years? But that Donald Trump is another fucking octogenarian. Joe Biden, at least, you know, it looks like now that he's afflicted with COVID, now that he's got like the majority of the, you know, congressional representatives with power asking him to drop out, maybe we got rid of one octogenarian. Donald Trump is still old as fuck. And so don't be thinking that we're you know, setting things up for like a real long Trump dynasty, right? It's going to be, it might very well be one and done. And then you've got JD Vance. Then you got fake hillbilly JD Vance, stolen hauler JD Vance, fake working class JD Vance, who is really just a fucking venture capitalist, who really just represents the billionaires. And come on, let's be real, so did Trump. Look, he may not be a billionaire himself. He may not be able to pay off any of the cases that he's, you know, that he loses in court, right? But don't worry, that's what JD Vance is for. That's what that Silicon Valley money is for. And that's who's taking over next, is Peter fucking Thiel. Who's really running things? Those assholes out there in that valley, that sad valley out there in California. That's who's running things. Congratulations, MAGA. Congratulations. This is what you got for the whole country. I hope you're proud of yourself.
Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop.
That was a good one, Donald Jr. That was a really good one. Banger.
Whoever is right.
All we know is it's some kind of minority, whoever it is, whether it's an actual minority or the ghost of a minority. Ha 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 ha. And that's why you can't vote for Donald. That's why you can't vote for Joe Biden. Because racism.
The only thing.
But hey, that's very on brand for the Trump family. That's very on brand for the Trump family, going back to Trump's daddy. Trump's KKK daddy.
They are effective at is persecuting my father.
Oh my God, fucking cry me a goddamn river, you small bean Republican. He is such a victim. I feel so bad for this man. Can you imagine that? Committing a crime and being held accountable for it? Being indicted for multiple crimes just because you've committed them? You mean that your daddy's millionaire, let's be real, money cannot buy him out of that fucking, well, no, maybe it can. Maybe it can. I don't know if any of this shit is going to come down on him. Like, it really does depend. It really does depend. The Supreme Court really did him a solid there when they said that if the president does it, therefore it is not a crime.
They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into penalties.
Penalties? Penalties, really? Okay. Go on.
Legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gags.
Did you say concocted or concucted? I can't tell.
On my father, because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right?
That sounds like Alex Jones' defense. I've got terrible lawyers. I've got terrible lawyers who didn't do the basics as far as defending me, and therefore the charges are unfair. This is literally the Alex Jones defense here. Wow.
They punished.
I wasn't allowed to defend myself, folks, because my lawyers didn't fucking try. Because there is no fucking defending you. What's the fucking point? They know the Supreme Court's going to get you out of it anyway. They know that your corrupt justices, your illegitimate Supreme Court is going to come in at the end of it all and save your ass. Your corrupt swamp ass Donald. And here's swamp ass Donald Jr. The swamp apple does not fall far from the swamp tree, chat, is what I'm trying to say.
Speaking the truth.
The truth, the alternative truth, though, right? You know, make sure we are really clear. We don't want any of those liberal facts. We want the alternative facts, all right? That's the alternative truth. And that's what you're going to get with Kellyanne Conway back in the motherfucking White House. From the people that brought you alternative facts, from the literal people who brought you fake news, right? Because this isn't just a term that Donald Trump pulled out of his ass, right? This was a term to describe what Facebook was spreading before the 2016 election. And then he just decides to use it because it's very convenient to make your followers think that maybe all news is fake. So maybe that recording where you said grab him by the pussy, maybe that wasn't really you. Maybe it was a deep fake, right? Maybe it's all fake. Maybe it's all fake lies, right? Maybe the documented lying and malfeasance is just all the handiwork of the Lugan Pressa. And if you believe in dictator Donald, you don't have to listen to that shit at all. At all.
Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them.
Lock her up. No, we don't criminalize political differences. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, is that the consequences of my actions? Come home to roost? Oh, geez.
We vote on them, but we don't make you choose.
We vote on them, but then we fucking ignore the vote and try to stay present despite the fact that we fucking lost. Yeah.
Between picking a party or...
God, I want this guy to run for president next. I want them to try to establish a Trump dynasty. I would love to see this. This guy is the fucking shallow end of the Trump gene pool.
Picking a jail cell.
Hey, look, I got one. You need to pick a jail cell for your daddy? How about Hunter Biden's jail cell? Because I don't really give a fuck about either of them. And you know what else? You can add Hillary Clinton to that too. Go ahead and lock her up. She's probably done something. I mean, she's a piece of shit, even if she's not, guilty of anything. Go ahead and lock her up. Go ahead and throw Obama in there too for fucking war crimes that he probably committed in Yemen. I don't give a fuck, all right? I don't have a parasocial daddy or mommy. I am not fucking defending the dignity of some loser-ass, corrupt-ass politician like you have to. I know that it's all bullshit. And that's all I ever hear out of your mouth, out of Kellyanne Conway's mouth, or out of your father's mouth, Donald Jr.
There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there.
No, you know what he means? You know what he means? He's talking about 1865. That's the Democrat that he can relate to. That's the Democrat that Donald relates to. They want the Dixiecrats back. They want George Wallace back. They want segregation back. Yeah, that's the Democrat that you can get behind, right? Yeah, there was definitely a time that the Democrats were way more in line with Trump's bullshit. But I mean, hell, that's, we don't have to talk about the Civil War anymore.
It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh, I'm sorry. The people who, if we were to resurrect them right now, would walk up to the podium and spit in your fucking face? Listen, all right? I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. And Donald Jr., your father is no Jack Kennedy.
You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party, they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards.
That's literally what you're asking us to do. That's literally what you're here to say. That's literally your proposition. Let us go backwards. Let us backslide into the fucking nightmare that we only barely got out of.
Where hiring decisions are based solely on...
Let us see how Trump handles the next public health crisis.
Race.
Because I heard what he said to RFK. And you're not going to be able to expect another Operation Warp Speed. Look, the last Trump administration, the guardrails were on. The training wheels were on the bike, right? There were people in place to keep the shit from running completely off the track. This time, no such luck. They've got a plan. It is called Project 2025. Look it up. And it starts with eliminating civil servants to replace them with Trump cronies. Corruption, the swamp. This family defines the swamp. I can see the swamp water in each bead of sweat on this man's forehead. He is so swamp.
Where justice is only for those with the right opinions. Where streets are a luxury only for the elite.
Oh, no, we'll get that through Peter Thiel. That's it. It's ironic that you say that. It's ironic that you say that. That I don't anticipate, that kind of privatization under your father. Like I said, I don't think he's only got more than 1 or 2 years left on his ticker, right? That guy's eaten enough McDonald's and Diet Coke already, right? And he's an octogenarian, just like Biden. He's not long for this world. But when JD Vance gets in there and Peter Thiel is the one pulling the strings on him, we will get that privatized sidewalk that you speak of.
Where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people.
Yo, that's literally your fucking family. Not just economic opportunity, but you get to avoid jail too. You'll get pardoned. Like all the criminals, like all of his criminal friends that he's pardoned, like General Flynn, Osama Flynn Laden.
Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love.
Palingenetic ultranationalism. But folks, remember, you're not allowed to call these people Nazis. That's very bad. That's very bad. That may make another Republican assailant make an attempt on dear old daddy's life. And this time they might take more than the ear. This time the shark might get him, chat. You can't say that shit. You can't call out what is right in front of your face. You cannot put on the glasses from They Live and see the fucking swastikas tattooed all over this man's fucking forehead. You are not allowed to say that. Freedom of speech, but for him, not for you. All right? Freedom to lie, not freedom to tell the truth.
Feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember
we're like, it was really fucking cool. We used to own our wives, have segregated drinking fountains. Yeah, it was really fucking tight back in the day. You don't know what you're missing. You don't know what you're missing, right?
That was confident and proud. An America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves.
Was it the Civil War again? Is that what you're talking about? Is that what where exactly do you want to take us back to? What is the actual golden years? Do we want like the Mad Men world where women are fucking property and like segregation is the law of the land? Where exactly are we taking this back? Maybe before women were allowed to vote. Hey, there we go.
But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes.
Oh, you're gonna try though. You're gonna fucking try.
America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come.
We got some strong hog presence out in the audience. Some strong fucking hog presence. Chat, can you imagine how it smells in there?
Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man.
I'll tell you, like, Milwaukee may be known for its cheeses, for its well-aged cheeses, but there's an especially strong odor of a very particular kind of cheese in the air at the Republican convention tonight.
Who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up.
See, the irony of it is that the guy that shot him was probably a groyper, right? What do we know about the assailant? We know he was a Republican. We know he was conservative, the most conservative, an astonishingly conservative person in his class, right? Every single time, you know, he's asked about an opinion in the class, right? This guy's standing on the right side of things. And even when everybody else in the classroom is on the left, I don't know what that sounds like to you, but that smells an awful lot like Slippery Nick. And if you think that Trump stood back up and got back up, I mean, this time, just understand that the far right's got a lot more smoke for MAGA, because MAGA is the voice of yesterday's Republican Party. And the racist and the Nazis, the palingenetic ultra-nationalists in the Republican Party have moved on to the point where they literally want to take out the Donald because he's not racist enough. Right? So he might have gotten back up this time, but if you keep ignoring the fact that that call is coming from the inside of your house, Republicans, you will do so at your peril, because there are far darker things in the future that you have paved the way for with your hateful rhetoric, all the while bitching about Joe Biden said that he wanted to target Trump in a campaign ad. Oh my God, did he want to put a bullseye on Trump in a PR sort of way? Oh my God, we can't have this irresponsible rhetoric. Well, we can say, get him out of here. Beat the shit out of the protesters. He can literally like try to order soldiers to shoot him in the legs. All that kind of shit. Perfectly fine. Hey, what do you got for Mike Pence? I heard it was a noose. I heard it was a noose, right? Where did the violent rhetoric fucking come from? No, it was definitely the Democrats that did it. It was definitely the Democrats that did it, right? It was Paul Pelosi. It was probably his hammer anyway. They were acting out a really kinky scene there. It was probably Paul Pelosi's hammer. That's where the violence is coming from. It's definitely the Democrats. Because I know that even if it was the Republicans, I wouldn't be allowed to say that in Trump's America. Remember, free speech for them, not for us.
And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd.
And he farmed those clips like a new member of motherfucking FaZe Clan.
And what did he say?
He said, grab her by the pussy. That's what I remember. Yeah, no violent rhetoric though. No violence from this. This is the peaceful side. Remember, chat, this is the party of peace. Only peace, no wars, nothing bad. I mean, sure, we like assassinate foreign dignitaries, but that's only that's only a war if they make it. Look, it'll remain a bloodless remain a bloodless revolution as long as the Democrats allow it to be so. As long as the Democrats fucking roll over and let it happen and let the country be swept up into fascism. It'll be bloodless, yeah. Not as bloodless as the octogenarians running for president, though.
And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote.
And when we lose that vote, we will fight in the Capitol building.
I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
I'm sorry, but he said it himself. He is an absolute pussy. Right? You know what I'm talking about, chat. This man is afraid of sharks.
And the good news is, America is Trump tough.
All right, so I ask you, chat, is this the introduction to our special guy? Is this the introduction to the next phase of conservatism in America? Is this the introduction to our VP? Is this the introduction to Trump opening the door for Silicon Valley to take over?
Another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be
Oh my God, another person that would spit in your face.
assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting.
Well, I mean, sorry, if that's the bar that we're gonna hold Trump up to, I guess he fails.
My friends,
look, I could say he ran like a coward, all right, but I'm real. I would have gotten the fuck off the stage even faster. Like, Trump actually stood up and let a potential second shooter that could have been there, you know, for I mean, this is any kind of coordinated plot, right? Would have been there. He stood up again. He cares more about his fucking ego than he does about his own life. But yeah, he did have the good sense to get in that limousine and get the fuck out. Get out of Dodge.
I don't believe in coincidences, but
Oh my God, I hate this shit fucking phrase. I don't believe in coincidences. Nothing is ever a coincidence. Except like all the fucking coincidences that happen all the goddamn time. Yo, look at this freeze frame right here. Do you think that he's gotta know. He's gotta know that the baton is never in a million years gonna be passed to him. They would sooner like lower the age required for presidency and let Barron run than they would hand that off to Donald Jr. He is the fail son, literal fail son of a fail son. Donald Trump, whose entire life has been one failure after another. Everything the man touches turns to shit, including and especially this fucking country. And this is the fruit of his loins right here. There you go, like father, like son.
I do believe in God's plan.
Was it God's plan for Trump to fail in the casino business? A business that is so fucking easy. It's known for people skimming money off the top of the take and the casino still making money. For him to fail at that business so bad that his own dad has to show up. Must have been a shameful moment for Fred Trump that day, right? Has to show up with a briefcase full of money, trade that money in for chips, and then put those chips back in the suitcase and walk off. Because that man's not gambling. That man's not playing blackjack. That man's not playing poker. That man's not playing slots. That man is making a donation to his fail son to bail loser Donald out once again. Once again, chat, and if we had that money, if we had Trump money, and we made the most basic bitch conservative ass investment you could even find, put that shit in the S&P 500, right now we would all be legit billionaires, unlike Donald Trump, who can't even pay his legal bills, who's literally having to channel like fundraising money into his goddamn legal bills because he's a fake billionaire, just like JD Vance is a fake hillbilly. We'll get to that in just a second, though.
Today, Teddy Roosevelt's.
Actually, how far away are we from?
And it's Donald J. Trump.
I thought he was JFK. Is this some QAnon shit? Is he Teddy Roosevelt now? Is he a Time Lord? Is Donald Trump a Time? Is that part of QAnon? Okay, any QAnons in here want to word hit me to the lore? Like, how does this work? Is Donald Trump a Time Lord? Is he JFK Jr., and also Teddy Roosevelt at the same time?
Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year.
Oh, yes, he did. Oh, no, you're right. He could have gone to jail instead. That's true. That's true. That's true. He only ran for re-election to avoid the 96 plus criminal charges coming straight at him.
He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the...
He definitely needs the fame. That's all he needs. That's all he wants. That's all he cares about. That's why he pumped his fist. Come on. Come on. If he died pumping his fist, you know, from a second shooter, like, that would have been worth it to him. That he just, yeah, fame. That's it. Isn't that the theme song for The Apprentice? It's Fame, right? It's the David Bowie song, Fame. Oh my God, what is it up with this guy? And like, well, I mean, like, okay, so real quick, real-time debunk, right? A lot of people think that David Bowie is bisexual. He's not. He may have like pretended to be. He may have fed into rumors or something like that. But at some point, he came out as heterosexual. It's like the only person to go, you know, out of the closet the other way, right? But yeah, I was about to say, you know, because his other famous song. You know, his other favorite song is definitely a gay club banger, right? That's
The witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight. For everyone watching at home.
Again, this is literally the only way that he can avoid the myriad of charges against him, right? If he gets back into power, all those charges go bye-bye. They will be put on hiatus, and I think maybe in a lot of cases, you know, he'll get statute of limitations out. That's why he's running for president. They'll be real fucking clear about that. He's got no choice.
No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend JD Vance. A kid from Appalachia and a kid from...
No, a kid from suburban Cincinnati. You missed it, Donald Trump. A kid from Silicon Valley. A kid from Peter Thiel's dank asshole. I don't know.
From Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart. Yet now...
I mean, you grew up a little bit apart, right? He's an upper middle class suburbanite kid. You're a fail son of a fail son. Yeah, there's a little bit of distance between you two. Sure, I'll grant you that.
side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, JD Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president.
And one hell of a president when your dad kicks the bucket too, right? You put Silicon Valley in the White House. Kind of sounds like Jerry.
For those of you who have tuned out
What are the yellow hats?
politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future,
I'm sorry, but those people are not watching you, Donald Jr.
a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home,
Oh my god, nothing more wholesome than a fucking dude who vacations on Epstein's Island. What the wholesome? I mean, maybe he means wholesome, Holeism. Maybe it's that kind of wholesome. That fits. He's definitely from some kind of hole.
there's room for you in this party and
There's room for you in his hole.
this movement.
We've got a hole just for you.
In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people.
Oh my god, he's not even introducing Donald Jr., you fucking loser. You don't even get to introduce JD Vance? I honestly thought that he was going to introduce Vance. No, somebody else is coming up here. Is this oh my gosh. Oh no, it's okay, so JD Vance's wife is going to introduce JD Vance. Oh, here he is. He's actually on. Okay, chat. I guess we can look, he's so high yield. I kind of want to keep going off on Donald Jr., but we got the fake hillbilly of the hour himself. And he's on now. Let's hear that hillbilly elegy. Suburban Cincinnati in the house. Represent. Tonight, we dine on turtle soup.
O-H-I-O. O-H-I.
Ooh. Ooh. I smell a DeSanctus. Anybody else? This man is covered in pudding. Oh my gosh, what are we dealing with? Is Donald Trump going to experience buyer's remorse already? This feels like DeSanctus energy. Is that what you're bringing us, JD? You got some DeSanctimonious for us? Let's give this guy a shot. You ready, chat? Let's give this guy a shot.
You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio.
Yeah, that's right, Jansen. He came from the mean streets of Cincinnati.
Michigan too here, so.
Eyeliner. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. Look, chat, if he has eyeliner, that's the least of the problem that I have with him. That's the least of the problem I have with this Will Menaker looking ass motherfucker. No offense to Will Menaker. No, chat, I'm going to get a chance to go on Chapo and they're going to find the clip. They're going to be like, oh, she compared Will to JD Vance. Oh, damn, my fucking chance all completely missed. I could have gone on Chapo. Wait, I recognize. Is that Youngkin? That's Youngkin. Oh my god, look at the hogs. Do you feel this hoggish energy tonight? The bacon is strong with these ones. The bacon is strong. Do you smell that bacon?
My friends.
Is he a goth? I gotta know. What's the deal? What's up with the eyeliner? I mean, not that I have a problem with that. It's kind of a breath of fresh air. Is this a Silicon Valley thing that I just know? Is this a venture capital thing? Do they all hang out at the goth club and drink like way too strong drinks.
Tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again.
Is he too quiet, chat? Do I need to turn him up? He's kind of quiet.
The sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country.
He's given his cartilage in the line of duty.
He didn't need
his precious cartilage.
Politics, but the country needed him.
He actually did. He actually did need politics to pay off his legal debts. He needed politics to try to keep himself out of jail. Yeah, he did actually need politics. He did. I'm sorry, you're wrong, JD. You're wrong. He did need us. He did need us. He needs your applause, chat. He never would have survived on Saturday without the crowd like Tinkerbelling him back into existence, right? He needs us.
Now,
let's go. That's right.
He was one of the most successful
Squidoodle
in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a
Oh my God, no, he wasn't. He was on multiple failed business careers. I've been over this. Real estate magnate, failed. Magnate, failed. Right? Casino owner, failed. The one success he's had, I guess, is reality shows, and that he's, turned this reality show into all of our nightmare with the Apprentice White House edition. But no, this guy's been bailed out multiple times by his dad. In fact, he got his start. He got his seed money from a small personal loan from his millionaire dad. Right? This is this is the kind of money that if anybody inherited that money and just been smart, unlike Donald Trump, who's not smart, who wanted to play a real estate magnate instead, and just taken that money and invested it in a basic bitch investment, a very conservative investment, you would be a legit billionaire by now. You would be what Donald Trump apparently is not, because the guy can't pay his legal bills. He's needing to call in Silicon Valley to bail him out, much like his own father bailed him out of his failed attempt at being the easiest fucking job in the world. The house always wins, right? Not when Trump's running that house. He's got the Midas touch, chat, but instead of turning things into gold, he turns them into shit, just like he's done to this country, and he wants to do it again if you give him a chance.
And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves
small bean president. I feel so bad for him. I truly weep for this persecuted man, this poor man, folks.
I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life.
Oh, the Republican kid? Is that who you're talking about? The Groiper? That guy? Yeah?
Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air, when Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania...
To farm those clips. Yeah. Yeah.
All of America stood with him.
Clip Farmer Donald. Maybe he should have been a streamer. The hogs. The hogs are out in force tonight. Sweat hogs.
And what did he call us?
Of the fever swamps.
To fight. To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher.
A dictatorship, yeah, something really higher.
to once again be citizens who ask what our country
To be beautiful citizens of a fascist country once again, folks.
needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said,
Look with the C-SPAN live little red band.
But now they're a freaking communist
Look where that C-SPAN live thing is. It's right in the place where an armband would go, right? Can you see it, chat? Can you see the armband in this man? And no, chat, I'm not saying that Donald Trump is a fascist and he's going to have JD Vance wear a swastika armband. I'm saying that Peter Thiel is a fascist and he's going to have JD Vance wear a swastika armband after Trump kicks the bucket in a year or two of natural causes, of course. Or maybe a shark. Maybe a shark. It could be the shark, folks. It could be that the shark gets him first. I don't know, but probably natural causes. Probably natural causes. And then we fall into a fascist dictatorship run not by JD Vance, who will be our president, but by the puppet master, Peter Thiel, who's behind him, who controls his every move. And then that armband will be real, chat. That armband will be... Aren't you excited? We've got great days ahead of us, America. Aren't you excited to live out the cyber dystopia in the future? To allow Silicon Valley to make it official that they run the country? I know I'm excited. Are you ready? Are you psyched for this, chat? Are you ready? Are we doing this? Are we jumping into this hellhole together?
said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped.
But they didn't know Peter Thiel. I know who a real tyrant is.
But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national...
He said, fight, fight, fight. Make up your mind, asshole. Make up your mind.
Literally right after...
Oh my God, chat. I gotta remember. It's relatively late, chat. I don't know what my roommate's bedtime is, but on the off chance that it's I think it might be relatively early. I'm gonna try to I'm gonna try to reel it back. I hope you don't mind. Joshua War says, you're crazy. I'm having fun, Joshua. What about you?
God bless him.
Are you having fun? I think the shark's gonna be having fun.
And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work.
And boy, were his arms tired, folks. Boy, were his arms tired.
Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally.
God damn it, why is this so late? Chat, on the East Coast, it's 11:15 right now.
Against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next.
And fight off a shark in the next, folks.
He is a beloved father and
It's not an electric battery.
a once-in-a-generation business leader.
Again, why do you keep on bringing that back? Look, just say he's a he's a beloved reality star, right? That one at least is not a lie. Well, I don't know, beloved, but right, he's a successful reality star. That's the one career that he succeeded on. Everything else, he was every bit his father's fail son.
He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries. But 2 nights ago, in a ceremony...
But he's in love with Kim Jong, folks. Kim Jong-un, he's one of the good ones. We looked into each other's eyes and we fell in love.
Said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old...
Yeah, I was going to say, wait, how old were they at this point? Wait, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh my God, I hope that's not like... I gotta make sure, chat. Okay, I don't have a DM from I don't have a text from my roommate this time. Like, so it's not my roommate's bedtime just yet. I'm gonna try to be considerate. I'm a good roommate, folks. I'm the very best roommate. If you get sick, I'll go out and get you the Pedialyte. Okay, I'll go out and get you the, that's the kind of roommate I am. I go out and pick up medication for my roommates when they get sick. I'm not a bad roommate. I'm not trying to keep anybody up past their bedtime. I know it's very difficult to live next to a streamer, so I very much I'm trying not to make things hard on my roomies.
Does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys.
What does oil up mean, video?
He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America.
It's kind of low energy. It's given Jeb. Did he finally find a Jeb to make his vice president? This is his Jeb. Am I wrong, chat? Wait, let's go back. Let's go back. Can we go back way back when? Can we go back to Jeb? And just get a little basis of comparison. Jeb Bush. Low energy, folks. Jeb Bush.
You want to talk about weakness? It's weak to disparage women. It's weak to disparage Hispanics.
I don't disparage.
It's weak to denigrate the disabled. And it's really weak to call John McCain a loser because he was a POW.
I never called him. No, I don't call
That
him
is
a-
outrageous. He's an American.
Wait, did Jeb actually have a movement? I don't remember this moment.
He also
The simple
said
fact
about
is,
language.
I've laid out
Excuse me.
my plans
He said
as it
about
relates to
language. My
immigration.
language. 2 days ago, he said he would take his pants off and moon everybody, and that's fine. Nobody reports that.
Yo, I'm sorry. I feel like he would have won the election. Jeb, why didn't you show us your ass? He could have won, chat. We could be talking about Jeb Bush running for president after being one-termed. We could have talked about sore loser Jeb instead of sore loser Donald, right? All he had to do was actually moon people, moon everyone.
He gets up and says that, and then he tells me, oh, my language was a little bit rough. Okay. My language.
Governor Kasich.
Give me a break.
Governor Kasich.
How did I miss out on this? I don't remember this at all.
Governor Kasich.
I was just looking for any video clip from Jeb Bush to remind us what he looks like and to compare it to. I mean, obviously Jeb was a bit older than JD Vance, 39-year-old JD Vance, the millennial. Somebody commented on one of my videos today, chat, and they said that they were excited about potentially, and literally they're like excited about Trump kicking the bucket, right? They want him to win. They want Trump to win, but they literally were like, Trump's not going to last too long in office, and then JD Vance will be the first millennial president. And I responded with the most millennial thing I could think of, which was, I don't fucking care. He's not putting avocado on my toast, all right? But yeah, there's Melania. This is what I was talking about, chat. The Kimberly Guilfoyle, Kellyanne Conway, Melania. There's something about these Trumpian women that all just kind of looks the same. It's almost like they're all evolving into Kimberly Guilfoyle, right? They get enough plastic surgery and they turn into Kimberly Guilfoyle. Is that what's going on? Is that what's happening? Wait, is that I can't tell if that's Melania or Caitlyn Jenner. I'm not even kidding. That's not Caitlyn Jenner standing. That's Melania, right? Okay, just making sure.
Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on every
big tent that includes Nick Fuentes out there reacting to the RNC right now, saying black, 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 black. We've got a big tent, folks, which includes the dude that fucking tried to kill. It includes the assailant from Saturday. That was a Republican. Yes, you have a big tent. You have such a big tent. It's fucking a danger. It's a danger to your presidential nominee. What a big tent you have. How many weirdos fit under that tent and how smelly that hog stank is. The flavor of cheese that is currently fermenting in midair in that building from all of those hogs, with all of their flop sweats, with all of their swamp asses, all mixing together to produce the most amazing flavor of cheese ever smelled in Wisconsin, okay?
From national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me.
Sometimes you eat the shark, folks, and sometimes the shark eats you.
And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas?
Shouldn't we be governed by Silicon Valley? Wouldn't that be great if we just go ahead and look? It's going to be a bloodless revolution if you allow it. Okay, Silicon Valley's taking over. Peter Thiel is taking over. Blake Masters, is going to be his new vice president. It'll be a bloodless revolution if you allow it.
And come to the best solution.
The last solution? No, but sorry, folks. You're not allowed to call these people fascist. I'm sorry. You're not allowed to do. You can't do it. I can't make those jokes. I can't see that armband on his fucking, on his fucking arm. I'm like, where does an armband go? I'm sorry, folks. I don't know much about armbands because I myself am not a fascist. Unlike the people at this convention, I am not a fascist.
That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years.
That's the Silicon Valley difference.
United in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of...
Committed to palingenic ultranationalism.
And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the
first Vice President from Silicon Valley, the VC VP himself, JD Vance, fake hillbilly, JD motherfucking Vance, the kid from the suburbs that went to vacation in the Great Smoky Mountains and fancies himself one of the working class, one of the hogs out there doing manual labor under the sun.
In my wildest imagination, could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight? I grew up in Middletown, Ohio.
The gated community suburban fascist? I don't know that. Wow, maybe you know more about his background than me, Danny. We're just finding out. We're just digging in. Like this is a whole ass rabbit hole. And I feel bad, chat. I feel bad that I didn't get further down that rabbit hole. Like there's so much with this dude. There's so much with Peter Thiel. There's so much going on. There's so many plans being made for the fascification of this country that doesn't even have to do with MAGA. It's a whole new order that wants to take over, and this is their entree. This is their entree into that. JD Vance. This is how they get their how they get their nose under the tent. This is how they get their foot in the door, right?
A small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts.
A place called Cincinnati, Ohio.
A place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good...
Oh my God, do you really want to talk about NAFTA? Because NAFTA's not the law anymore. It's called Trumptfa now. Yeah, motherfucker gaslit the whole country, repealing NAFTA and replacing it with the same fucking thing with a big dirty Trump fucking stamp right on top of it, right? It's Trumptfa now, all right? Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. It's the same bad deal, the same fucking bullshit, but now it's got Trump's name on it.
Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs.
Don't worry, with Donald Trump, we're going to put tariffs on everything. We're going yeah, you're complaining about Biden inflation now. Just wait until we get Trumpflation. Just wait until his tariffs just wait until this motherfucker replaces the income tax, saving billionaires a shitload of money with tariffs. so that the median American household gets to spend $2,000 more than they would have on taxes. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful moment.
Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each
Oh my God, we got the candidate of peace once again. There we go. But the question is, like, which Inyo Studios character are you here? Oh my God, Luke Russert, the jump scare. Jump scare. Like, yeah, which one are you? Are you, I still can't remember their names.
He sometimes makes a Charlemagne argument, and vice versa.
Charlemagne and
you getting ready to say the left does the same thing, but don't happens. But I know people you don't even follow is socialist.
Engelbert. God, I always forget it. It's Engelbert and Charlemagne. Okay, thank you. God. Question, is he Engelbert or is he Charlemagne? Anyway, let's get back.
Of the way. In small towns like mine in Ohio, or next door in Pennsylvania or
just a small town boy vacationing in Appalachia.
Michigan. In states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And
no, chat, like, I cannot paper over this one, right? While I do not trust this man's rhetoric, while I do not trust any of the garbage words that are coming out of his slimy mouth, the Democrats do in fact suck. The Democrats did in fact allow this to happen. The Democrats did in so many ways abandon, I mean, this is what they're known for, abandoning constituencies, right? And every time the Democrats are leaving people behind, Steve Bannon is out there taking notes. And he's looking for new constituencies. He's looking for new ways to radicalize people. He's looking for new demographics to pull into the big tent party that now includes both Trump and the guy that tried to give Trump a free high-powered ear piercing on Saturday, right? They're both under that tent. They're both Republicans. They're both conservatives. What can I say? And they've been phenomenally successful because the Democratic Party is phenomenally weak and phenomenally craven and phenomenally similar to the example set by Ronald Reagan. And that has been their undoing. Let's go further. Okay, so somebody explain the Tennessee representing, I guess, in the audience there. Somebody explain the yellow hats to me. Anybody want to help out? Can we get a Trumper to explain the yellow hats? I just don't know. I'm not that deep in the lore. There's a lot of Tennesseans.
I agree.
And none of them are repping Vanderbilt.
And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong.
Actually, that's a great deep dive. Was he? What did Donald Trump think of these issues when they were happening? Because he's been all over the map. If you go back far enough, you can find a pro-choice Donald Trump, right? If you go back enough, Donald Trump is donating to Hillary Clinton and acting like a liberal. But I don't know where he was on these particular issues that JD Vance is mentioning when they were actually happening. It does seem like the Republicans do a good job of, coming around after the fact and stating the obvious, that the Iraq war had nothing to do with the United States national security. right? But remember, Trump's also said that the mistake that the United States made was not to take their oil. They should have had their oil, their natural resources plundered, right? As the cost of doing business. So he's been all over the fucking... Yeah, if you're all over the map, you're going to have some good takes, right? If your take is literally, 180 degrees from your take a few years ago, one of those takes is going to be right, maybe. I don't know. Why is it not playing? There we go.
President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America...
Yeah, he knew, and then he forgot, and then he remembered again, and he was all over the fucking map. He is J-Reg's political compass meme. That is Donald Trump. But you know who he puts first before, you know what he puts first before no, it's not America. It's himself. It's himself. It's enriching himself. It's clip farming. It's chasing fame. It's himself. It's Donald Trump. It's Donald J. Trump. That's the one thing that he cares about. He's always looking out for number one. And even though number one is a phenomenal fucking failure of a son that disappointed Fred Trump, that Nazi fucking KKK member on the regular, right? Even though he's a huge letdown to his dad, and his dad knows that he didn't succeed on his own merit, he had to bail the guy out. He's still looking out for number one.
Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign...
I really do not understand the eyeliner, right? Like, I mean, I don't, like, you do you, boo. You do you, right? If he likes the eyeliner, that's all that should matter. I'm just wondering, as a politician, like, what demographic is he trying to cater to? What is the eyeliner doing for him? Because I can imagine him without eyeliner, and he also looks, like, I don't think either. I don't see what is it covering up? What is it? What's it doing? It doesn't make him look better, I guess, is what I'm saying. It is apparently purely a style choice.
Labor. And in the decades to come,
Vance is dangerous. Oh, disingenuous. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Stephanie Carter. Yeah.
And my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old
Peter Thiel. His name was Peter Thiel.
Woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw. The name we...
Oh, it's the Meemaw. It's the Meemaw. This is Meemaw politics. Seems like Trump wore a yellow hat at some event. So they're all wearing yellow hats now? He needs black lipstick. Ooh, yeah, I think so. I think so. I could see him as like I don't know, would he be like a goth, or would he be like a new romantic? Isn't he too young for that shit, though? There's like 80s fashions. These are like 80s fashions, right? He's not trying to do a Simon Le Bon. He's too young for that.
Hillbillies gave to our grandmothers.
Oh my God. The people that you made fun of for having Mountain Dew mouth, those hillbillies, right? The people that did not have access to dental care, and you implied that they had bad teeth because they drank too much damn soda. Those people? The people you gawked at when you were on vacation from your suburban Cincinnati neighborhood in Appalachia and decided one day, I'm going to pretend to be from here. Those hillbillies? The actual people from the holler? What is going on? Look, I don't know what that is. That's not a hillbilly. What the fuck did we just see? Look at this. Look at this chat. Look at this.
We hillbillies gave to our grandmothers.
Does that make me a hillbilly, chat? I also had a Meemaw. I gotta be, fully honest with you. I had a Meemaw. Am I a hillbilly? I never thought of myself this way. Am I a hillbilly now? Wait, there he is. There he is. Look at this dude. Look. This is redneck Beavis and Butthead.
Mamaw raised me as her own, Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen.
My mother with her addiction to Mountain Dew.
She was a woman of very deep Christian faith.
She baptized me.
But she also loved the F word.
And no, I don't mean the one that rhymes with duck. I mean the other F word. She used to call it... She used to call me that. No, chat. No. Is that what Meemaw was calling you? Was Meemaw calling you the F slur? For the eyeliner. Oh, shit. Does this go back a ways? Did he always wear eyeliner? And Meemaw was like... He got inducted into homophobia at a very young age. And he kept the eyeliner, but he adopted the homophobia. Oh my god, Chad, this is a whole nother... He's saying mamaw, but I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Chad, if you got a meemaw, you might as well have a mamaw.
I'm not kidding.
Anybody got a meemaw out there? Any meemaws, mamaws? Any of your grandmas? You got the meemaws, you got the grandmas, you got the mamaws?
Make a sailor blush.
She would go on 4chan. And she would sage those threads. My mama. She would post muddy dicks all over the place. She was a real wild one, mama, you know? She had the best green text memes ever. You have
told me when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over.
That's when I stopped hanging out with Donald Jr.
with her car.
What am I kidding, Chad? It was Hunter Biden. It was Hunter Biden.
That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it.
This feels like a scene from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? These people are a Ralph Steadman sketch. Like that right there. That freeze frame is how ugly America is. Wait, are they chanting Mama? It's his corn pop, chat. Maymaw is his corn pop. Now, Maymaw was a bad lady, all right?
Now, thanks to that...
She used to post gore, right, of cats on Saturday. She got banned from 4chan several times, folks. She was not even Doom music, folks. Not even Doom music would dissuade my Maymaw from posting her gory pictures of cats meeting a bloody end every Saturday, and it would piss off the mods.
Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you jerked it to. Never mind. I'll shut up.
Enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Mitch.
Are you gonna yada yada Yale? Are you just gonna?
And I had to get that in there.
There's a college rivalry in Ohio that's like the...
Come on. We've had enough political violence. Let's...
Without invoking college football rivalries, yes, that's true.
Now, after
Jesus Christ.
I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful wife.
We're just going to kind of just really quickly yell. That's where you met Peter Thiel. Are you going to skip over Peter Thiel?
In the kind of places that I grew up in.
Do we not get to hear about your puppet master, Peter Thiel? Do we not get to hear about the man with his hand up your butt, moving your mouth at this very moment? Do we not get to hear about Peter Thiel?
Now, my work taught
We're here for the lore, JD. We're here for the lore.
there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is.
How could it? Well, to be fair, Grand Theft Autobot, he did say that he went to the Marines first, right? So that's how.
But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country.
Slave owners? Wait, the people that built this? What? Oh, he doesn't mean the people that actually built this country. He's not talking. You want to talk about the? He's not fighting for the people who actually built this country. He means the people who owned the people who built this country. That's who Trump is fighting for.
We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers.
The Peter Thiel puppet just said we need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business? What do you call Silicon Valley? What do you call venture capital? Not in the pocket of big business? What is bro yapping about? What is bro saying?
Union and non-union alike.
Oh, yo, there we go. There we go. This is where this guy stands. He's going to pretend to be for labor. But that right there is a nod to, what is it called? Right to work. Right to work states, right? Anti-union laws that are called, Orwellianly named, your right to work, right? It's a way of union busting. It's a way of breaking solidarity, and this is what this guy's about. He's going to talk a good game. He's going to talk about the forgotten man. He's going to talk about labor. He's going to talk about deindustrialization. All the while, Peter Thiel's VC hand is up his butt. His Silicon Valley, his Silicon AI hand is up his butt, moving his lips to say these words, none of which are in the Bible. None of which are in Mamaw's Bible, okay?
A leader who won't...
Her Bible, How to Kill a Normie, or Kill All the Normies by Angela Nagel. That was Mamaw's Bible.
...to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry.
Mamaw was a bit of a post-leftist, folks. Mamaw was a bit of a edgelord. Mamaw listened to Red Scare.
Leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give... Thank you. I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up, and that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and...
Now, I'm trying to remember, right? I've heard these, I've heard people in the Republican Party talk about his family before in not so great terms, right? He gets shit for this. The night that Trump nominated him, Chad, do you remember who it was? He got shit for the fact that his wife is Indian and one of his kids' name is Vivek, right? From the Republican Party. That call is coming from inside the House, just like the assailant on Saturday was a fellow Republican, was under that big tent party, was part of the MAGA coalition, maybe a part that moved a little past MAGA and sees MAGA as Donald Trump is like apparently the ultimate rhino to these people, right? If your parasocial daddy is not Donald Trump but is Nick Fuentes, I guess that's what you do. You take your dad's AR and you luckily for Donald, this kid got kicked out of the rifle team, right? Did not last long on this school riflery team because he seemed to be too dangerous.
Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back.
Not known for his great aim.
Hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock.
But seriously, though, why are they doing this so late? Again, I'm telling you, like, I live on the West Coast, and like I'm trying to keep myself quiet because it may be close to my roommate's bedtime. All right, I'm trying to respect that.
But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear, "They died of an overdose." As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between...
I'm sorry, but again, this is Peter Thiel's, like, favorite dude, right? What did he say? Who wrote the checks again?
With. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear, "They died of an overdose." As always, America's ruling class...
America's ruling class. Well, yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can say is that maybe Peter Thiel does not think of himself as part of America's ruling class, right? He's had to deal with regulation that held back the exponential profits that he could rake in. Those interest rates did not stay low forever, and things got hard in Silicon Valley. So that's why he's got his hand up JD Vance's ass, moving those lying lips around so that we can have the first venture capitalist vice president. And maybe if, Donald Trump, like many octogenarians, is not long for this world, maybe the first president. Who knows, chat? Who knows? If natural causes don't get him, maybe the shark will.
Wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened.
Yeah, those liberal billionaires, those...
From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again.
And again, chat, this is what happens when you have a Democratic Party that is the enabler of the Republican Party, whether it be Ronald Reagan or whether it be George W. Bush. The Democrats for years and years and years have been way too accommodating to Republican bullshit. And that's what allows somebody like JD Vance to say some shit like that. That is a true indictment of the Democratic Party, just not in the way that they think. Because these are matters in which the Republican Party was very much in the driver's seat. But unfortunately, the Democrats were sitting in shotgun. All right? And this is why you need to heighten those contradictions. This is why we need something stronger than the New Deal, right? The Democrats, at their best, when you push them, when you threaten them, when they are worried about revolution overthrowing capitalism, they will move to save capitalism. And they will make it rain. You will hit that piñata, and a little trickle of money will come out, right? Some social safety net will drop and make things a little bit better for a few years. But how long did it take after the New Deal for us to get Reaganomics? And who brought us into neoliberalism, right? I would love to tell you that man's name was Ronald Reagan, But if I told you that, I'd be lying. I'd be a fucking liar. I'd be just as bad as the Democrats. That man's name was Jimmy Carter. That was the first American president to embrace that god-awful political philosophy that Donald Trump is planning to bring back. More Reaganomics, more supply-side economics, more neoliberalism. We need something stronger than the Democrats long term, all right? Because the Republican Party might be driving the car off the cliff, but the Democratic Party, they are riding shotgun. They make themselves way too useful to these assholes, and there is not enough of a difference. There is not a heightened contradiction. That's what needs to happen. Something stronger than the New Deal. Something that Americans can believe in. Something that actually lets us claw back a little bit of leverage and a little bit of dignity. All right? Because without that, you give JD Vance the chance to make these criticisms. And I gotta say that, yeah, the Democratic Party is full of shit. They're not as full of shit as the Republican Party. They're not as bad as Donald Trump. They're not as bad as Ronald Reagan, but they sure do give them a running for it. They sure do make it easy for them. They sure do accommodate the fuck out of these clowns, right? So it's a sad day when an asshole, an anti-union piece of dog shit, a fake hillbilly like JD Vance gets to say this shit, and I gotta tell you, he's not completely off base in his criticism of the Democratic Party. He's just not applying that criticism to the actual driver in this car wreck, and that is the Republican Party. That is Ronald Reagan, that is George W. Bush, and that is Donald motherfucking Trump, all right?
That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be.
The man that I once called America's Hitler, represents America's last best hope. Jesus Christ, dude. What happened? What happened, JD? What went wrong? I thought you were going to be a new kind of... When you said you were going to be a new kind of Republican, this is not what I thought you were talking about.
Again, a country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next vice president of the United States of America.
And enjoy life in your name. There we go. There we go. That's the closest that you're going to get. That's the closest that you're going to get to any kind of fair deal, America. A fucking Cincinnati suburban boy pretending to be from Appalachia with Peter Thiel's hand up his butt, moving his lips, getting to say that I've lived the American dream while you can't pay your fucking rent. And you're not even thinking about a mortgage because you can't afford that shit because you're barely treading water. You can't afford groceries. Can't afford shit. That's the kind of raw deal that we're getting in this country. And I am fucking sick of it.
You guys. But my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me. It's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs.
It's about sacrificing yourself for Trump. Let's be fucking real. Let's be fucking real. It's about sacrificing yourself and your well-being to keep this fucking millionaire out of jail.
It's about
It's about giving up your fucking country, giving up the little bit of democracy you actually have, so that this piece of dog shit can stay in power. And when the next time comes that he tries to overstay his fucking welcome, you know that this piece of shit, unlike Mike Pence, is going to let him do it. Right?
factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about
Now there's a green hat too.
energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country.
Yeah, look, this guy might not be from Appalachia, but he sure as fuck wants to send those hogs back to the coal mines. Too bad that Mr. Peabody's coal train has hauled it away years ago. Too bad. Too bad that mountaintop got removed, and now the fucking pollution is draining into the creek. Too bad. Too bad that land's been had. Too bad that was drainage. Too bad Daniel Plainview like slant drilled your ass, right? Too bad the bandy track has been had. Here we go, drill baby drill, just like Daniel Plainview. I drink your milkshake. Too bad I already drank it.
You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And
everything's more expensive under Biden. Stephanie, just wait. Just wait till Donald Trump puts more tariffs in. Just wait till you get to pay $2,000 more than what you were paying in taxes. Just to survive, just for food, just for the basic necessities. Just wait, just wait. You think it's expensive now? Just fucking wait, Stephanie. Just wait. There we go again. See, now, I don't know. This could be like, I mean, remember Ron DeSantis? Remember how many people thought that Ron DeSantis represented maybe even somebody that's more Trump than Trump? So somebody that that has all the policies of Trump, that has all the bigotry of Trump, but doesn't have the baggage of Trump. Wouldn't that be great if we could run him instead, and we wouldn't have to deal with how many people fucking hate Donald Trump? How many people actually do remember what life was like under Donald Trump? How many people do remember having to see Kellyanne Conway stand up there talking about alternative facts? We could do away with it all and have Ron DeSantis, right? Except for the fact that he has negative riz. Now, I don't know, like, right? I'm not going to call it right now, okay? I mean, he's got a goofy laugh. All right. I'll you know, that's goofy. That's goofy. That's not dipping your fingers into the pudding and eating the pudding with your fingers, goofy, but that is goofy. That is goofy. We'll see. Only time will tell, chat. Only time will tell, you know, if Donald Trump is going to end up having buyer's remorse for this guy, for this fake hillbilly or not. I can't tell you.
And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here, 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom.
Sacrifice your own mom, right? Drag out her fucking addiction. Talk about how your mama had to raise you because your mama could not. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mama's making a sacrifice for you tonight. Jesus Christ. We got the ear diaper. Now, so far, I haven't seen any other Republicans like also wearing the ear diaper out of solidarity, but. Is that speaker Mike? Oh my God, what just happened? What just happened?
Was having that special.
You just took us out of the moment.
Stage. It just really touched me, and
it touched me in a special place.
Someone we need in the White House, right?
Chat. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut off his speech.
That American nation that we all love is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. People in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky.
Oh my God, please don't tell me your folks were Union. Because they're not going to rest easy with your neo-Confederate ass in there with them. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look how Ohio has changed, all right? How Ohio has changed in the years, right?
7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country.
Who would fight and die to literally fucking prevent the peaceful transfer of power. What? Who would hang the vice president because he refuses to go along with a plot to steal the election. What? What?
Country if they were asked to.
There we go. There's the
Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our...
A homeland, you say, Homelander. Are you gonna fucking liquidate the audience now with your laser eyes?
Homeland.
Gotta bring it back to the fatherland. But chat, remember, not allowed to call them don't compare them to fascists. Don't call them Nazis. That's not allowed in Trump's America, all right? There's no cancel culture, as we're about to find out from Chaya Rychek. As we're about to... He's not from... Come on. You understand... Okay, I thought I explained this. He grew up in a suburb of Cincinnati, all right? And look, it's a little bit more complicated than Kentucky was Confederate, you know, like, right, there was people in Tennessee that sabotaged the Confederate Army. It's a little bit more complicated than you think if you actually look into the history of the Civil War. But no, he, you know, like the part of, I believe it was Middleton, Ohio, right? He said he's got like family in, I think he said he's got family from Kentucky, but yeah, where he grew up was across the Ohio River on the Ohio side of things. And also remember, like, that is, you know, that is northern Kentucky of Kentucky, and things do start to get a little complicated there, right? It's not as simple as people play it out to be.
People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders.
Is it a nation? Is it a nation of laws? Or is it a nation where some people get to be above the laws, where some people get to act like kings if the Supreme Court smiles upon them and approves of them? Then their illegal acts are declared official acts and are not illegal by virtue of the fact that they are the president.
Who put its interests first.
Just like the Supreme Court put Trump's interests first. Yeah. What a crock. What an absolute crock.
We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come.
Under new management, under Peter Thiel, the United States of Silicon Valley.
Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, that
JD Vance died of a wicked eyeliner accident on his way to work.
United States of America and as strong and as proud and as great as ever.
There's Alabama Crimson Tide representing. We got all kinds of SEC representation in the House.
My friends, that is who we fight for, and the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. Did we already watch this stuff? This part? I could be, my brain could be Bidening, chat. I'm sundowning. I caught dementia from Biden.
Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the
And I will never certify the true electors.
Extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter
if they tell me a Democrat has been elected, unlike Mike Pence, I will yield to that mob of Proud Boys.
your party, I will give you every.
Is Nick Fuentes going to speak next?
I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio,
This be the last thing.
in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and
Can we be done with this guy for now?
I promise you this. I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from.
Silicon Valley, yeah. Yeah, baby. Kid from the suburbs. Yeah, this is like a scene from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas here. This is like the... They're gonna start turning into lizards, chat.
I will be doing it.
I thought we were done. I really thought we were done. Are we not done?
For this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you. And
God bless you for shutting the fuck up at long last. Bro can yap. Bro is a yapper. No, that's the Bill Clinton. Yo, chat. Look, if you've not been, I hate that I know presidential theme songs, okay? But Donald Trump's was pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name. No, just kidding. It wasn't. It was what was it actually? Now I forgot. It's a Rolling Stones song, right? You can't always get what you want. That was Donald Trump. That was Donald. And this one, but this one's Bill Clinton. This one's Bill Clinton. Anybody remember Obama's? Yeah, I don't know. He's calling back to Clinton. I don't know why. So God damn it. That was a lot. Okay, chat. Let's 8 hours. What the fuck is wrong with me? Every time I tell you I'm going to stream less. This is not natural. I cannot do Hasanabi hours. All right.
Communist invading radicals.
I very much do need the money, so thank you to everyone, for everyone who supports me. It means a lot to me, okay? It's the only way that I'm going to make it through this month, and then after that we're good. I think things look good after this month, but this one's going to be really tight. But thank you for everybody who supported me. Thank you for everybody who helps me earn close to minimum wage at this job that I do. But mainly because, like, Jesus Christ, these hours, and like, look, this is like the end of the. I mean, wait. We're a little bit back, so wait. Oh yeah. Okay, so I could have ended this like 42 minutes ago. That still would have been a very long stream. I am not going to end the stream though, because guess what? Guess what, chat? You hit the sub goal tonight. We hit the sub goal tonight. So that means there is no sleep for the wicked. Simon Pierre Dubé, thank you for becoming a member. I don't know why is it not showing you're supposed to get this. Simone, you're supposed to. Oh yeah, if you donate memberships to other people somehow you get the it's not giving you the you're supposed to get that. You're supposed to get one of those. So there you are. There's like 8 of those, okay? And I also got to tell you, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. That's a beautiful thing to see you get weaseled. We got weasels in chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, literally in order to cover this, right? I am like living the life of Hunter S. Thompson without the drugs. And I feel like he probably got paid more. But then again, those were $1960, so maybe everybody was getting paid more back then. This is like some Hunter S. Thompson hours here. Full coverage. I feel like I'm covering the Mint 400, chat. This is a psychedelic trip without the fucking drugs. All right, it's just content. Oh my god. We love Waluigi. Waluigi loves you. Coconuts grow on trees. Wait, what's going on? Waluigi gets my vote before Trump does. Yes. If we keep burning fossil fuel, the planet will become a desert. Yeah, it'll be even sweatier. I look like trash, chat. I've been doing ridiculous hours. I have had no time to edit anything. I am my own editor, which means I don't get shit done, and I'm supposed to. Hell's Angels money? Yeah, we need the Hell's Angels money in here. We need the Hell's Angels money. Why are you raw dogging this? Oh, should I not be raw dogging this? I mean, I could change that. NCC saying that she needs. Wait, what's that one song? I almost want to play you. So, like, I feel like I could probably get out my guitar right now and sing that Grateful Dead song. Riding my train. No. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think I have the voice to sing Grateful Dead music.
Benny
What?
Super chatted $50.
Oh my god. Benny Julie, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. But that works at least. That the super chat is currently working. Thank you, Benny Julius, for the super chat. That is very kind of you. Look, I'm not complaining, okay? I'm lucky. All right, I consider myself lucky. There's not a lot of people that get to do what they love for a living, and even if it is barely a living, I still love it. And it's great, and it's amazing. And like, look, I met you, chat. I get to spend time with you. You are like the best community out there. The smartest community out there. The funniest community out there. Have I seen Longlegs? I don't get to see anything. I don't have any time for anything. Longlegs is scary? That does sound really scary, though. But yeah, Benny, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Look, chat, thank the people that support the stream. Like, right, a few people gave a great deal of money to A, hit that dono goal, and B, even go past it. Yeah, I'm giving my thanks to them. You give your thanks as well. They make this work. They make this work, right? If I survive this month intact, if I am able to pay, enough of my bills to have power and internet and a roof over my head to be able to come to you with more content for another month, right? It's going to be thanks to it's going to be thanks to these people. And really, I don't know how to thank you enough. I don't know how to thank you enough. Yeah, let me just go ahead and thank the Patreon again, since
because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
Since that's a thing. Communists invading radicals. All right, so if you don't know, on my Patreon, if you subscribe to Patreon, which the link is down in the description if you're wondering, for $5 or more, you become a fancy weasel, and fancy weasels deserve a fancy shout out. All right? And my fancy weasels right now are Omega Star, Jules K, Just Julie, Mo No Ape, or Moe No Ape, or Moe Nope, or however you want to pronounce that, Shakespeare, Funky Monkey, and Temporal Insanity. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon. That is so amazing. Also, look, thank you to Thumb Gang. I feel like I don't thank Thumb Gang, and when I talk about, donations, which I very much need, which, keep me alive and keep me running and keep this content, keep the content tap flowing, right? I also gotta thank the Thumb Gang, right? Some of you, all you got is your thumbs. You need to use your money to take care of yourself, right? And you know who you are out there. And I never want anybody that is going to put themselves in a bad financial position by donating to the stream to donate to the stream. Just donate your thumbs, okay? And that actually is more important than you realize, right? It means a lot, and it helps me out tremendously, right? Having those likes is what helps this channel grow, and growing this channel is the only thing that's going to keep me alive, especially if we have to deal with Trump's America and JD Vance's America, and maybe Peter Thiel's America, and Barron. I mean, who knows, chat? Who knows, right? But thank you for keeping me alive. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Thumb Gang. I appreciate you, Patreon Gang. I appreciate you, Throne Gang. Right? This setup that I've got right here, which is like really nice, actually. Like, I feel like this is the nicest background I have ever worked with, and it's all thanks to you. This is the nicest microphone I have ever spoken into, and it's all thanks to you. And this is a really nice Stream Deck. This is a very nice Stream Deck as well, and this is all thanks to my supporters on Throne. So thank you to Throne Gang. I owe a lot of you a personalized message, and usually, especially if it's like if you've donated a lot on Throne, I feel obliged to send you a video or something. I haven't had time to make those videos because of all this streaming. So I hope you understand from the bottom of my heart that I appreciate you as well, Throne Gang. Now, chatters, viewers, supporters, all right? You have voted, and I have heard your voice. The one thing I haven't done is added up all the numbers yet. Looking on the main full screen stream, that's what we're calling it, the FSS. I see 83 votes. I see 34% for Trump RFK leaked anti-vax call. I see 28% for Libs of TikTok. Cancels Granny, cancels your grandma, cancels all of our meemaws and some of our peepaws, right? They're getting canceled because of Chaya Rychek. And that is unfortunate. That is sad. I thought cancel culture was a left-wing phenomenon. Apparently it is not. Apparently Libs of TikTok is getting your meemaw fired, and that's not cool. Keffels returns at 24%. If I look at the short stream, whoa. That is some dominance. Okay, we really are going to have to do some math here. I think I know what's going to win, but I could be wrong, chat. I could be wrong. We got quite a head of steam behind us now. talking to you in Shorts chat. That is, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's JD Vance or if it's me, but for whatever reason, we got a much bigger audience than we started out with. You want to see Keffels. Now what? Is that what you're saying? So yeah, the Keffels thing is not, I'm not saying Skibidi. We got some Skibidi. We got some, wait, your dad, are you on team Skibidi, or are you on team cameraman, or are you on team Astro Toilet? Who are you rooting for? Who you got your money on? Are you hoping for a G-Man comeback? Because I know I am. I want to see G-Man fighting alongside the Titans. That's what I want to see. All right, I'm all up in that shit. I'm all up in that bitch. Am I pro-Trump? I probably do look pro-Trump. I'm sweaty. I'm sweating like a pro-Trump person. So anyway, what are we got here? We've got libs of TikTok at 9% in this poll. I'm gonna have to add this up, chat. So I'm gonna tell you right now, just by eyeballing it, I can tell that the winner of the poll, of the whole enchilada, is either gonna be Trump RFK anti-vax call gets leaked, or it's gonna be libs of TikTok cancels your Mima. Mima's getting canceled by libs of TikTok, right? Possibly tonight. Oh wait, I forgot to ask. People who just donated, where do you want me to put your money? Okay, so you know how this works, right? For instance, Benny Julius just donated $50. Now it means that you could potentially change the outcome of this poll. All right? If you want, I will put that $50 behind one of these subjects, right? Your preferred subject, the thing that you want to see. I am ready, willing, and able to add 50% to the subject of your choice. So let me know what that is. And if I hear it before I add up the numbers, then I'll add that in. Also, Simone, you just became a member. Let me know what you want to see, okay? And I'm gonna try to. I'm looking out for you here. I'm looking out to see you. If you have a preference, right? Because like, look at what's on the poll. These are our options, all right? You're gonna see the options. Oh wait. Oh, I just realized. Oh my God. Oh, chat. I'm so silly. There we go. Now everybody can see them. Now Shorts can see them too. Okay. So we hit the dono goal. That means we're gonna do one of these subjects. I gotta do the math. Yeah. Did Benny weigh in? That's what I'm asking. That's what I gotta know. That's what I need to know. That's what I want to know from you. And by the way, thank you for subscribing, KT. Good to have you. Good to have you on board. Good to have all of you communist invading radicals who realize we need something a little stronger than the goddamn Democratic Party. But anyway, that's for another day. That's for another day. All right. So, let me start to do the math. All right. Trump RFK calculator. I'm going to need a calculator because it's that kind of night. Calculator. The calculator says 34 plus 55 equals 89 divided by 2 equals, oh my God, divided by 2. 40. Okay, so it's 0% plus so far plus 44.5. And remember, chat, you can still donate, you can still affect the poll, you can still vote. You can still vote for the subject of your choice, and you might slightly affect, I don't know. At this point, it's going to be the donos. I'm going to be honest, it's going to be the donos that decide this one, right? So 0% plus 44.5, and then we got 85% plus we take 9%. 9% plus 28% equals 37 divided by 2 equals 18.5. 18.5, and I would say it is not looking terribly close, all right? Is it within 50 of each other, though? 18.5 plus 85 equals 103. 103%. Damn. These polls are a little bit 103.5. I'm sorry, 103.5. All right. So, assuming that we were to add assuming that both of the people who just donated decided they wanted to donate to Trump goes anti-vax. And 53 gets added to that. That would still only be 97.5. So I think I can say with full confidence, right? Wait, no, 44.5 for now until I'm told different. Oh wait, so we do have to subtract. I mean, I guess that doesn't make any difference though. Yeah, we subtract Vox Populi from both, but it doesn't end up mattering. Vox Populi is at 22%. That's like the negative. That takes 22% away. So technically this is like 22.5, and this is 81.5, but it's still 81.5 is bigger. Okay, so yeah. Did we not hear back? We did not hear back from Benny. Benny, thank you for the generous donation. It seems like Benny has donated, and then so Benny's not even gonna see the result. But even okay, so we're good. We're good. Yeah, stronger than the Dems is what I said. Have you looked at the history? Have you heard of the New Deal? The New Deal was supposed to be a New Deal for workers. Was supposed to be a New Deal for the people that are creating the value in our society, the value that gets stolen by those with capital, by those with money that fucks, right? It was supposed to give us a fair deal. It was supposed to, but it wasn't durable, and it went away. And the social safety net is being eroded. And under Trump, it will probably erode further if Trump is reelected. Medicare is on the line. Social Security is on the line. Some of those basic bitch social safety net measures, which made things, the material conditions a little bit better for the American people, are up in the air, may be canceled by Trump. He's talking about eliminating income tax. Does that sound cool? It shouldn't, right? Because he's going to eliminate the income tax, and then he's going to put a tariff in its place, costing the median American family $2,000 more than what they were paying in taxes. All so he can cut taxes for millionaires and billionaires, all right? Franklin Delano Roosevelt gave the New Deal. Trump and JD Vance give the raw deal. Give the bunk deal. And like I said, as much as I am in favor of anything that makes the material conditions of the American worker better, the New Deal, the Great Society, these things were not durable. These things did not help the American worker claw back what they need, which is leverage. Only a strong union movement can do this. Only pro-worker politicians can do this. And this shit is not coming from the Democratic Party. The fact that JD Vance can get up there with his hillbilly LARP and pretend to care about the American people, and it is even halfway credible, is due to the weakness and the craven nature of the Democratic Party. That being said, chat, with all that shit, yeah, Trump is worse than Biden. Yeah, there you go. You want to hear me say it? I'll say it. That's an easy calculation. Trump is worse than any candidate the Democratic Party would put up. Trump is worse, okay? Anyway, chat, I'm getting distracted. Okay, so I can say that it's going to be Chaya. And I guess that's a good thing because it's a fairly short piece of content to actually cover. So first things first, right? This is a Twitter story. Libs of TikTok. What have you done to Mima? What have you done to Mima? All right, first things first. I gotta scroll down and make sure that nothing that is being shown on here is gonna cause any problems for me showing on YouTube. Yeah, it looks like we're good. I'm just going to scroll a little bit more, make sure there's nothing gross that pops up. Oh, Mima got canceled, chat. Mima got fired. Okay, so I bring you the libs of TikTok. Look, it's a Twitter story, but I might find something. I might find a video. Okay, I might yet find a video. We got Twitter. Libs of TikTok. When a minimum wage employee jokes about attacking the most powerful people in the world versus libs of TikTok when someone assaults their grandchild. Hi, Home Depot. Are you aware of your employee, that you employ people who call for a political violation? And, how am I going to change this word? Are you aware that you employ people who call for political violence and the high-powered piercing of the ear cartilage of presidents? Home Depot. Hi, this individual's comments don't reflect the Home Depot or our values. We can confirm she no longer works for Home Depot. Chat, this was a grandma forced to work the checkout for Home Depot because she couldn't retire. A way too common situation. Libs of TikTok, when somebody gets beat by their grandpa. I just got put in a headlock and thrown to the ground by my grandpa because I asked that he call me they, them. Cancel culture haters when a single mother of 3 who works at Arby's makes a mean joke on Facebook. Remember mean tweets? Well, now they're illegal if they're against the felon-in-chief. The former felon-in-chief. So here we go again. Attention everyone near Grand Rapids, Michigan. Tupelo honey Southern kitchens and bar employees. This person who is very sad that the ear piercer missed. He already took his employment out of his bio, but we called and confirmed he still currently works there. Works at Tupelo Honey Southern Kitchen and Bar, right? Very likely a minimum wage or near minimum wage job, but not a job that this person is going to have for much longer because they've been doxxed by libs of TikTok. Now, wait a minute, Chad. I thought that was the one hard, fast rule on Elon's Twitter. No doxing, right? You can't show Elon's flight information. No doxing. Oh, but somehow when libs of TikTok does it, it's okay. The fact that libs of TikTok is currently tweeting about me, oh, they blocked you. Okay, I don't care about that. Elon said he would cover the legal fees of anyone who lost their job due to free speech. I don't agree with this woman's joke, but I don't agree with the policy publicly doxing minimum wage employees even more. Is Elon Musk going to stand by his word and ban doxers like libs of TikTok? Good question. Good question. So let's take a little look at the post itself. So here's the video.
Yeah. Okay, from Cayuga. Are you Darcy Waldron? Yeah. Okay, from Cayuga. And you think that the shooter should have been a better shot? Is that what you posted on Facebook?
I am at work.
You think that the shooter should have been a shooter, huh?
I am at work.
Yeah, I think that's pretty messed up. Pretty anti-American, if you ask me. As a veteran, I'm disgusted. What have you provided to this country? Huh? I'm sorry.
You are ordering her around because she's in a position where she has to live her retirement working for fucking, this near minimum wage job. What have you provided? This woman has been fucking used and abused all her life by the capitalist system. What have you provided? Jesus Christ, dude. Libs of TikTok. Oh, wait, no, this is old. This is old. I'm trying not to. Oh, look at this. Nicholas Diorio. Comrade Nicholas. This is Nick Diorio. Destiny. I'm surprised. I'm not really, Chad, obviously, who we're talking about a drama streamer here, right? I'm not seriously glazing up Nicholas Diorio, who is the tipster for the straights. Nick Diorio, right? This is just tipster for straight people, basically. All right, Destiny got his ads suspended, and Libs of TikTok is on a doxing spree with full ads. Oh, but he's wow, Nick, closet lefty. I don't know. There is the interview with Taylor Lorenz. Every time, this is not so erudite. Every time we see Libs of TikTok post another dox for mean comments, we need to tag Elon Musk and remind him of his words. If doxing is a violation of your policy, look, this is Destiny Orbiter. I feel like this is more about Destiny getting demonetized than it is about, caring about the victims of Libs of TikTok, but whatever. If doxing is a violation of your policy, which it should be, then follow up. At minimum, mute Libs of TikTok for 24 hours. Remove all the dox posts. Right, here is Elon saying, any doxing, which includes revealing real names, will result in an account suspension. Nothing has been more common in history than for victims to become oppressors when they gain power. Okay, I don't know what. Thomas Sowell. Oh no. Oh God, cursed. Fucking cursed. All right. Doxing is against the site policy unless you use it as engagement bait for millions of views and vibes coincide with the site owner's political views. Yes. Is this the same post? Oh, yeah, we already looked at this one. Libs of TikTok incites never-ending threats. Elon Musk literally... Oh, wait, that's old. That's old. There's a lot of shit. Oh, God. Caffles, why are you... You're getting to look at some of the Caffle stuff, chat. This was another, like, option for the poll tonight. It did not win. Libs of TikTok is the epitome of a Karen because bully... Oh, my God. This is from Caffles. This is from Karen herself. She would know, right? Because bullying a minimum wage worker on social media until they cooperate account has to step in is crazy. Wait. Until the corporate account has to step in is crazy. What is this? Oh, it's the Home Depot showing their anti-violence policy that I guess was the reason that this grandma got fired. It's why Mima got canceled, chat. It's why Mima, who is working for her retirement, is no longer able to receive her paycheck from the Home Depot. Yeah, so a lot of people adding Elon about this. Even Nick Diorio. This is kind of amazing. Libs of TikTok trying to get minimum wage grannies fired from their shitty jobs. This is cancel culture that the right wings cry about all day. Post is, oh no, it's not. It's just gonna, because I block Libs of TikTok. I block. So here's a whole fucking ass scroll of all the people that Libs of TikTok is doxing, potentially getting fired, potentially putting in danger because they had mean social media posts. This is somebody who is responsible, who has contributed to stochastic violence that has gotten bomb threats placed on children's hospitals. And she's here fucking Karening. She's here talking to people's bosses to try to get them fired from often jobs that it looks like they really need, otherwise they would not be working them. All right, so there you go. That's what's up with Libs of TikTok in your neck of the woods today. Now, let me see is there any... I might watch like one video of this. Again, chat, don't expect these hours, okay, in the future. I've got to start limiting my hours massively, all right? Huh, I don't know. I may be a little bit too early to find this being reported on in... I might be too early to find this on YouTube. So chat, we got one more maybe long day of content. I don't want it to be long. but I shouldn't be doing long days, like especially after like a long week, but we might do it for one more day because guess who's speaking tomorrow? It's Donald Trump. Donald fucking Trump. Okay, wait, there's there one video of this?
Didn't have the term yet, and it was something that was well known to be a practice of the cancel culture became a scourge on the worldwide populace in about 2014, give or take. Yes, there were some cancellations before then, but we really hadn't quite come to the cultural acceptance or knowledge of it. We certainly didn't have the term yet, and it was something that was well known to be a practice of the left. But now we see the right, they get a modicum of power, and what do? They act the exact same. Welcome back to Words of Paradise. I'm your host, Leon Idol, and yes, Libs of TikTok is going...
Chat, I know nothing about this channel.
Out of their way, doing everything they can, running and just burning the fields behind them, going scorched earth to try and cancel individuals with literally no platform or power.
Benny says Keffels. Okay, I don't think that would have changed the poll. I'm glad we got... I'll add that there. 52 Keffels. I can do the math really quick.
Whatsoever, and you guys remember the old adage, those that do not know history are doomed to repeat it. No, wait, that's not the one. All right, the one I'm thinking of comes from a Batman movie. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain, and we might be witnessing...
I don't know if right-wingers were ever the hero. This is words of paradise, like birds of paradise. And there's a bird on his shoulder. This is kind of...
The Libs of TikTok become the villain. So we're going to get into this before we do hit that subscribe button.
Was Chaya Rychek ever the hero? I don't know if this makes sense.
Nerdy news channel. I usually cover nerdy news every day, but why is it that I cover nerdy news? Well, mainly because we've seen a lot of cancellation attempts happen in the nerdy news over the last 10 years.
So the nerdy news, cancellation attempts, you can't have the cancellation.
And because politics is downstream from culture, a lot of what I talk about is cultural. However, we're seeing the same tactics being used by those who have a pretty massive platform on the right, those who have a pretty massive platform taking away from individuals with no standing and no power whatsoever, things that have influenced nerd culture and the complete degradation of nerd culture for the last 10 years or so. I feel like, especially with tensions running as high as they are in the current political climate, especially with an election coming up in the next several months, that it's pretty worth talking about. Here we got Libs of TikTok. Attention near Grand Rapids, Michigan. Tupelo Honey's Southern Kitchen and Bar employs this person who is very sad that the shooter missed.
I kept on wondering what the sound was. It's the bird. There's a bird on his shoulder. He's like a pirate.
Already took his employment out of his bio, but we just called and confirmed he still currently works there. Beware of this restaurant. Now look. Notice how it just employs this person. This person isn't the owner. They don't run the place. They don't pay the taxes. They're not the person that, you know, is providing the service. They're just a regular average Joe employee. Now, is what they said heinous? Yeah, what they say is absolutely heinous. Oh, so close. Yes. That's a very dumb, heinous thing to say.
Jeez, that's actually not even that far over the line. Like, that's not quite what Destiny said. That's not quite what anybody said.
They're also just a regular individual. This is not someone rolling in the dough. I mean, I don't know what their job is in the kitchen. Maybe they're rolling in that sort of dough. But
literal dough.
I mean, the fact of the matter is this really going to help? Is trying to call this person's job and get them fired because of something stupid they said online when they, I don't know, what is this, Facebook? Or they use for, I don't know, yeah, so this is Facebook. So what? They've got like maybe 12 friends. Someone says they've got 1,000 friends on here. So, they just hit accept on every single bot that comes in or request them. They've also got 12 family members and a few people from high school they never talked to. Oh yeah, what a platform. The right wing is going to really show them when they get them fired from their job. This person's probably already having trouble affording things as it is because the the left has absolutely destroyed the economy because everything is ridiculously expensive.
The left has destroyed the economy. Okay, so this is, I guess, a conservative?
To get to the grocery store. I mean, you know what? Let's ruin this individual's life even further. You know, let's take the bread from his kids.
The Trump supporter?
Something absolutely
That's against libs of TikTok?
Plenty of people have said stupid things on social media, and it's usually, at least so far as I've been online for the last several years, been the mentality of those with of a right-leaning perspective to say, hey, we need to not be canceling people for saying stupid stuff. Let's leave it to when they commit, I don't know, actual crimes. You know,
I gotta be serious, chat. Like, I've had friends who have birds, and I think there's a non-zero chance that that bird shits on his head before the end of this video.
Bill Cosby? Alright, Bill Cosby, he deserved to be canceled. You can only get away with so many rapes before you're like, damn.
Jeez, this is cursed.
You should probably cancel the funny man. You know, same with Harvey Weinstein. You can only tell so many ladies, hey, yo, I'm gonna put you in the Hunger Games, but first you gotta take care of some downstairs business. Like, yeah, that's gross, Harvey. Come on, you're not gonna stop? Alright, fair enough. We'll cancel you too. Those are legitimate issues. Homie here who just works at a restaurant trying to get him fired because he's saying ridiculous stuff. That is nightmarish. That is the dystopian Orwellian nightmare that we live in. Only instead of the left doing it, it is the right. The ones that were supposed to be the champions of free speech. Even speech that—
You were supposed to defeat the woke, not join them. You were supposed to bring balance to the force.
They disagree with. So tell me, Chaya Rychik, what's going on here? Why are you using your Libs of TikTok account? By the way, this isn't even something happening on TikTok, it's on Facebook, but that's neither here nor there. Why are you using your Libs of TikTok account to try and get regular, normal, everyday people canceled from their jobs, food taken from their mouths, trying to destroy them, become the very monster that you so once thought to fight, whatever it may be, purely because you don't like that someone's being mean on Twitter? I thought that was the whole reason people like Donald Trump. Oh, look at all those mean tweets. He ain't afraid to tell it how it is. Your account used to be used for good, and probably still is, I don't know, but your account was mainly centered on showing, hey, look at all these trannies that are running school.
No!
Making these TikTok videos.
Once again, chat, apologies. Fuck. Alright, I'm done with this dude. I mean, yeah, right-winger, using the slur. Or in his words, freedom of speech. For once, I don't have to worry about... See, that would not be okay on Twitch. I mean, potentially. Actually, I don't know. I feel like Twitch is a little bit I would hope that would not be... Anyway, we're done with this Words of Paradise. I'm sorry, I cannot recommend this channel. I cannot recommend this channel. That is some cursed shit. I just wanted to see if the bird was going to poop on his head, but instead he said the T-slur. Yeah, he's definitely talking about automotive stuff. That's right. I'm done with Words of Paradise. Wow. I don't want to I don't like to shit on, like, especially smaller channels, okay? I don't like to say somebody's content is bullshit, but you be the judge, Chad. You be the judge. Even if he wasn't, saying like all this high inflation that the Democrats have caused. Even if he wasn't saying the T-slur. I feel like that's pretty cursed. All right, I'm not going to get mean. Although I have every right to get mean. But I'm not going to do it because I have no energy and I am worried. The voice totally makes sense now. I got no energy and I'm like worried that if I go off, I'll lose my voice and my voice needs to last at least till tomorrow. I'm going to talk to you in an ASMR voice. I'm going to talk to you in a nice soft voice. Because if I get mad at this person, this Words of Paradise, and make fun of his channel, call him all the things that I know that, you know that I could and maybe I would, I'm going to ruin my voice and I'm also going to wake up my roommate. I'm just going to be quiet. I'm just going to be quiet and I'm going to be chill. And that's the story. So there you have it. This is Chaya Rychik, Libs of TikTok, canceling your grandma. Aren't you glad that we live in this world? And as far as I can tell, Elon Musk, although he says he talks a good game about being anti-doxing, it Libs of TikTok is allowed to dox all the people she wants. Wait, it's probably all over his search history? Wait, what's all over his search history? 90s radio voice. Is that what the radio sounded like in the 90s? Wow. Maybe I should find some old... Wait, what's all over his search history? Wait, what's... I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand. The T-slur? Is that what's probably all over his search history? Is that what we're talking about, chat? Is that what we mean? When he was being transphobic? Yeah, well, look, I'm just trying to preserve my voice so that I can do one more stream on the goddamn Republican National Convention, okay? One more stream. The big one. Our big birthday boy Donald. Mr. Ear Diaper himself, all right? Mr. Afraid of Sharks, the Captain Hook of Sharks, Donald Trump. He's going to get up, he's going to give the very best speech, and he's going to call for unity, chat. Trump's going to call for unity. And I got to be there, and I got to react to it. And I'm probably not going to react like as loud as I did to JD Vance. Look, I got a special thing for JD Vance, okay? Like I told you, I got family that, you know, that has more connection to fucking Appalachian culture than Mr. JD Vance, all right? Mr. Pretend Hillbilly. He piques me. He tweaks me. He irritates me, okay? So I had to let them all know. I had to let the Trump fans know. But we're good. Who cares says Elon Musk sucks. My little brother used to be obsessed with him. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Oh yes, I'm sorry. Sorry that happened to you. There's a few trolls. Hey, it's YouTube Shorts. Look, we have the advantage of understanding that we all wanted to see the bird poop. Okay, so I'm not the only one that wanted to see the bird poop. That's good to know. That's really good to know. Those birds give you parasites? I've not heard that, but I believe you. Cats give you parasites. Guaranteed he's got poop down his back? Probably. I had a friend, a babysitter when I was young, and I went over to their house once, and they had a bird, and I remember the bird pooping on her and being like, what the fuck? Trump almost met Jeffrey Epstein. That's true, OG Henilo. That's true. That's true. He did almost meet Epstein. Look, Trump didn't pierce himself, okay? My stepbrother was trying to tell me how good Elon Musk is. But it was also like, I don't know any recent news. It's toxoplasmosis. Yeah, damn. Is he a fan or an FAN? Don't be a son. He scares his dog. He calls Kaya fat. Chat, he calls Kaya fat. Kyle Kalinske is meditating right now? Wait, what's up with this? Oh, you're right. He is meditating. You're right. Several wolves. I know exactly what you mean now. I understand. I understand. All right. Well, we had a kind of epic night. That is 25,000 views in one chat. 402 views in the other chat. Yeah, fucking problem with that. Fucking problem. Chat, we might have to start earlier tomorrow. Are you up for that? I should probably get to bed early so I can get started early. Because it looks like we might just have a new starting time. All right. But that means I'm going to be streaming for a fucking shit long time tomorrow. I don't know how to handle this. I don't know how to handle this. It's too long. We're going to do one more night, chat. I think it would be fine, as obviously you're not down with this kind of stars. Yeah, I did. I criticized, on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to have to, like, how ironic would it be, like, right, to get canceled for somebody else's transphobia. Now what says I don't trust Elon? I mean, unfortunately, the country is trusting him with the space program. You know, Ukraine is relying on him for satellites, right? Yeah. There's way too much trust for Elon Musk. Yeah, so chat, like I said, I'm going to try to get, I need to get that Discord set up so that all of you who have memberships, as soon as I can get this done, right, I'll post it in the, you'll see a members only post, okay? Finally beat Medicare, yes indeed. Yes, we did. We beat Medicare. But yeah, so it'll have a link to a new Discord, right? And it'll be under member posts. And I'm doing that so that, like especially people who are like, not just members, not just in Weird Champs, but Secret Halo and above. I need to let you know how to get your benefits, because there's a lot of benefits, especially with that no-com level. I mean, that's a very generous level to donate monthly. So I want to make it worth. Gabby just signed up for. We haven't had no-com for a little while, but oh yeah, and also the other thing is that like I want to get, if you're in that no-com level, all my like all my starting soon screens like this, right? I want to kind of, and there's also like a tier of Patreon that does that too, right? Where I want to give away a starting soon screen, because we got a few of these now, right? A starting soon screen every month that you can use as well. I think you can use it as wallpaper. I don't know. You'll have to let me know the specifications, because generally wallpaper is very, oh my God. Again, we're inside of Biden's immune system here. Wallpaper is, it's very high resolution. So that's like, I think that's 1080 by, what is it? Is it 1920 by 1080? And I don't know if that's like how high resolution wallpaper is, but you'll get wallpaper. You'll get, that comes with the no-com level, as does my my like username on Steam. Oh my God, chat, I definitely have to get to bed now. Okay. I definitely have to get to bed. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for supporting me. A lot of COVID in this one. Yeah, exactly, Professor Orange, exactly. I'll be back tomorrow for one more. I'll cover the RNC, and then I'll take maybe a day off, maybe 2 days off, probably just one, and then be back to you probably on Saturday. If not, I will be back on Sunday. At least your mom doesn't send you webinars? That's true. I don't know what kind of webinars they are, though. That's the question that I have. But anyway, I had fun hanging out with you, and I gotta I gotta save my voice as much as possible. I think Finally Beat Medicare was talking about, oh, that person. I didn't even read it. Let me look. I don't know. It's really hard to tell on. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing, chat. So, yeah, thank you, mods. Okay, thank you, mods, especially mods who are on. If you're in the shorts chat, right? Because you're doing a lot of work, and I recognize that, and I see what you're dealing with, and I appreciate it. And I'm sorry that freaking shorts is like this.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
Aw, Professor Orange, that's really sweet of you. I'm sorry that chat is like this, okay? And I know that you're working hard to keep to keep the chat like, you know, decent, to keep the chat like to to keep it free of chuds, right? That's thank you for all the hard work. Yeah, the bigger the stream gets, the more of, you know, it's just like there's a certain percentage of people like that on shorts, so much appreciation to the mods. I forgot. I was going to tell the mods something else too. I can't remember now. I cannot remember. Yeah. Hey, AC, that is, wow. AC, I'm glad I made you a mod. That's really smart. Did you hear what AC just said? Right? So, you know, those people got banned, but some of them might be still around. And so there's a reason that when it's a night like tonight, I don't raid, right? I have the ability, and we've done it a few times, raided GNN, but not on a night like tonight, because that will be sending the wrong kind of people. You know, we'll be sending some cool people, and we'll be sending some not so cool people, and I'm not going to do that to GNN. So we're just going to end the stream. But yeah, AC, you are right on it. You are right on it. Yeah, new mods. Yeah, new mods. Well, yeah, and apparently I picked the right people, because AC is, that is a very wise thing that AC is saying. We're not gonna, in fact, we can just say GNN, and nobody will know who we're talking about, right? Because we're not trying to send we're not, can you imagine that, chat? If I rated and then it's like, wow, NCC's not sending her best. Oh no, you can rate from shorts. You can, AC, I've done it before. I've rated from both. I've rated from both at the same time. And I would do it, but not on a night like tonight. The funny Casparian Photoshop. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Oh wow, I'm talking from behind that. I didn't even realize. Here I am. Thanks for reminding me, Alexander. I didn't even know that I had that up. But yeah, when I showed the starting soon thing, it switched to that, and then for some reason this one doesn't. Here, I'm gonna link this. There we go. So now we can switch it and then switch it back. Boom. Perfect. Manual raid, but don't say the name, okay? Because you all know who we're talking about. If you know, you know. If you know, you know, right? And you can go there. But the people that do not know are, you know, some of the people that we do not want to send over. So that's what we're going to be doing. That's how we're doing it. But that's very smart to not send not our best to our friends, because we wouldn't want to do that. GNN needs more subs, but not like that. We don't want to send chuds over to GNN. You could see Anna and yeah, it's like I'm voicing Anna. It's like I'm the cool Anna Kasparian. That's Anna, that's tipster Anna. That is tipster Anna Kasparian. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna be setting up the Discord now so that for members and for subs really soon. So until now, it's only been for Patreons because we're getting it set up. But next, I'm gonna set it up um for members and for subs on Twitch, and hopefully I'll be able to fix Twitch tomorrow. Shakespeare said that it wouldn't work for her either, so that's exactly right, Schmegly. That's exactly right. That's very smart. I am glad that my mods think about this without me even telling them. So yeah, we're doing it smart. We're doing it smart. But yeah, I'm gonna end these polls. And then you're gonna be back here tomorrow again at 11:30, and we are gonna cover one last day of Trump tent, okay? One last day of Trump tent. No, it's actually no comment check CC. Alexander, I'm a no comment check CC on Twitch. But for some reason it wouldn't work today. 436 votes, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Damn. That's a lot of votes. That is a lot of votes. So anyway, much love, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with me tonight. I am going to go to bed. I am going to rest my voice. We're going to do more Trump tent tomorrow at 11:30 Pacific Standard Time. That means, I think, what is that? Like 2:30 Eastern Time? Yeah, isn't it? 11:30, 1:30. Wait, how does that work again? 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. Yeah. So 2:30 Eastern Time, 11:30 Pacific Time. We're going to do one more really long day, and then I'm going to rest my voice a little bit after that. So I will talk to you later, and until then, take care of yourself, because wow, it's scary out there. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other, okay? If you can, take care of each other. All right. As much as you can. All right. Look out for each other, because you know shit's not easy right now, and shit may be about to get a lot harder. There's some chance now that Biden's going to drop out. It's kind of looking like that, but still, it's going to be it's going to be a tough year for a lot of people. So if you can, look out for each other, take care of each other, and have each other's backs, because sometimes we're all we got. So good night.